test. For those who might be in the arena today to watch the Scimitar show, today's show in the big arena will have Shorthorns over here in Arena 2, Maine-Anjou's in Arena 1. The Scimitar show, junior show, will be held over in Pear where they had the Pen of Three Bull show yesterday. So if you'll just go out and across the road to that arena, that's where the Scimitar show will be this morning. However, the open show will be in here tomorrow.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress here in the Jim Norick Arena, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Over here in Ring 1, we'll get started with your main show, and over here in Ring 2, we'll start with your junior shorthorn show. At this time, if I could please have you all rise for our national anthem.
There he is. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress. As we start over here in Ring 1, we'll be starting with our open full-blood female show. I'd like to welcome our judge today. Our judge is Krisha Geffert, resides in Laval, Wisconsin, where her and her husband Shay own and operate Geffert Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist for ADM Animal Nutrition. In addition to the cattle, Kirschkas also have 40 sows and raise show pigs. Krisha was a member of the National Livestock Judging Team at Butler Community College and the Reserve National Champion Team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and ag business. Krisha was named high individual at several national contests and never finished out of the top 10 in reasons in both her junior and senior college judging years. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's welcome our judge for a great Maine-Anjou full-blood show today. Coming out first, we have Class 1 full-blood females. These are animals that are spring heifer calves, calved March 1st, 2020 or later.
Well, thank you, Thomas, and once again, good morning over here in Ring 2. We'll be getting started with your junior shorthorn show. Our judge this morning is Mr. Jimmy Lithlicum. First class in the ring will be class number 1, late spring heifer calves.
Well, good morning. Certainly my pleasure to be here today to evaluate your mains in the open show. And as we start off in the full bloods, I think it's pretty logical. The one that wins out here does so fairly easy in my mind. Really good balance, just a high quality female. She's striking from the side, and her levelness aligns, I think, of elevator to the top side, and then to go with it, she has the most power and substance. From there, I think there's some give and take, and I'm going to use one that for me needs to go just a shot better, but lots of dimension here to this heifer. She's got lots of length and extension. I think she stays leveler from hooks to pins than the next two heifers that come out, and then just has more substance to go with it. Young man here leading out this heifer's got one that's got lots of length and extension. Love the way she's made up through her front, and her neck comes really high out of the top side of her shoulder. We get back to the rear portion of her skeleton. I'd just like to square her up there just a shot, but it's still a nice cow prospect for him. The heifer that rounds out, I don't mind if you like this one in terms of her rib and body, because she is the upgrade over the two heifers above her there. There just isn't as much cow there. I think her best days are yet to come for her. Young lady's single entry here just doesn't take much time to notice as she comes in the ring that she's high quality. Love she's made from a balance standpoint. Very striking and attractive. One that looks like a female yet has good muscle shape. She'll be fun to evaluate as we bring her back out.
Once again, for anybody that is over in this arena trying to see the Simmental Junior show, it is actually going to be over in the PER arena, which is across the road and down one barn, where they show the pen of 3 bulls. So if you're here to see the Simmentals, we ask that you go over there so you can see them Simmentals.
Morning. It's Dad's pleasure to be here this morning to judge the Junior Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus show with you. As most of you know, my father is deaf, completely deaf, and has been so since he was about 1.5 years old, so it's my pleasure to work with him and to give his explanations for you. Really great first class of heifer calves to come out this morning, June, July babies. And you know, a month or month and a half in age difference doesn't sound like a lot, but in this age group it is a lot. And Dad realizes that. He's starting with a heifer that's really, really powerful, and she's a female that some people might think is too powerful. We happen to like our cattle thick, and he likes cattle that have something when you get in front of them and get behind them, and she certainly has that in a natural way because she walks with the same base width, both front and rear, in which she presents herself. This is a heifer that has a challenge ahead of her, though. Her depth and her thickness is there, and it's there all the way through. And the challenge on heifers like that, and we know because we've got them in our barn at home, is to keep their front end together as they grow and mature. And as long as she'll do that, and we think she will, she's going to be really, really competitive for the long haul and a great mother cow. Then we reach down, Dad reaches down to the second place heifer as the youngest in the class. And this girl's a pup compared to the heifers, some of the other heifers in this lineup. We think she has incredible future. It's her front end structure and her angles that really take her over heifer in third. You might concede heifers on either side of her are a little bigger footed, but she's plenty big footed for just a July baby. And the pattern in this heifer and the greenness, which is what she needs to show to us right now, puts her in an incredible spot as she moves into the spring and summer for this young man. The third place heifer hangs right in there in the top group. She's a good deep-sided heifer, incredible spring of rib. She's thick, not quite as thick, naturally thick as the heifer that wins the class, but the trade-off there is that you get a little more smoothness. Dad just felt that the front end shoulder placement was a little tighter in our second place heifer than the third heifer today. The fourth heifer, really nice female, a lot of extension length. Dad wanted me to mention he thinks that heifer's really green, super green, not holding that against her, just a fact today. And he really thinks she's going to be tougher as she gets going. Kind of a bit of background, we got a letter from the Shorthorn Association asking us to keep things brief. We'll be talking the classes down to the top 3 or 4. We won't be talking divisions. We'll be talking division champions when they come back in for grand. Dad has 2 requests for exhibitors, and he asked me to share these with you. First, could you please put your card in the front so that he can see it? Your card in the front with your number. And secondly, just a hot tip as his daughter, he hates hair on heifers' bellies. And on older heifers, if he can't see a heifer's udder, he's going to assume there's a problem. Hot tip. Let's have a great day.
Over here on the full blood side, we have a heifer that's just in her working clothes. What you see is what you get out here, and one that has plenty of dimension to her. For her age, one maybe we could have a shot more performance on, but as she gets out and goes, she handles herself from a flexibility standpoint. Maybe could just make her a shot more striking as we set her into the show ring, but a nice cow prospect for him.
All right, back over here on the Maine-Anjou side and the open full-blood female show, trying to catch up a little bit. Coming out of Class 1, spring heifer calves calved March 1st, 2020 or later. First place went to entry 105, FCF Miss O2H, exhibited by Fancy Creek FM Farms and Prairie Brothers out of Springfield, Illinois. Second place was entry 109, MCCH Little Armalite, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company, Maxwell, Texas. Third place was entry 102, Kickapoo, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company, Maxwell, Texas. And fourth place in that first class was entry 106, Mary Lou, exhibited by Raymond Jones, Fort Worth, Texas. Our exhibitors from Class 2, first place was entry 110, ECC Missy 201H, exhibited by Adelaida Imbersole of Kellerton, Iowa. First place in Class 3 was entry 111. Mary Sue, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company, Maxwell, Texas. We are now on Class 4, which is our final class of full-blood females. Following this, we'll bring all the class winners back in to show for Grand Champion Full-Blood Female and Reserve Grand Champion Full-Blood Female.
Well, and congratulations over here in Ring 2 in your junior shorthorn ring. We have the results from Class 1. First place will go to back number 109, Berg Spotlight Pride, exhibited by Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa. Second place went to back number 104, Compton's Dixie 05H, exhibited by Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Third place went to back number 105, SFF Mona Lisa 0431, exhibited by Evelyn Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. Fourth place went to back number 103, Berg's Carly Rose, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Fifth place in that class went to back number 107, Pem Pinky 24ET, exhibited by Jessica Hobaugh of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class, back number 108, exhibited by Ty Scott, Seminole, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 106, exhibited by Ely Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. And eighth place went to back number 101, exhibited by Talia Ferguson Sanders of Chickasha, Oklahoma. For those of you in the Shorthorn ring following along in your book, placings are as follows for Class 1. 8, 4, 2, 3, 7, 5, 6, 1. Currently in the Shorthorn ring is Class 2, late spring heifer calves.
Again, another single entry over here, and a heifer that I think power is a word that describes her well. Now, not necessarily a word I'd like to lead in discussing females, but she still does it in a ladylike enough package for me. She balances up fairly well, blends herself in terms of her pieces. She's extremely long-bodied, and because of that, as she gets out and goes, she mixes her track by just a shot, but still a high-quality female for him. We'll evaluate her further as we bring her back for the champion drive.
Congratulations, winning Class 4 of the full-blood females. Which of these are the early summer yearling heifers calved May 1 through June 30 of 2019? First place goes to entry 112, FCF, Miss Devastation 93G, exhibited by Tyler London of Creston, Iowa. We'll now bring in all the class winners to show for our grand champion full-blood female.
Wasn't sure what to expect when it came out for the full-blood show this morning, and I think I've been very pleasantly surprised by the quality out here. I think we have these females that represent their classes very nicely, albeit all very different in terms of their type and kind and composition. And so as you get down to it, I still think the decision for me for the champion heifer out here is pretty logical, one that's just really striking from a profile. She's extremely well balanced. She has power and muscle shape, but yet puts it together in a really cowy package with softness of rib and body, and I just appreciate her structural composition as well. I guess from there, the decision for reserve becomes a little closer to me, and I have one that is at a disadvantage from an age standpoint and thus performance, and project her into the future. I still think she's really nice. I question her a little bit in terms of her angles. but again, one that just needs more time, and I think her advantages will come out as she matures. And then I've got another heifer out here that exemplifies the word power. Extremely stout, lots and lots of dimension to her. I said in that particular class, not necessarily words I'd like to lead when we're talking about females, but you get down and evaluate that one. She's got a lot of good to her, tremendously long-bodied, she balances up well, and she's there from a maturity standpoint. And so, again, there's decisions to be made. I'll go out and select the one I think should be your champion and reserve. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations, your grand champion full-blood female comes out of Class 2, entry 110, ECC Missy 201H, exhibited by Adelaida Ebersol from Kellerton, Iowa. Single entry in that class, so she'll pick reserve from the rest. Your reserve grand champion full-blood female comes out of Class 4, entry 112, FCF Miss Devastation 93G, exhibited by Tyler Ludon of Creston, Iowa. That completes the full-blood female. We'll now be going into the open full-blood bull show, starting with Class 5, spring bull calves, calved March 1st, 2020 or later.
Really nice class of May heifer calves. Only 5 calves in the class, but tremendous quality and tremendous differences. One of the closest placings is the top placing in the class, and this is where I'm going to explain to you what Dad sees and kind of walk through these top 3 with you. The first place heifer's not the biggest in the class, but she's the heifer that Dad thinks puts the most good things together. She's really got a good volume to frame ratio in that she's very deep forerib, deep rear rib. She has an expression and shape of muscle, and she's very, very clean in terms of flesh and condition. We could say that second thing about the second place heifer. Dad just thinks that at this particular stage of the game, she steps down on her rear pastern just a little more, with a little more strength. We might like to change her up in her front left foot if we were to get really picky, but she's certainly a nice heifer. The second female is one that strikes Dad as kind of going into that awkward teenager stage. You know, the stage where they start to grow and they take off and all the rest of the world's about to catch up. She's super nicely presented. That's not what we're talking about here. She's got plenty of depth and plenty of springer rib. When she stands, she's a heifer that could easily win the class. When she gets out and moves, she gets a little more awkward today, and that's something that Dad thinks might come together for today. She was a little easier on her rear pastern, not quite as strong up in her loin when she walked, maybe a tick more open at her point of shoulder, but all those are signs or potential signs of a heifer that's in a growth stage and something that would watch for the future, but really a great heifer. The third place female is another heifer he really thinks a lot of. This heifer gets beat and ends up third, not because of her profile, but because it's good, not because of her thickness, because she's thick. She's wider in the front than she is in the back, and we need to reverse that ratio for her to get higher in the class today. Really another good heifer following in here. Heifer's just a little shorter fronted, but absolutely great from her shoulder back. And then a white heifer that follows, super clean, super in her pattern. Really nice female, just not as much heifer there as you look at her and compare her to the top ones in the class today. Great class of May females.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, your junior shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 2 are as follows. First place went to back number 115, Rose's Crystal Rob, 510 HET, exhibited by Annabelle Rose of Clinton, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 113, Double C Myrtle, B090, exhibited by Alexa Turner. Third place in that class went to back number 110, Compton's Foxy Lady 27 HET, exhibited by Jordan Peterson, Stanwood, Iowa. Fourth place went to back number 112, LDB Reckless Miranda 005, exhibited by Lane Blankenship, Orlando, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 385, HPR Rosewood Dawn 43H, exhibited by Madison Hall of Moscow, Kansas. Now in your shorthorn ring will be Class 3 late spring heifer calves.
I think these two bulls represent a lot of good in their own right, but it's still, for me, it's pretty logical to use the bull right in front of me to win the class, just in terms of rib and body and substance. I think he's the upgrade, and then extremely highly presented, too. So from a balance standpoint, really striking a nice bull for him. Young man here again brought another one out that's got some muscle shape. He's in his working clothes in comparison. So what you see is what you get, absolutely. Just gets a little bit rounder off of both ends of his skeleton for me from a balance standpoint, but there's plenty of muscle shape there. He's good in terms of his composition. Let's put our hands together for them as they head on out.
Congratulations over here in the full-blood bull section, calved March 1st, 2020 or later. First place goes to entry 114 FCF Redstone 06H, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farms and Prairie Crumbs, Springfield, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 115 Bulldozer, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company, Maxwell, Texas. We'll now bring in Class 6 junior bull calves, calved January 1st through February 29th, 2020 or later. There's one entry.
Again, on these single entries, we'll evaluate them further as we bring them out for the champion drive, but obviously one worthy of being a class winner. Another highly presented bull that's extremely long-bodied and just extended. To go with that, maybe it comes in pieces sometimes, but when he got him stuck there at the end, he does paint that picture of balance. Like I said, we'll evaluate him further as we bring him back out.
Man, I go to talk and my mask is still on. This takes some getting used to. In this class, there's shorthorn heifers. We have an early May, so it's our late spring heifer class. We've got one more late spring heifer calf class before division. But this is a pretty placeable class at the top. Dad's starting with a heifer that is dancing when she walks, and he's going to need to see her walk before she goes any further. But she's really, really a good heifer, a strong female that handily wins this class with her sheer dimension and volume and quality that goes with that. She's really neatly in her shoulder. For a heifer that carries as much natural thickness and volume as she has, she's got a nice shoulder angle and a nice shoulder-to-body tie-in that works back with plenty of strength up top despite that incredible depth of side that she displays. She's not the thickest heifer we've seen this morning, but she's plenty thick enough. She's a good overall solid female in Dad's opinion. The second place heifer is a babe. She's so green and just green as a gourd, but right in her pattern, and this young man does an exceptional job sticking her. He gets her set. Look at him right now. Her head's up high, she's alert, she's a show heifer, she just needs time. She's a female that's got the structural soundness, she's got the angles in her shoulders, she's got the depth in her fore and rear rib. She's just a good, solid female. Dad felt she was more correct in her front end and her shoulder. Her birth weight EPD is also more what we can handle than the heifer in third. The third place heifer is a good female, though, a female that you like in that she has some pattern to her, some expression and shape all the way through, yet still she's smooth enough to be a solid female in that regard. Final heifer in the class is competitive in terms of frame, in terms of volume relative to frame. We just see more extension overall, a little more cleanliness in profile from front to rear and balance from front to rear when we compare to the top heifers in the class. Congratulations on these early May heifer calves.
As the day progresses, obviously it'll take a little more time to evaluate him, but this guy out here is just rugged, and it starts at his feet and his bones. He gets one that gets out and moves around the ring really well. Stoutness, power of a mature bull, I think a nice one for him, but we'll evaluate him further as well as we bring him back out to select your champion bull.
Congratulations, winning Class 7 full-blood bulls, junior bull, yearling bulls, January through April of 2019, is entry 120 ECC Changemaker 888F, exhibited by Ebersol Cattle Company of Kellerton, Iowa. We'll now bring in all the class winners to show for your Grand Champion full-blood bull and your Reserve Grand Champion. Representing Class 1 was entry 114 FCF Redstone 06H, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farms and Prairie from Springfield, Illinois. Coming out of Class 2 is 116 FCF SVCC War Council 1HET, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farms and Prairie Crows, Springfield, Illinois. And coming out of Class 7 is entry 120 ECC Changemaker 888F, exhibited by Ebersol Cattle Company, Kellerton, Iowa.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Results from Class 3 of our late spring heifer calf division. First place went to back number 120, Stacked WSCC Chelsea 042, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry number 117, JM Dream On 005 ET, exhibited by Joseph Martinez of Live Oak, California. Third place went to entry number 119, SS Myrtle Bow Bubbly 053 ET, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Lorenzo, Texas. And fourth place in that class will go to back number 116, AFVF Carrie Jane's Girl 059 ET, exhibited by Joseph Kramer of Freeman, South Dakota. Now currently in your Shorthorn ring is Class 4, your final class here in your late spring heifer calf division.
Certainly not a lot in terms of numbers in the full blood show, but I do appreciate the history of what you guys are doing here and all of you coming out to exhibit today. Kind of a fun way to start off the show as we evaluate the rest of the open show throughout the day. And I know some of you may not have gone up to Denver or wherever the show was, and I've thought about things a lot lately, and one of the things that's crossed my mind is that in life we are not responsible for our circumstances, but we are absolutely responsible for how we react to them. And so this show was a reaction of people that were in a tough situation, and this is what they made happen for you. So if you're in Texas and you got to come to Oklahoma to show full bloods, that's pretty awesome to me. So my admiration for the people that put this show on, and I appreciate to have the opportunity to be here to sort your show today. And as I evaluate your full bloods for a champion out here, I think all three of these class winners represent differences and each bring advantages over one another. The bull out of Class 1 is one that you have to appreciate just in terms of the way he's made into his forerib, just his rib cage shape and spring, just tons of body here. He's a calf, and he kind of acts like one as he gets him out on the lead. I wish he was just a shot more comfortable as he gets out and goes. Maybe make him just a shot longer hipped, change the angulation up front, but tremendously highly presented one here too, and I made that remark to that gentleman. The calf, or the one out of Class 2 is tremendously long-bodied, and that's how I described him in class. It kind of comes in pieces, but boy, when he gets him stuck and set up, he's really attractive. I wish his bone work matched what he had up high in terms of muscle shape as he comes to the ground, but that's getting pretty critical of one. Then we have the older bull out here, and I said the word that describes him is rugged. I like the way he functions in terms of that hawk and hind leg, sets down on a huge foot, tons of dimension to him. He is one, though, that just what you see is what you get in terms of hair. I think he's really naturally level and attractive in terms of his lines, has that length and extension and performance. Bull right here is going to be my champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion full-blood bull for the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress comes out of Class 7, entry 120, ECC Changemaker 888F, exhibited by Ebersol Cattle Company, Kellerton, Iowa.
I think as these things mature, it will be fun to see the differences between the two bulls here. The one that suits me the best is just being really different in his composition. Young man with a calf is going to be the reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve grand champion for the Cattlemen's Congress 2021 Full-Blood Bull Show goes to entry 114, FCF Redstone 06H, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farms and Prairie Crows of Springfield, Illinois. That concludes our Full-Blood Show. We're going to take about a 10-minute break so they can go back there and take pictures. Our next item that we're going to be judging is the Junior Maine-Anjou High Percentage Females.
Big class in our final class of late spring heifer calves here in the Shorthorn Show, and an easy place to start. Dad likes cattle big, in case you haven't noticed, but he likes them good. He likes them efficient, and he likes them sound. And they've got to put that all in a package. If you just wanted a judge to frame the cattle, you could take their measurements and send them in, and we'd never have to show up here. And that's not the way he does things at home or in the ring. But the heifer that wins the class is plenty big, but she is right. I mean, she is good on all fours. She stands good. She walks well. She's just the kind that has mother cow written all over her in the days long after the show ring is ended for her. So a really great place to start the class. Big advantage there in terms of structure, front end, rear end, all ends, and volume relative to frame in first over second. Dad really likes this white heifer, though. She appeals to him in that she's got tremendous thickness, great deal of spring of rib and capacity. She's a heifer that might be a little tighter up in her heart than the heifer that's placed above, but part of that is just her size. She's going to be a heifer that might be a little of a challenge to keep together on that front end, but as long as she stays together on the front end, she'll continue to be competitive. Just so much more body and depth in that heifer compared to the female in third. This heifer in the third, you get very different impressions of whether you watch her standing, whether you watch behind her, whether you stand behind her, whether you watch her walk. You get completely different views today. She's definitely going through that growth stage. She's a big girl, but she's really thick. This heifer's got something to her. Unfortunately, she doesn't have enough depth of rib to go with her frame. She's got enough depth of rib, but when you get her out here compared to other heifers and look at her volume relative to frame, there's not that overall package. She's a little awkward on her steps at this point, but again, good indicators that she's probably on a mad dash and a growth spurt. We get into another pair of heifers that Dad wanted to mention is very high quality, a little more moderate frame. The fourth place heifer gives up a lot in terms of overall dimension and performance, but a really well-made heifer. Some great heifers in this class for these young folks. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 4, late spring heifer calves. First place will go to back number 123, CF Mona Lisa 099 SOLXET, exhibited by Mackenzie Lottery of Rosie's City, Texas. Second place will go to back number 128, TOF Tequila Sunrise 29 HET, exhibited by Christina Winter of Asheville, Ohio. Third place goes to back number 130, BFS Augusta Pride LL 068, exhibited by Emily Bullum of Austin, Minnesota. Fourth place will go to back number 127, BFCC Bonnie Princess 0760, exhibited by Jared Jones of Amber, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 125, 4KF Lil Foxy, exhibited by Jackson Kinney of Reclaw, Texas. Sixth place goes to back number 124, exhibited by Cal Jones, Amber, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to back number 129, exhibited by Savannah Johnson. And eighth place will go to back number 126, exhibited by Hannah Martin of Edmond, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside for Class 4, placings are as follows: 1, 6, 5, 8, 4, 2, 7, 3. Now in your shorthorn ring, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion division here in the late spring heifer calf division.
We bring these guys back for Get Us Higher, and I think both the gentlemen that run these herds should be commended for keeping the full bloods alive and being enthusiasts and then bringing them out and exhibiting. For the decision between first and second out here, we obviously aligned these things in classes together, and I think that there's just a little bit of a cut in terms of quality out here in a group of them that for me is just really well presented, extremely striking, very balanced, really, really high quality. I'm going to go ahead and use these guys over here for first. You guys will be a close second. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
Back over in our Maine-Anjou arena in the groups for the full blood show. Our champion comes from Fancy Creek Farms, and your reserve champion full blood group comes from Mocola Cattle Company. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them all for a big, good full blood show.
Just a few quick comments so that we don't take up any extra time while Dad selects his reserve late spring heifer calf champion. He really liked the two older heifers that we had out in the ring for spring heifer calf champion. I don't know what he's going to do for reserve, but they were certainly the two in the hunt for him. He just felt that in this heifer that won the second to last class, just a really, really good heifer that's, yeah, she's big, but she's really right. He got to see her move a little more naturally out here in the division championship class. Then he went back to a more moderate frame, but really, really right heifer in reserve. Some other great heifers left standing, but these are the two kind of combination females that if he were going to buy a young heifer and make her a cow, they're his type. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in your shorthorn ring. Your champion late spring heifer calf comes to you out of Class 3. Back number 120, Steck WSCC Chelsea 042, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 123, CF Mona Lisa 09SOLX ET, exhibited by Mackenzie Lawtrey of Rosie City, Texas. Now in your shorthorn ring, we will get started with your early spring heifer calf division. Class 7 will be first in the ring.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Junior Maine-Anjou High Percentage Show. We're going to be starting here with Class 8. Maine-Anjou heifers, spring heifer calves, calved March 1st, 2020 or later. Today, our judge is Jeremy Viator, and she's going to be doing all the lineup for the junior shows. So let's put our hands together and welcome Miss Jeremy for the show.
Sometimes I wish that people in the stands could hear the little things that Dad says to me when he's judging a class, and other times I'm really thankful you don't. But in this particular class, I think we've got some really good cattle. Everything he said in this class was good. He was just kind of down to the sorting, which is what he's here to do. The top heifer in the class is not necessarily the one that grabbed his eye when they first walked in, but when you put it all together, she's the heifer that's the most complete. In this class, she's a heifer that puts together a lot of style and balance, beautiful front end, plenty of depth of rib. She's certainly adequately thick, and I think the thing that Dad likes about the heifer is she walks with the same base width with which she presents when she's standing and when she's set up, and not every heifer in the class can say that. We have some heifers that go wide on their front when they go out, and this heifer kind of stays together. He thinks she's going to be a heifer that's going to be moderate in terms of thickness. She's not the most powerful female we've seen all day, but this is a heifer calf class, not a bull class, and he thinks that she pretty handily wins the class with her advantage in correctness and smoothness up through her front end. The second heifer's one that honestly he considered, and he talked to me about as a heifer that could win the class. He likes her foot size. He likes the fact that this heifer is moderate. She's deep. She's got something to her. She's just really got an advantage. You might very, very readily say she's a little thicker than the heifer that he starts with. Doesn't think she's quite as clean all the way through, but certainly she's adequate in terms of balance. He felt that she was just a deeper made, thicker topped kind of heifer than the female in third, although the heifer in third in many ways follows her type until you get to her top where she tends to weaken a little in her loin, and she tends to gather herself up under just a little at times, not all the time, but sometimes when she walks. But when she stands, you can see really some of the good things about the heifer. She's got tremendous depth. She's got a nice length of hip. And really that second, third pair goes over the next pair of heifers in a pair that some people would flip. And Dad understands that because we've got two really fancy heifers that follow that have better days to come. There's just no doubt about it. And he wants to let these exhibitors know that he thinks there's quality well into this class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations as we start out your early spring heifer calf division over here in the Shorthorn ring. First place will go to entry number 132, JCB Classy Carmel HC 0B11, exhibited by Macy Cook of Perry, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 135, CF Mona Lisa 098 SOLXET, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Third place went to back number 136, TMC Burning Red Crystalline ET, exhibited by Case Glazer of Loyal, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 134, Rose's Sassy 610 HET, exhibited by Georgia Rose of Clinton, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to back number 384, Hale's Orange Girl VR10, exhibited by Dalton Geiger of Bad Axe, Michigan. Sixth place went to back number 137, exhibited by Jocelyn Phillips of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 139, Chloe Carlisle, Amarillo, Texas. And eighth place went to back number 138, Talia Ferguson Sanders of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 8 here in your early spring heifer calf division. We would like to remind everyone that masks are required while here in the arena and back in the barns as well. We certainly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Once again, masks are required while in the show ring as well as in the stands.
Well, this is a relatively smaller class of shorthorn heifers, but we could have 10 more in here and still be studying these top 3 or so. Dad really likes all three of these top heifers. He thinks they're all brew cows in the making. He doesn't know pedigrees. You know, as a judge, you see these cattle for such a short period of time, 10 minutes maybe. You know their sires, you know their dams, you know how they're bred, you know how they're cared for, so much better than we do. But for our look today in the ring, Dad pretty easily settled on the heifer that wins this class. He'd like to see her willingly get out and move better for him today, but when she does move, she plants them correctly. Super sweet fronted, got enough angle of shoulder, plenty of depth of rib, and she really stands well and moves with the same base width with what she presents. She's also about a rib longer than most anything in the class, with a close second maybe being the second heifer. The second heifer is really different in type if you really get to looking at her. Yeah, they're both highly presented. Yeah, they're really correct. Yeah, they're really functional. But the second heifer is a little tighter in her makeup in some ways, partly because she's a really thick-made heifer, and that gives her that. As she softens up and gets more mature, we think we'll like her a little more, especially up over her loin and as she walks out for us. But two outstanding females. There's a third outstanding female right behind them. This heifer's more moderate in her design, but she can get out and really track. She moves with a lot of base width. There's tremendous volume relative to frame in this heifer, almost making her appear a rib shorter when you stand back. But when you really look at her side by side with some of the top heifers, she's as long as most anything except for maybe the first heifer in the class. She's just so deep that is the impression she leaves you with until you really study. She's the kind as a cow that will probably make you have to buy a new chute because she's got so much depth and volume. The fourth place heifer is a really nice pattern female. We just need to see more to her in terms of depth and volume, and we could say many of the same things for our fifth place heifer in this class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
What a great class to start off our Junior Maine show and the high mains here. There's a female that I think, and I'll talk it throughout the entire day, about completeness and the most positive traits, and I think this female does that just for me. She checks the most boxes. She's feminine, she's angular, she's big rib, she's sound, and with all of that, she's still fresh. With that said, the female that stands right behind her, you can say she's just a touch bigger footed, a touch bigger bone, maybe more power to her in terms of her bone work. But when you read that female with the extra power and you combine this with a little bit more boldness to her shoulders, she didn't have quite the inflection at her knee as the one that wins the class. Those things kind of combine and allow me to move her into the second spot. Our class winner is just so complete, so feminine. And then you come back with this female that's a bit more powerful, and I recognize that. Her added advantage over the female in third is simply rib shape. You read her from her chest floor all the way back to her flank. There's more midsection to that female. Let's pull that third female around. When you compare those two, this female is maybe a bit more of what we expect in a high main. In a couple years back, we've been able to build so much more rib into these cattle, and I guess that's what she gives up, is just a little more length in cannon and a little more length of body, and she doesn't have just quite the openness to her midsection. She's a hair lower pinned, a little rounder in her hip, but love the look, love the style to that female. One comes around next, does body down just a bit more. She's softer, she has just a touch more condition. The thing that I'd change in this female is lengthen her front out. Is when you compare her to the female immediately in front of her, she gets just a touch shorter necked and a little plainer about her head. But if you want to talk about cow power and moderation and just openness to her rib, she does all those things really, really well. Next one is one probably more juvenile in the class. She stayed out for a while with these bigger, stouter females. But when you get to watching her and how she handles her front end, she tends to go out on her front feet. She tends to just twist, and how she assembles in the top of her shoulder into her forerib, that transition isn't quite good enough for me today. Next one is one's the most mature in the class. You look at her from a condition standpoint, I'd like to freshen her up in her front 1/3. She's quite a bit heavier in terms of just overall condition, quite a bit more mature. She tends to labor out of her front end. Her neck comes out of her shoulder lower, but still appreciate she's big bodied, she's soft, she's square pinned, lots of good things there to her. We just want to freshen her up there in her front 1/3. Then we get into a couple of females. You know, when you read their structure and read their design, how they're pieced together is just that. They're pieces and parts. They don't assemble together quite as well as we'd like them to. We'd like to see them smoothed up in their transitions. And then we conclude with a pair of females from a structure standpoint, not as quite collected or as nice as I'd like them to be at the ground in terms of how they handle their hind wheels. Great class to start with. A lot of challenges and decisions to make up at the top.
Congratulations on our first class of junior Maine-Anjou females, calved March 1st, 2020 or later. First place goes to entry 103, LJR Miss Melania 2973H, exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman of Hitchcock, Texas. Second place is entry 117, DRIT Hopeful 23H, exhibited by Hayden Glass, Shallow Water, Texas. Third place is entry 111, Enchanted Lady H 7909-05, exhibited by Emma Haynes, Ovid, Colorado. Fourth place is entry 109, EVFM Miss Mafia 521H, exhibited by Hank Hansa of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 101, KMEM Sammy 304H, exhibited by Olivia Ann Bella of McLeod, Oklahoma. Sixth is entry 110, WSCC Miss Audrey 79H, exhibited by Jason Gallion of Hiawassee, Arkansas. Seventh place goes to 108, JESM Maggie 10H, exhibited by Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Eighth is 107, CLA Halley 064H, exhibited by Kenley Carr, Alba, Texas. Ninth place, 102, is CFF S'mores, exhibited by Lillian Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. And rounding out our class in 10th place was entry 349, JCC Harmony 802H, exhibited by Laramie Blakely of Oolaga, Oklahoma. We're now going into class 9, high percentage Maine-Anjou heifers, calved March 1st, 2020 or later.
And over here in your shorthorn ring, we have the results for Class 8 here in your early spring heifer calf division. First place went to entry number 144, CF Rosebud 090UHX, exhibited by Ryan Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place went to entry number 145, MFS Crystal Lulu 43HET, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Third place went to back number 146, Aggle Jazzy 20ET, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of St. Ignatus, Montana. Fourth place went to back number 147, JM Dream On 001ET, exhibited by Joseph Martinez of Live Oak, California. And fifth place in that class went to back number 140, Kay's Monica 073, exhibited by Melinda Bush of Guthrie, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside here in your shorthorn ring, placings were as follows for Class 8. 5, scratch, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now currently in ring 2, your shorthorn ring is Class 9 here in the early spring heifer calf division.
This April class of early spring shorthorn heifers in our junior show, there are several different ways you could place this class, depending on where you're putting your emphasis. Dad's going for that real structurally sound, correct, deep middled, feminine fronted good all-around package that's tied together well, and really structure is super, super important in this particular lineup. The heifer that wins the class is very well presented here in the show ring for us today. She's a real honest heifer in that she gets out and tracks with the same way that she presents herself. This young man gives her head, lets her walk, and really that's her strength. And that's something that is so hard to explain when you're a judge, because so many people look at cattle profiling and they don't look at them move, and that's really where the decisions are made, especially when we really look at details of structure. The second heifer is one that Dad likes real well back to her hip. He likes her heifer in terms of her front end, her angle of shoulders. She's not the thickest heifer, but she's plenty thick enough for a female. But she's a tick shorter from hooks to pins than he'd like to see, and he really needs to see this heifer get out and give some space between her and the heifers around her. The third place female is one that if you just look at her from the side view profile, you could start the class with her and I wouldn't argue with you, and I don't think Dad would either. What gets this heifer and gets her big time, and some people might even put her down further than Dad did today, was her front end. She's just not sound on her front shoulder, her front feet. You'd have to take a look at it from our angle, and I think you can see the thing. But from there back, incredible female, very nicely presented. She's thick, she's long, she's beautiful from that point back. The next heifer, really nice heifer, we get into some more moderate frame females, some heifers. This particular heifer hangs in there and tough in the top end, I have to say. You saw Dad switch a placing, really complete female, just like to see her a little bit more of her. She may be just getting ready to pop and go into another growth stage, and if she does, she can climb up several notches in the class. Good class of females. Let's give these folks a hand.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. We have the results out of Class 9 in your early spring heifer calf division. First place went to back number 154, SS Miss Mirage 039 ET, exhibited by Bentley Ewing of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 156, Highland Pat 053, exhibited by Cooper Lottery of Rosie City, Texas. Third place went to back number 390, KEG Ruby 50H, exhibited by Addison Counts of Warrensburg, Missouri. Fourth place went to back number 148, Sol Red Rose 0460H, ET, exhibited by Madison Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 149, BISH Augusta Pride 015, exhibited by Caitlin Olson of Berlin, Wisconsin. Sixth place goes to entry number 152, exhibited by Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Seventh place went to entry number 150, exhibited by Justin Herlin of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class went to entry number 157, Brooke McKean of Beatus, Texas. For those of you following along ringside, as it reads in your book for class 9, 4, 5, 7, 6, 3, 1, 2, 8. Now over here in ring 2, your Shorthorn ring is class 10 in your early spring heifer calf division.
You know, I think we're seeing a third to half the show in these calf classes here in the Shorthorn show, and boy, we're seeing some good cattle. This heifer that Dad's starting with, he wanted me to tell you, and he said this right before I turned the microphone on. This isn't the biggest heifer in the class, and she's not the biggest heifer we've seen all day, and we'll probably see various shapes and forms and sizes we already have. But she's just the best heifer in the class. She's the most correct in terms of condition. She's really fresh. She's got a good angle of shoulder and a nice tight angle of shoulder, whereas the second heifer tends to be just a tick straight in her shoulder. When she gets out and moves, if you don't like that, I don't know what to do to help you, because she just really works out and walks extremely well on all fours. The second female in the lineup, a super long-sided female. You can't overlook this heifer. She's big any way you look at her, but not too big, because she's thick and she's got the depth and spring of rib enough to accompany her frame. She's definitely a contender in this class, and she was one of the two that Dad told me as they walked in he was looking at. At this point, she's at that age where she's starting to look, compared to some of the fresher heifer to start with, like she's carrying enough condition, not too much, but we don't want to see her carry any more. Dad prefers the freshness for this age of calf that he sees in the first place female. Another pretty fresh female is a heifer in third. This heifer is one that shows that she has some fleshing ability, but she's still on the right side of it. She's a good, correct, complete heifer that's got some thickness, yet some depth and volume and cowiness about her. She hangs right in there overall. As you compare her to the top two, she doesn't have quite the stretch or quite the smoothness out through hooks, pins, and hip, but part of that is the incredible thickness that this heifer shows at this young age. Then we get into a smaller set of heifers that give up some performance to those top few. They can come on. We don't know their pedigrees, but we like to wish all these juniors good luck with their heifers.
Well, congratulations again over here in your Shorthorn ring. First place in Class 10 will go to back number 164, Tad Margie's Royal Commodity 5HET, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Second place will go to back number 161, Steck Chelsea RM014, exhibited by Rosemary Thompson of Gilman, Iowa. Third place will go to back number 387, LDB Melania Carmen 003ET, exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 158, HF5 Genie 320, exhibited by Nicole Bartholomew of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 163, Lazy B Brook B02, exhibited by Morgan Brooks of Venus, Texas. And sixth place in that class will go to back number 160, exhibited by Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska. As it reads in your book, 4, 6, 2, 5, 1, 3. Now over here in your Shorthorn ring will be Class 11 in your early spring heifer calf division.
This is a bit like judging fifth grade boys. They're all shapes and sizes and all kinds of pieces and parts, and they're going through different growth stages. And just, as I think about these high mains, and they're cattle that we're going to build from in terms of foundational type cattle, and that's what came to my mind is which female would I want to build from? And as I watched the cattle go away from me, as I watched the cattle on a side profile in terms of structure and movement, there's one female that's really consistent in terms of hitting the mark, and that's our class winner. And she's one that, for me, you know, she's pushing on terms of where she is size-wise, but I don't mind that at all because she's a good one. And when you read her structure and you read the slopes and angles, and then you combine this with the mass that you see, the base width as she travels away from me, I think all those things are really appropriate. Yes, she's a little rounder at the top of her shoulder. She's bolder at the top of her scapula there, but her neck comes high and she's not bold at the point of her shoulder. So what that tells me simply is that she has some muscle and some mass, and when puts those cattle with that much muscle and mass, when you have some shoulder when you have some mass behind, you're going to have some shoulder in front. So it's just all the pieces and parts, but how she holds that mass together, blends, she's the one that wins the class for me, particularly from a base width advantage. Female in second, we give up a lot in her front 1/3 because she gets pretty plain for me. She's deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, not nearly as attractive there in terms of how she ties in from her shoulder right into her spine, and that's the advantage that our class winner had. But again, she's big-footed, she's stout-made, she's round in her rib, and when you watch her go away from you, she has true base width, and I think that's to her advantage, so she's a kind of a logical fit. The more attractive female comes around here in third, and if she could move out of her front end as well as those two in front of her, I think she runs at them pretty hard. But when you study this female and you watch her, she tends to just labor out of her front end just a little bit more, doesn't have the ease and reach and flex out of her knee and the correctness of shoulder slope, and that's getting pretty nitpicky on a good one. You could stretch her out maybe in terms of length comparative to the ones right in front of her, right behind her, but I had to make some decisions, and I don't think she's quite as far reaching out of her front end as the ones in front of her. Big, stout, red female, if we only judged them from the side profile, she probably hunts towards the top of the class. I love that from the side profile, when you look at her, she's long in her lines, level in her hip. What disappoints me in her is you watch her go away from you, she gets pretty narrow in her base. She's not as consistent in terms of how she handles her hock. Wants to rotate those hocks in, just not as much lower base width. Female comes around here, gets a little plain. She still has the same power and shape of the ones in front of her, but just doesn't hold together quite as nice in terms of her balance. Same thing with this next female, the white-bellied female. She tends to drop her pin some. We want to raise her up at her hip, appreciate that she's long, extended, attractive from the side. Just want to change her there in that pin set of how she, when she goes away, wants to drop underneath. And then we get into a pair of shorter-fronted females that have some condition, pretty cowy in their kind. Just want to lean them up a bit through their front 1/3, make them more attractive, freshen them up some. Move into some cattle that get a bit stiltier in their shoulder. Young lady's female that goes away here. Doesn't have just the reach and the flex off of both ends we want to see. Young man's female, same thing. Want to lean her up, give her more ease out of her front end. She's a little lower neck, lower fronted female. And then we get into some cattle that aren't as appropriate for me at the ground. Need to give them some more softness at the ground.
This class of shorthorn heifer calves, we've got 4 early spring heifers, March heifers, probably the smallest class we've had so far this morning, but a good class of heifers. Real obvious place to stop, in my dad's opinion, with a heifer that is larger frame but not so big as to be in the extreme category. She's still useful. She's got adequate depth in this class. In this particular class, she's also a thick-made heifer, just by far the most complete profile with a stronger top line and a more neat lay-in in every one of her joints in terms of flexibility than the second heifer. The second heifer is a powerful female. This is a good moderate-sized female that's big enough, but she can work in lots of different environments. And this size deal is a double-edged sword, because here in the show ring we see the top of the tippy top of the top 3% of registered cattle. And you know, whether you want them bigger or smaller, we're right on the line of Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma. And if you go east of us 30 miles, people want a frame score smaller than they want in our backyard. So it's very, very different depending on the forage that you have available. At our place, our cows never see a drop of feed in the winter rather. They see hay and mineral, and that's it. So we've got to have cows that were efficient. We think she'll be efficient. She's not as smooth in her front. She's not as tidy in her top, but she's a good, thick, deep-sided female. The third heifer is very attractive, very well presented. She's a heifer that when you just look at her profile, you really like her. We just need to see a little more heifer of her, a little more total heifer here to place her higher in terms of thickness, in terms of performance. But she's more correct in her structure and her pattern and our fourth place female in this particular class.
Back over here on the Maine-Anjou side, in Class 9 Maine-Anjou Spring Heifer Calves, those that were born in April, first place goes to entry 125 CSCCTF Black Beauty 20H, exhibited by Journey Harris of Lubbock, Texas. Second place goes to entry 124 Bo Tay, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place is entry 361 TTF Miss Hazel 16H, exhibited by Aubrey Wagner of Onarga, Illinois. Fourth place is entry 114 GRC Hads Savage ET, exhibited by Ty Goss, Leedy, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 359 Bo Jody, exhibited by Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 220 BBR Sydney 902 HET, exhibited by Emily Thornson of Glenville, Minnesota. Seventh place is entry 116 Holtcamp Bracy 1HET, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes, Ada, Oklahoma. Eighth place is entry 123 WSCC Yissy ADH, exhibited by Blake Jansen, Amber, Oklahoma. Ninth goes to 122 Barton's Harper H011. Kirsten Helsemeyer of Gerald, Texas was the exhibitor. 10th place was entry 118 WSCC Darlene 86H, exhibited by Jason Galian of Hiawassee, Arkansas. 11th place was entry 121 EVFM Miss Zone 230H, exhibited by Dexter Small, Neodesha, Kansas. 12th place is entry 115 SCHG Festive Lady 045H by Sarah Rimple, Athens, Texas. And rounding on our class was entry 119 Barton's Abbey H012, exhibited by Kayla Eaton of Troy, Texas. If you're following along in your programs, the entries were 4, 12, 7, 5, 10, 13, 1, 6, 11, 9, 3, and 8. We're now exhibiting the third class of the calves that are calved March 1st, 2020 or later. This is the March class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. First place in Class 11 will be back number 170, DSC Max Rosa HC 313HET, exhibited by Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place will go to back number 169, NR Myrtle Bow 459HET, exhibited by Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa. Third place in that class will go to back number 166, AFVF 10 Queens ET, exhibited by Genevieve Kramer of Freeman, South Dakota. And fourth place out of Class 11 will be entry number 165, RSF Dream Lady 11HET, exhibited by Alexa Lane of Jay, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 12 in your early spring heifer calf division.
This is the kind of March heifer calf class that just makes you smile because you find so many good shorthorn heifers in this class that have so much to offer. Having said that, the heifer that Dad started with is one that he found when she first walked in the gate, and he told me so. He said, "We got to check her, but I think she's the one." And he was more convinced as the class went on, and he got a chance to watch her walk. This is a heifer that's incredibly sound as she stands. She's long-sided, starting up in her front end. She has a neat lay-in from her neck to body junction. She comes back with some strength of top, and that's especially important when we get into these older heifers that are so deep and have so much length to support. And she does that, and she does it with style and with correctness. Dad feels that she's longer in her stride than the red heifer that follows. Beautiful red heifer in terms of profile. You like her angularity, but when you get behind her, she's surprisingly thick. And she's a female that really has some expression and shape in her side. And certainly that's something that you might not have thought when you first looked at the class from the side. But really her stride, lengthening that just a bit, would take her up a notch. She's a little bit longer side in this heifer in third. Dad loves this third place heifer as well. He really thinks she's a good one. She's correct on all fours, and she's got a tremendous amount of base width to her. This heifer is one that has a lot of depth, a lot of volume. She's a rib shorter than the two heifers above her, and I think that's the one thing you could say in a comparative sense, but certainly a great young brood cow as well as show heifer in the making. We get into some other heifers in this class that have really got some quality. We've got a couple heifers that follow that may be a little looser in their neck body junction, but really deep-sided, good, soggy kind of heifers to work with, and then a couple heifers that give up some performance. Really interesting set of females, great top end in this March class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 12. First place will go to back number 172, CSF Margie's 058HCXT, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 175, SFF Caroline 017WET, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Third place went to back number 173, exhibited by Taylor Atkinson of Davis, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 178, Benjamin Nickel of McPherson, Kansas. Fifth place will go to back number 171, Carly Goetz of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Sixth place in that class went to back number 177, exhibited by Heath Kaiser of Gothenburg, Nebraska. And seventh place out of Class 12 went to back number 176, exhibited by Brooke McKean of Beatus, Texas. For those of you following along ringside, placings are as follows for Class 12 here in your Shorthorn ring. 5, 1, 3, 2, 7, 6, 4. Now currently in ring 2 is Class 13 in your early spring heifer calf division. This will also be your final class before we select our division champion in reserve.
really fun top end of this class to evaluate, and some subtle differences when we get into these top 4 cattle, and they're so good in terms of just structure, and then you begin to analyze them from some really small details. I'm going to give up a little bit of power in our class winner in terms of true muscle read, but when I look at her in terms of freshness and still being really nice at the ground and having enough muscle shape, I think just the added freshness that she has through her front 1/3, a little bit leaner in her condition, she holds her top together better. I think those small things allow her just to ease herself to the top. Now, the advantage of the female in second is in strength right behind her shoulder. There's more muscle shape right behind her shoulders. You read her out of her top. She's one I'd like to lean up just a little bit, particularly from the top of her neck to the base of her neck. She's a little deeper than our class winner. Lean her up in her condition. Young man, we need to keep that female loined a little bit. There's times where she wants just not quite right in her hip out here. But those two are really nice in terms of soft, good cows coming down the road, as is the next one. And I think you read this female, the basics are right. She gets a little plainer, and you read her through the top of her shoulder, and a little rounder in her shoulder, and a little rounder through the lower part of her neck, a little plainer rather through the lower part of her neck, but still high quality, good, sound moving, big footed female that you really have to like. Next female I pulled in, and you analyze her compared to the 3 in front of her, she's shorter sided. She's shorter in her hip and shorter from the point of her shoulder up into her pole. Just want to lengthen that female out because she keeps the quality at the ground as the ones in front of her. Just want to stretch her out. Next female earned her spot because of her soundness. As you watch this female, when she hits the ground, her tracks hit correctly. She gets out and moves. A little lower fronted, plainer fronted female compared to the next two. The next two females, I want to change them in their structure, how they get off their hind wheels. Want to give more flex and reach to this female. She gets a bit tighter in her hock. Love the power that that female has. Big, shapely, big hip kind of a female. Same thing with this next one. You watch her, and it starts up in her spine. She's shorter in terms of how she gets out of her hip. Want to give her more length and extension there. We get into some cattle here that get a little plainer in their balance, give up some eye appeal in terms of how they assemble the parts and how they get out and go. Just want to change them for their structural integrity.
Congratulations. Results for Class 10. First place is back number 130, GOF Miss Princess 210H, exhibited by Clint Maine of Seymour, Indiana. Second place is entry 137, BBR Harmony 901H from Turner Longacre of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 138, Why Not So Sweet Holly 50H, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Fourth place, 129, is BKMT Hand Delivered 009H, exhibited by Hunter Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 135, VC Hot Mess 023H, exhibited by Virginia Merritt, Altus, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes to 134, JPV Miss Ivy Rose 6H, exhibited by Veda Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado. Seventh is 132, CGCC Heavenly Made 132H, exhibited by Gentry Weatherford of Athens, Texas. Eighth goes to entry 136, MLL Something Special 019H, exhibited by Maylee Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Ninth place is entry 140, Miss Maine Aim Moana, exhibited by Drew McCullough, Alberton, Iowa. 10th place is entry 128, Miss Maine Aim Paisley, ET, coming to us from Adrian Bryant of Fulton, Missouri. And 11th place was entry 127, Mary Lou, exhibited by Raymond Jones of Fort Worth, Texas. Following along your programs, placings were 11, 10, 4, 1, scratch, 7, 6, 5, 8, 2, 3, 9, and scratch. That now brings us into our junior heifer calves, January 1st through February 29th of 2020.
In this class of March shorthorn heifer calves, we've really got some interesting placings here and some give and take, but the heifer that Dad's starting with is the one that is real middle of the road in terms of frame, super sound, super correct, gets out and walks like she owns the place, and that's really what takes her to the top of the class. You add the niceness of pattern that this heifer has and that she's clean enough through her front. She's not the thickest heifer we've seen all day, but she's plenty thick enough for a female. She's got some depth, she's got some volume, and for a March heifer calf, she's still fresh, and for us that means a lot. The second place heifer is an outstanding heifer, and it was a close call in many ways in this placing. She's a bigger girl, and that's the first thing you notice about her. You love her length, you love her extension. She's not quite as square as she steps down on her front leg today, but again, we're seeing them for 10 minutes. She's just got a nice hip, nice pattern to her, just not quite as smooth in her parts in the way she's walking for us today, and that could be lack of a show ring experience at this young age. When we get into the third heifer, this is a heifer that Dad really, really likes as well. These top three were tough for him. He likes this heifer because of her sheer depth, volume, and thickness. He thinks she's got brew cow written all over. From a show ring combination perspective, when you've got the first two heifers out here, she doesn't look quite as fresh today up through her front end, or maybe as in terms of her condition. She's not overly fat. I'm certainly not saying that. She just doesn't look quite as fresh as, say, that top heifer does today, but a solid, solid female. Some good heifers will work down into the class. You can see that we give up some performance as we go through placings, but an interesting class, a lot of give and take in those top three. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 13. First place will go to back number 180, KRLE Mary Rose 015, exhibited by Kellyanna Mills of Murphys, California. Second place will go to back number 183, AF Marvelous Mirage 02004 ET, exhibited by Taylor Bacon of Hiawatha, Kansas. Third place will go to back number 184, SS Max Rosa Magic 019 ET, exhibited by Cash Lehrman of Spencer, South Dakota. Fourth place will go to back number 179, JCB Princess Ella ND 0B03, exhibited by Maggie Elder of Canton, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 181, BWR Jillian, exhibited by McKenna Brower of Applington, Iowa. Sixth place will go to back number 182, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas, Pikeville, Tennessee. Seventh place goes to back number 394, Elliot Lowe of Chickasha, Oklahoma. For those of you following along in your book for Class 13 in your Shorthorn ring, placings are as follows: 4, 7, 1, next page, 5, 6, 2, 3. Now here in ring 2, we are bringing in all of your first and seconds to select a champion reserve out of the early spring heifer calf division in your Shorthorn show.
as Dad picks his reserve champion, the tremendous set of March and April heifer calves, let's give all the exhibitors in this Shorthorn division a big hand. This is a tough one to win a class in, let alone to win the division. The heifer that he's choosing for division champion is a March heifer. This is a heifer that he absolutely fell in love with in class. He's fallen in love with a couple others, by the way. But when you get her out here, she not only looks big and square-hipped, deep-sided, but she can get out and move for us. She's extremely well presented. He's going to work on reserve, but I can tell you there are a handful of heifers in this class and in the classes, in some classes deep into the class, that he was very impressed with, and he wishes all these young exhibitors all the best with these heifer calves. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Coming out of your early spring heifer calf division champion will go to back number 172, CFCSF Margie 058 HCXET, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. And reserve champion will go to back number 170, DSC Max Rosa HC 313HET, exhibited by Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. And now in your Shorthorn ring, we will get started with Class 16 out of your junior heifer calf division.
I asked this young man what his heifer's name was, and he thought about it for a second, and he said, I think it's Heartbreak. I think he's going to be the heartbreaker of the bunch down the road. These three females hit me really hard, and particularly, I'll be honest, the young man's female has kind of been at the top of the class in my mind the whole way, and then I just had to sort the differences, and there is some differences in the top three. What I see in his female is she's the fresh one. She's so long-sided and still attractive and big-footed and stout at the ground. She's the truest on her hind leg. When you watch her go away from you, she's the squarest and the truest. Now, to get all of that freshness and look and still have enough rib, I'm giving up some right behind her shoulder, but I think this female come Junior National Times next summer, oh, Katie, bar the door, she's going to be fun. Taking nothing away from the two right behind her because they're a little cowier, a little softer in their rib, and I guess that's the advantage I see in the second female. She is more opened up right in her forerib, right behind her shoulder. Just beautiful in terms of the transition that she has. I change this female when she gets to going sometimes off of her hind wheels. She wants to rotate her hocks in just a little bit. She's just not as comfortable on her hind foot placement as that one that's right there in front of her. But I love the pattern, the rib shape, the design of that female. And the one in third is just like her, only a smaller, shorter-sided package as we compare her to the ones right in front of her. So that's what I want to do, is just stretch her out. Love her as a cow. I think there's lots of quality, lots of good build there. Next female comes around. When she stops, she tends to stretch her front end out a little more. And she's one, man, if you can't love this female's rib shape for just good doing kind of cattle, boy, we have a problem because she is so big bellied and so big bodied. But where I want to change her is the design of her shoulder. She gets a little bolder in terms of how she is in her shoulder. She's deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck. We want to change that female there. Not quite as nice as she goes away from us, but big-bodied, soft, easy-doing, good kind of cattle there. Female comes around here is one that doesn't hold herself together as well. She gets a little more open over the top of her shoulder when you watch her on go. Just a little stiltier at her hock. She hits her track, but still not quite as given and flexing as I'd like to see out of her hock. We'd like to change that. Attractive female comes around neck. We love necks. We love how her neck comes out high out of her shoulder. And I like her probably better when she's stopped than when we get her on the go. Again, one of those ones that doesn't quite have the designed her hind leg maybe as I'd like. Want to give her just a bit more flex off of her hind wheels. Then we get into some cattle that get a little plainer up to their front 1/3. Want to change their design there, pretty them up, give them a touch more femininity, but touch more look to them. And then we conclude with some cattle that I want to change their mobility off of their hind leg structure or just their structural integrity.
Congratulations. Results over in the Maine-Anjou side. Heifers calved January through February. First place goes to entry 148 CMCC Heartbreaker 081H, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 156 DUP Heart to Heart 004H, exhibited by JC Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. Third place goes to 157 BKMT Heart and Soul 008H, exhibited by Cassidy Barker, Kearney, Missouri. Fourth place is entry 152, MCKY Remy 0911, brought to us today by Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 154, BKMT Horizon 021H, come to us from Hunter Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 151, CMC Hot and Spicy 024H, shown by Devin Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. Seventh place is entry 144, LJR BF CPC Miss Corona 707H, exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman, Hitchman, Texas. Eighth place is entry 155, BKMT Heartbreaker 007H, exhibited by Dustin Fonte of Medill, Oklahoma. Ninth place goes to entry 367, TTTS Miss CC 1H, exhibited by Hannah Muir of Humboldt, Iowa. 10th place is entry 150, Miss Maine-Aim Pearl ET, exhibited by Jillian Bryant, Fulton, Missouri. 11th place was entry 147, Miss Maine-Aim Elsa, exhibited by Madison McCullough, Allerton, Iowa. Our exhibiting class for that goes 7, 11, 1, 10, scratch, 6, 4, 9, 5, 8, 2, and 3. We now have class 12 Maine-Anjou Junior Heifers, February and January. Going after this will be our Junior Heifer Calf division.
Class of junior heifer calves over here on the shorthorn side. We've got really 5 or so really good heifers in this class. The heifer that Dad starts with, though, pretty handily wins the class when you really start analyzing bits and pieces. Yes, she's big, she's long-sided, she's long-hipped, she has adequate depth in body, but she gets out and moves with more correctness and length of stride than any heifer in the class. Specifically compared to the heifer in second, she's longer-bodied and thicker just any way you want to look at it. The second heifer goes over the female in third in somewhat of a closer placing. There are times when the second place heifer moves really well, but when she gets in a hurry, she tends to be a little shorter in her stride off her rear wheels. And that kind of pinches her down just a little in her loin. If you see her in a slower stride, she seems to stride out pretty well. Nevertheless, Dad felt she was more correct in her hip structure than our really nicely presented heifer in third. She's a deep-ribbed, thick-made, kind of female, but she tends to not look quite as feminine or as angular as the top two, particularly the top heifer in this class. The fourth heifer, Dad thought more closely followed her type than the heifer in fifth. She's a moderate frame female, but a nicely patterned female with a lot of depth and volume. She's got a little extra set to her hind legs, but we would always rather have a little extra set than have a hind leg too straight, so we're not going to hold that against her. A heifer that I really liked, and frankly I asked Dad about, was this roan heifer in fifth. And he likes her too. He likes her front end, he likes her extension, he loves her pattern. He just wants to see a little more thickness to her, and he says if she'll stouten up a little as she gets older, he could see her moving up a few notches in this class. But definitely a strong set of junior heifer calves.
Over in the main ring, we have just a pair of females, and both females are big-bodied, stout-ribbed, so you have to decide there in terms of structure. And the female that wins the class, obviously, she has a performance advantage. When she's stopped, boy, she gives you a killer look. She's not perfect when she gets on the go. She's fighting a young lady just a little bit, but when you read her in terms of slopes and angles, I think she's sound enough, one that's going to be pretty competitive. Young lady's female in second. Well, again, we like her forage efficient look, soft, easy-bodied. Want to lengthen that female up just from end to end, give her more extension to her front, more extension to her hip, give her a bit more slope and angulation off of both ends.
Congratulations. Results for Class 12 Maine-Anjou's heifers calved in January of 2020. First place goes to entry 159, TTTS Willow 3H, exhibited by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 160, PKL Lauren 25H, brought to us today by Cassie Kelly of Tahlequah, Oklahoma. We'll now be bringing in all of our class winners to show for champion junior heifer calf. Coming out of Class 1, our class winner was entry 103, LJR Miss Melania 2973H, exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman of Hitchcock, Texas. First place out of Class 9 was entry 125, CSCCTF Black Beauty 20H, exhibited by Jorney Harris of Lubbock, Texas. And winning Class 10 was entry 130, exhibit GOF Miss Princess 210H, exhibited by Clint Maine, Seymour, Indiana. Exhibiting the winning heifer out of Class 11 was entry 148 CMCC Heartbreaker 081H, brought to us by Coy Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. And like I said, winning that last class was entry 159 TTTS Willow 3H, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Second places in those classes, entry 117 DRIT Hopeful 23H, out of Class 8, exhibited by Hayden Glass, Shallow Water, Texas. Second place out of Class 9 was entry 124 Bo Tay, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Coming out of Class 10, your second place was 137 BBR Harmony 901H, exhibited by Turner Longacre of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Out of Class 11, your second place was entry 156 DUP Heart to Heart 004H, brought to us today by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. And second place out of that last class was entry 160 PKL Lauren 25H, exhibited by Cassie Kelly, Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. The results out of Class 16 junior heifer calves. First place will go to back number 188, AF Marvelous Mirage 2001 AT, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 192, exhibited by Callie Turner of My mistake on that. Second place in Class 16, back number 192, went to Callie Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. Third place went to back number 190, Little Cedar WF Cumberland 20, exhibited by Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place in that class, back number 189.
Over in the Shorthorn side, another good set, really good set of junior heifer calves. An obvious place to start, in Dad's opinion, with a heifer that's really fresh in this dark red female. She's fresh, she's thick, she's deep, she moves well. So I don't think we need to say much more than just that package that we've got right in front of us. For second and third, we get into a pair of heifers that are certainly functional and useful. The second heifer, super deep-sided, looks like an easy keeper. She's showing enough condition. She's not fat, but she's showing enough condition for this age, certainly, as we get into heifers that are just now a year of age. Love her Springer rib, love her overall capacity and her volume to frame ratio. That's a real big plus for her compared to the heifer that stands behind her in third. The third heifer is starting to look like she's carrying just a little more condition than ideal. It might be the way she's made. She's not quite as extended up through her front as the heifers above. But like the heifer just ahead of her, this heifer has a good volume to frame ratio. She looks efficient. She's one of those females that's got some depth of rib, some spring of rib, and she's one that you might like to pull apart just a little more from hooks to pins to make her more like that second heifer. Then we move into a couple females that give up a lot of capacity today. We're definitely in that growing stage from really the Januaries down to the October fall calves is where we sometimes see those big growth spurts, and we may be seeing that in these two calves today. Congratulations to these exhibitors in the junior heifer calf class.
Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for the quality that we've seen here in the first division of Maine's. Wow. And I think you can begin to see what I look for. The cattle are going to be really complete. They're going to be fresh, going to be sound, get out and go, and just have some look to them. I'm going to go out and pick the two that hit me the hardest.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion. It's out of class 11, entry 148, CMCC Heartbreaker 081H, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. That brings in your second place, entry 156, DUP Heart to Heart 004 to show for reserve. And your reserve champion comes out of the same class, entry 156, DUP Heart to Heart 004H, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. That concludes our junior heifer calf division. Next class in the arena will be class 13, winter heifer calves, calved from November 1st through December 31st of 2019.
And congratulations back over here in your Shorthorn ring. We have the results from class 17. First place in class 17 will be back number 200, exhibited by Benjamin Nickel of McPherson, Kansas. Second place went to back number 202, exhibited by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Third place went to back number 197, exhibited by Hunter Lehman, Seminole, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 199, exhibited by Madison Reeves of Pinkett, Arkansas. And fifth place went to back number 198, exhibited by Cade Lott of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Now in your Shorthorn ring is class 18, our final class here in your junior heifer calf division.
Didn't get a chance earlier to complete the introduction of our judge. Today's evaluator is Jeremy Viator. Jeremy comes to us from the College Station area, and she works in Tomball, Texas. She is the National Marketing Manager for Westway Feed, and she got her education at Texas A&M University. She owns cattle of multiple breeds across the country and prides herself in breeding and marketing cattle that work in both the show ring and the pasture. Jeremy and her mother operate a small cow-calf operation together near College Station. She grew up in South Louisiana, where she was a member of the livestock judging team at Texas A&M also. Jeremy has judged at the NAILE, the NAIL, the Louisville Show, the National Western, Houston Livestock Show, Fort Worth, and many other shows, both domestic and internationally. Let's put our hands together and give Miss Jeremy a big welcome from Oklahoma.
In our last class of junior heifer calves, before Dad picks the division champion, we've got a good set of 5 heifers, but there's some give and take here. The heifer he's starting with is the combination in this class as a female that is longer sided, thicker topped, especially over loin edge than the heifer in second. A female that presents herself with enough base width and walks with the same base width when she tracks to you and away from you. The second place heifer is a lean heifer. She's very clean and trim up through her front end. We love her depth of side, very, very cowy. You can kind of see a long line of good cows behind her. Today she's just going through again, and we've got heifers in our own string like this in this age group. They start to open up a little in their shoulder and loosen up a little bit in their top as they walk away from you. And then they seem to come back together in another month or two once that growth spurts through their system. But she's really a good functional female, a heifer that Dad likes very well. There's so much more power in her as you compare to the heifer in third while still maintaining the presence of femininity and profile. The third heifer is a really nice female in terms of balance. She's super well presented today. She's got a lot of smoothness as you follow her from one body junction to the next. She's not quite as deep. She's not quite as cowy looking as the first 2 heifers in the class today, and that's a relative thing that the score may even out as they go down the road 2 or 3 months. The fourth heifer is one that again is very nicely presented. Another dark red heifer, long-sided, got plenty of thickness, adequate depth. Like to change her and how she steps down in her rear pattern. That's really the thing that Dad wanted me to mention about our 4th place female today. At this point, we'll bring back our class winners, I guess, to compete for our junior heifer calf champion in the Shorthorn Show.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 18. First place will go to back number 208, exhibited by Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. Second place will go to back number 206, Maggie Potter of Pikesville, Tennessee. Third place went to back number 386, Madison Hall of Moscow, Kansas. Fourth place went to back number 203, Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. And back number 207 will be 5th place, Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Now entering ring 2 are all of your first and second placings out of your junior heifer calf division.
I think if 4 people started this class, you'd have about 5 different placings. And there's not one female that just hits all the marks or checks all the boxes. So you have to compromise in several places. And I think the one that, combines probably freshness and having some curvature and some cowiness to her rib shape is the one that wins the class. She's not the longest strided. She's not the leanest, but I think she's lean enough. I think she's long enough strided. So she wins the class for me. And I'd lean that female that stands in second up there. You see some conditions starting to settle on her, just underneath her neck. She's one that's big-bellied, soft-middled, still nice enough in terms of how you read her from behind, in terms of stoutness and thickness. And that additive rib shape is the advantage she has over this one that comes next. Love the freshness of this female. The young lady leads here. Beautiful and attractive from the side, but boy, she sure gives up a lot of midsection when you look at her in comparison comparative to the cattle that stand on either side of her. Just want to give her more depth, more openness at her forerib. She's a tick hard rib for me. And then the one that's a real challenge for me concludes the class because she's the powerhouse. She's the big stout top square pin female. But really for me in terms of movement today, she's pretty restricted. I see it up in her spine, and then as she comes to the ground, just not comfortable as she's getting out and going here. Want to see that female a bit more refined through her head, but still a powerhouse nonetheless.
Congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou side, Class 13. First place goes to entry 261, RRRC Victoria 43 AG, brought to us by Parker Schwartz of, and I apologize on this one, Lacingen, Kansas. That's a big one. On second place in that class is entry 165, BK Guessied Up 9016G, exhibited by Jade Stone of Stanton, Texas. Third place is entry 164, WLK Candy Kisses 23G, exhibited by Paisley Amos of Gentry, Arkansas. And fourth place is entry 162, TLLC Countess 927G, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. We're now ready for Class 14 Maine-Anjou Senior Heifer Calves, September 1st through October 31st of 2019.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Our judge has selected his champion and reserve in your Junior Heifer Calf division. Champion will come out of Class 18, back number 208, CF Mona Lisa 002 SOLXET, exhibited by Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. And reserve champion is going to come out of Class 17, back number 200, CF Max Rosa 025 EVXET, exhibited by Benjamin Nickel of McPherson, Kansas. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And in ring 2, we'll get started with our first class in your winter heifer calf division, Class 21.
Really nice class of winter heifer calves here in our shorthorn ring. Dad felt that he had an obvious place to start, and his description with a very solid sound heifer that is really good in her movement, deep in her side, thick in her pattern, yet feminine in her profile. So she really puts together the pattern that we like to see with the flesh and condition and yet still freshness at this age. A lot more power and depth and spring of rib as you view from the side compared to the heifer in second. And this is not to take anything away from the heifer in second. She has some depth, she has some volume, but at this particular stage, as she starts to go into that yearling realm, she needs to show us just a little more punch in terms of that overall expression and shape. As we compare to the heifer in third, Dad felt she was a little longer sided, a little more smooth in her shoulder. The third place heifer is one that has really got some usefulness about her, looks like a real easy doing kind of female that you like when you stand behind her. She's got some length of hip, some spring of rib, but she tends to look a little off kilter when you get back and really look at her against others in the class from the side view. She's starting to look a little heavier in the front, lighter in the rear in terms of that overall balance perspective. So really a good class of females. I won't get into a lot of details from here. Again, Dad has been given instructions from the Shorthorn Association to emphasize the top 3 or so in the class in terms of not placings, but in terms of talking them in the interest of time. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Two females that are really contrasting in their type and kind at the top of this class. And the first thing I'll say is the class winner, she's plenty big, but when you have one that has this much good, it doesn't bother me. And there's some structural differences between the two females. I love the power that this female has, in both in terms of her foot shape and design and bone and muscle, and still to be flat in her shoulder. And her shoulder advantage is that she has more slope to her shoulder, more inset at her knee. I think she has a better reach out of her front end for a big female as compared to the one that's in second. That's just a good, big, stout, fresh female. Second place female you love in terms of her moderate kind and levelness and parallel lines and just the cowy look that she brings to us today. She gets just a tick more further forward, and in terms of you read her shoulder blade, you read this how the angle of her shoulder sets further forward. Her knee doesn't set as far back. Not as much power, but still plenty of good in that female. I think her advantage in movement over the female that comes next is quite decided. This female, when you get her out on the go and you watch her off of her hind leg, let's go ahead and lead her out. She's one that gets a bit more restricted off of her hind leg. And it starts up at her loin and her spine. If you loosen her there, you see how she gets a bit choppy there as she goes. We want to give her more reach out of her hind leg because she is powerful. She's big top, she's big hip, she's open through the midsection. And same thing with this female. She needs to get out and go better. She's a bit more rigid in her pastern as you watch her go. She's a little shorter faced and more compact female, but boy, there's lots of breeding value in that female when you think about her in terms of what she can add from true muscle to somebody's program. Lots of good. Just want to change how she sets her hind leg down. Then we get into some cattle. This particular female, she's pretty straight fronted. When you look at her at a 3/4 angle, oftentimes she stands wider up front than she does behind, and that's because she just tends to open up as she compensates her front end is a little bit straighter. Want to see that female a touch leaner as well. Next female, the young lady, I think her ear tag says Oreo, and so we pulled Oreo around, and no, she's not as highly presented perhaps as some of the other females, but I think the basics of structure are to her advantage in the last trio of cattle. She's soft, easy flesh, and big-bodied kind of female, and you watch her and you get out and go, she's more correct in the slopes and angles and how she travels. And then we conclude with two big-scaled females that have some muscle, have some shape, just give up too much structural integrity, too much structural softness to advance in the class.
Congratulations on the Maine-Anjou side, senior heifer calves September through October 31st. First place goes to entry 174, BK Grace of God 9001G, exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 175, JCC Miss Fetty 75G, exhibited by Braden Freeman, Winchester, Illinois. Third place goes to 169, BK JG Give Me 5 9011G, brought to us today by Madison Griffin of Kiowa, Oklahoma. Fourth is entry 170, BK Got Data 9018G, exhibited by Blakely Hayes, Agate, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 176, Barton's Abbey G016, brought to us by Kaylee Eaton of Troy, Texas. Sixth place is entry 172, Cimarron Miss 156G, exhibited by Jessica Haba of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Seventh was entry 171, TGLC TIA 9XM3, exhibited by Mackenzie Moldenauer of Valley Center, Kansas. Eighth place was entry 173, LDSC Gretchen 32G, exhibited by Bryce Roop of Piedmont, Oklahoma. That completes that class. We're now going to show for our champion senior heifer calf. Coming out of class 13 is our class winner 261 RRRC Victoria 43 AG, exhibited by Parker Schwartz of, and I apologize on this again, Lesignan, Kansas. And coming out of our last class is 174 BK Grace of God 9001G, exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma.
Four really nice females come back here for our division here, and there was obviously the one that won that last class. I talked about her being an outlier on size. That doesn't bother me, because when you have this much power, this much foot, and still get out and move correctly, I'm good with that. She's going to be winning the division. So young man, let's lead your female out. I think the female that most hits me, because she doesn't follow in type and kind. I don't think we have another one like our division winner in terms of that much power and size. But the one that was second in class, congratulations to that young man. You'll be reserved in division.
Over here in your Shorthorn ring, we have the results from Class 21 Winter Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 212, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place went to back number 210, Piper Campbell, Eaton, Ohio. Third place went to back number 209, Sydney Hawkins. Fourth place went to back number 393, Elliott Lowe. Fifth place went to back number 211, my mistake, Braxton Murray. And sixth place went to back number 213, Tyler Vondra.
Back on the Shorthorn side, senior heifer calves, we've got a good class of heifers. We've got some bigger heifers in this class, some smaller heifers in the class, but really what Dad's trying to find is that kind of Goldilocks heifer that's big enough but is made right all the way through. The heifer that he comes down to in this lineup, obviously, is the darker red heifer. She's not the most powerful heifer in the class, but she's very structurally correct, really up-headed, has a lot of length and extension all the way through. She has enough power to show us that she can be a brood cow, yet she's certainly pretty fresh when you look at her compared to the other heifers in the lineup. That in comparison to a heifer that may be your polar opposite in second, a bold, expressive heifer in terms of her meat type animal shape. She's still feminine, she's still a female, but she's got a lot of power, and I rarely use that word on females, but this heifer's got it. She's got a lot of natural volume down her rib, over her top. She's a thick made heifer, but even so, she's got a stronger top. It's that muscle that helps her support that top line, and it's a longer top line than you find in the really nice heifer in third. The heifer in third, you would concede, is more complete in terms of her neck shoulder juncture, her lay-in as you follow her from her head, neck into her shoulder, and you appreciate that about her, and that might be a concession that you'd make compared to the heifer in second. She's just very different in her kind, real cowy in her makeup, a heifer that is not as base wide as she walks away from you as many in the class, but a female that if we could strengthen just a little over her top of loin, she'd be even stronger. Then we go into some heifers that give up, in some cases, frame, in some cases, correctness, in some cases, structure. If you look at front ends in particular, you can see some differences as you work down through the class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In class placings over here in your Shorthorn ring for Class 22, first place will go to back number 395, Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 217, exhibited by Jackson Kinney of Reclaw, Texas. Third place will go to back number 219, Joseph Martinez, Live Oak, California. Fourth place goes to back number 218, Alexa Lane of Jay, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 215, exhibited by Kimberly Boyer of Tuttle, Oklahoma. And sixth place went to back number 214, Camden Flippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Now in your Shorthorn ring is Class 23, Senior Heifer Calves.
nice pair of females on the high main side. And the black female, I think she has two advantages. She's deeper at the center part of her heart and more pulled apart there in her chest floor comparative to the second place winner. But her big advantage to me is in her knee set. When you read the slope of the shoulder and how that female, you read her in just a more inflection at her knee, I think she is more correct there. The blaze face female is longer sided, leaner in her condition. She's probably has, that advantage, but I think she's just a tick hard for me. She reads it. If I think about her out in the pasture, I don't know that we have the softness and doability as our class winner, but really attractive from the side, one that can get out and go, just want to set her knee back a little.
Back over here on the Maine-Anjou side, catching up a little bit out of our last division. Our division champion was entry 174 BK Grace of God 9001G, was exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Our reserve division champion senior heifer calf was entry 175 JCC Miss Fetty 75G, exhibited by Braden Freeman of Winchester, Illinois. In that last class winner and division champion, there was only a single class in that division. Our class winner and division champion was entry 178 KMEM Glitzy Stella 27G, exhibited by Olivia Ann Bella of McLeod, Oklahoma. Second place and reserve division was entry 181 MCKY Roxanne 9838, exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. That now brings us into Class 16, Spring Yearling Heifer Calves, calved March 1st of April 30th through 2019.
This class of senior heifer calves over on the shorthorn side of the ring. This is not the biggest class we've seen today, but certainly a tough class. We've got two heifers at the top end of this class that are in a little different league, if you'll excuse my saying so, than the rest of the class. They're really tough, really, really good heifers. Any way you look at it. The first place heifer is one that today Dad feels has just that added tinge of added length, particularly from her hooks to pins. She's incredibly expressive in terms of her shape. He finds her to be just a little deeper in her forerib. Both heifers are more than adequate in terms of overall expression of volume relative to frame. Just two really outstanding females. This red heifer is perfectly presented today in terms of flesh, condition, and fit. She's certainly a female that you like in many, many respects. She's going to be a cow. There's no doubt about it. She's already showing us those things. She's like the first place heifers, pretty sound as she gets about and moves. She's got depth and spring of ribs. She's thicker than you think she'd be when you get behind her, when you stand in front of her and watch her walk to you and away from you. She does not disappoint in that she presents with the same base width that she's standing right now. Just an incredible pair of females in those top two slots. The third heifer gives us a female with plenty of thickness, length of body and side. I'd like to put a new set of wheels on her. She's really pretty bold and wide up in her shoulder. Same in her rear wheel, but particularly in her shoulder, we need to smooth her up just a little for a female, but certainly a lot more thickness and overall performance than we find in the next two.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 23 Senior Heifer Calves. First place will go to back number 392, CSF Cumberland. 9128 ET, exhibited by Michaela Gruel of Ridgeway, Ohio. Second place will go to back number 225, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 222, Tori Copeland of Greenville, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 224, Abby Scott of Seminole, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to back number 226, Shane Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Now in your Shorthorn ring will be Class 24 of your Senior Heifer Calf Division.
I love the power and cow look of these first three females, and just think about them as you turn them out in the pasture, and wow, that can get you excited about the cattle that these young people lead. And then there's just some subtle differences, and I'm going to get on my soapbox just a little bit here in a second. But one, I appreciate that they're bred. They're going to calve and have some udder development to them, and showing it. Boy, I like that, to see that. And the young lady's female, she just hit me the hardest when she came in the ring. Her neck comes out of her shoulder high. She's strong behind her shoulders. She's level hipped. I think she's longer hipped and longer bodied than the female that stands in second. And I give up some upper hip power compared to the female that stands in second. And they're so big volume cattle. I like that about them. I just want to stretch the young man's female out in second. And I guess this is something that I'm going to probably disagree with the popular voice here. That female almost has too much set and sets too far back for me on her heel. You know, folks, we talk about cattle being squishy and all that kind of good stuff. Well, until you run cattle out in some pastures that have cactus, you might not understand that soundness is good, but squishy can go too far. And she pushes for me of her pastern setting too far back, but she'll never be unsound, and I love her as a cow in terms of soft, big-bodied, beautiful udder development. I just think the female that wins the class is a touch neater necked and touch longer sided. I love the barrel shape of this female that comes next. She's one that probably has as much true top shape and hip of the three, but she gets up, she's not as comfortable. When you watch this female go, as she leads out, her neck doesn't come out of her shoulder as high. She's a touch heavier chested, and her spine isn't as comfortable. Part of that is she's just full and she has a big calf in her. That's a good high quality female. She's not moving as good as the two in front of her today, but I still think those three females are just good high quality cattle. Young man's female comes around next, gets a little shorter strided. She's one that's similar in terms of just quality of openness and curvature to her rib, but again, it's up in her spine, and then it contributes consequently at the ground. She doesn't move quite as long strided off behind. Young man, I told him he's done a really nice job, obviously handling one that's a bit challenging. So young man, she's a good female, just not quite nice enough in her movement for me today. Easy, you're doing a good job. Hang in there with her. Appreciate the freshness of that female. And then we conclude with one that's a bit more terminal, one that I'd like to see a bit more udder in her development, but more than anything, I'd like to see her have more flex and give off of her hind leg. She's a bit short-strided for me, doesn't have just that easy go out and easy give to her hind wheels.
In the Shorthorn ring in our senior heifer calves, we've got a set of September heifer calves that I think could take on some more competition here at the top end. Really a nice heifer to start with, a pretty logical place to start in Dad's opinion, with a heifer that really overwhelms the class with not only stature, but really stature where it counts. She's got the structural soundness, she's got the extension in terms of length of side, she has added depth and volume. There's just more heifer here, and it happens to be an attractive package. Thus, she handily wins the class. The second female is one that you like. Certainly, she's competitive in terms of her frame in this class. She's big enough. She's certainly long enough. She's got adequate depth of side. She gives up something in terms of her length of hip and in terms of her overall length of body, you might say, to the first place female. But Dad much prefers the softness that we see in this second heifer, the broodiness, and the natural shape that we see in the second female as compared with the heifer in third. The heifer in third is certainly a female that you really like standing up. She's strong top. She's got a nice nearly level hip. She steps down on a good hind leg. There just needs to be more heifer now that we're in that yearling age group in terms of volume, in terms of broodiness, in terms of overall dimension. Our last heifer in the class needs some more base width. You can stand in front of her, behind her, and see that. She certainly gives up a little performance to those at the top end of the class today.
Back over on our Maine-Anjou side, congratulations to Class 16 winner, entry 187, Bo Miss Fitzy, ET, exhibited by Abby Talak of Prohl, Iowa. Second place in Class 16 goes to entry 185, WSCC Maggie 9017G, exhibited by Lucas Leafers of Edgerton, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 186, BBR Guyana 788G, brought to us by Braden Freeman of Winchester, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 194, JABR Gemma 100G, exhibited by Hollis Driscoll of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And fifth place was entry 195, BBR Gemma 43G, exhibited by Ashton Danker of Avoca, Iowa. We're now on Class 17, Maine-Anjou high percentage females, junior yearling heifers, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2018. Following this, we'll go right into our junior yearling champion female.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 24, senior heifer calves. First place to go to back number 229, CF Veronica 9124, exhibited by Jackson Harlan of Bells, Texas. Second place to go to back number 227, Peakview Luna 44819, exhibited by Cameron France of Rocky Ford, Colorado. Third place to go to back number 230, WHR Augusta Pride 9918, exhibited by Jace Parker, Ardmore, Oklahoma. And fourth place out of that class will go to back number 228, Chirac Darling Swag, exhibited by Merrick Winters of Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 25, your final class here in your senior heifer calf division.
This would be a great college class to talk in a college set of or a college judging contest. And you know, the female, you kind of have it pairs up, I guess you'd say. And the female for me that starts the class is really, really fresh and elegant and showing us some udder development and just the kind of cow that we like in terms of her neck comes out high in her shoulders. She shows some inflection, the angles and slopes are right in that female, and I think she's just really complete. The female in second is big barreled, stout, heavy muscled. I'd want to lean her up in her chest floor. You can see she's pretty heavy conditioned there. Lean her up just a little bit, but still the powerhouse female, and I think her advantage over the female that comes next is just sheer more of her, both in terms of barrel and muscle and foot. Dimension-wise, there's just significant difference there. Then a really sound, attractive female comes next, but she gives up too much in terms of body. You read her from just body width at a 3/4 angle. She tapers down and just not enough depth of rib to get into that top pair, but yet still she gets out and goes nice enough. And if you want to talk freshness, that's to her advantage, if it's not that she's a hard-doing female. So you have to, at this point, you kind of wonder, is she hard-doing or hard-feeding, or is it just that she's been held back to not be fat? And then we conclude with one that's kind of like me. She needed to push away from the dinner table a little further back. She's one that's pretty soft in her condition. We appreciate she's bred, appreciate how much capacity that she has, going to be a forage-efficient type female, a little lower-fronted female. We want to lean up, change her in her balance.
Congratulations. Results for Class 17 Maine-Anjou Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 200 MTF Goosebumps 901G, exhibited by Devin Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 198 BKMT Got Game 908G, brought to us by Madison Griffin of Kiowa, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 197 KHC Lady Kiki 0213G, exhibited by Kirsten Hesselmeyer of Gerald, Texas. And fourth place was entry 196 DUP Good Times 905G, exhibited by Mary Altus, Oklahoma. We're now going into our junior yearling champion female, Division 4. Following this, we have one cow-calf pair in the division, and then we'll go right into our grand champion, junior Maine-Anjou high percentage female.
Folks, if I was a Maine breeder, I'd be proud of this division. I think the cowiness that we have in these cattle is really respectable, in the rib-shaped turn that they have, and the fact that they have a look that they can go out to the pasture and get the job done, and soundness as well. The two females that win the two classes are to me, are just exceptional in terms of femininity and angularity and just all those things that I like really well. I think the female that wins the second class reads with more upper hip shape. She's wider from pin to pin. She's a touch leaner. No small advantages. She's also probably has just a nicer placement of her teats as well. All of those things combined are small attributes that are to her advantage. Because of that, she's going to win our division. So young man, let's pull your heifer out. And then I'm going to follow with the young lady's female. I think those two females fit together really well in terms of build, in terms of design. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Our division champion junior yearling female comes out of class 17, entry 200, MTF Goosebumps 901G, exhibited by Devin Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. Our reserve division champion for junior yearling female was entry 187, Bo Miss Fitzy. Congratulations to Abby Talak of Prohl, Iowa. We'll now go into our cow-calf division, one entry. Following this, we'll go right into our grand champion junior Maine-Anjou high percentage female.
This class in our Shorthorn show, we've got some really interesting heifers. And if you're just going to judge this class based on profile or based on one trait, I can almost guarantee that you won't end up in the same place that Dad did. He talked to me a lot about these heifers and the give and take, but the thing that he finds in this most complete heifer that wins the class is he finds a good heifer that has some balance and some eye appeal to her, with just so much more shape and depth and spring of rib. Now, ideally, you might like to close her up just a little in her front end, but we're getting to the category of big girls here, and that's tougher and tougher to do when you get heifers with capacity, you get heifers with depth, and presumably we have heifers that are now with calves. So she's really what we would expect, what he expects, certainly as he looks at a female at this particular age group as you compare the heifers in second and third. The heifer in second is absolutely beautiful from the side view profile. She's super clean up front. She's neatly laid in through her head, neck, and shoulder. She's a great profiling heifer. The problem is when you get in front of her or you get behind her, there's just not near as much there, especially in the front end. If she'll develop that, you know, she might have been one that was late to the barn, or she might have been one that was a twin for all we know. But she's one of those heifers that has the pattern, and if the plan is to hold off till late in the year, she could really come on. But at this stage, she just doesn't have quite enough to her in terms of dimension compared to, say, the big heifer that wins the class. The third heifer in the lineup is kind of a nice middle-of-the-road heifer. This is a female that Dad likes in many respects because she's got a nice head, neck, and shoulder lay-in, good angles up in her front of shoulder, good tie-in up in her top line. She works back with plenty of length of body. She's thick enough. She's deep enough, question mark. She's at the stage where the other heifers are starting, like the first place heifer, for example, is starting to overcome her a little bit in terms of depth. Different parts of the country, different calving times of the year. We understand she's in a different spot, but a good heifer and a good heifer for the long run. The next heifer's pretty much, well, she's just carrying more condition than Dad thinks she needs to. It's starting to show up in her front end. We're not going to hold it against her if she's an easy keeper, but she's one you might want to pull back just a little on in terms of the feed at this point.
Single entry in the cow-calf show here, and folks that I work with in Texas and part of their family, we show a lot of pairs there at Fisher's, and I watch the work that it takes, and I understand what it takes, and getting these females bred on time in the calf. I congratulate the young lady for doing that. I appreciate the fact that she's got a nice calf inside. Really long, extended female, and you read the slopes and angles of that female. She's sound. You know, she's giving up some rib, but she's also nursing a nice calf inside, pushing along there in terms of performance for that calf. So congratulations to the young lady. I think she's done an excellent job getting that cow to calve on time. Appreciate the added extension, udder quality that we see on that cow.
Congratulations. In the Maine-Anjou high percentage cow-calf pair, your class winner and division champion, entry 202 TGLC Jasper 77 M3E, exhibited by Mackenzie Moldenauer of Valley Center, Kansas. We'll now be bringing back all of our division and reserve division champions to show for the grand champion junior Maine-Anjou female.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. First place out of class 25 will go to back number 233, CCR Robin 9953 ET, exhibited by Emily Montraith of Grafford, Texas. Second place will go to back number 332, exhibited by Meredith Behrens of Colbert, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 234, Carolyn Norris of Rolette, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 236, Lauren Berg of Osage, Iowa. And fifth place in that class went to back number 235, Abby Enders of Okarche, Oklahoma. Now in your Shorthorn ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion in your senior heifer calf division.
Once again, back over in her Maine-Anjou side, we're now showing for the grand champion Maine-Anjou female for the junior division. Representing Division 1, our division champion was entry 148, CMCC Heartbreaker 081H, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. Coming out of our second division, our division champion was entry 174, BK Grace of God 9001G, exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Winning Division 3 was entry 178, KMEM Glitzy Stella 27G, exhibited by Olivia Ann Bella of McLeod, Oklahoma. Our division champion for the fourth division was entry 200, MTF Goosebumps 901G, exhibited by Devin Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. And our cow-calf division winner was entry 202, TGLC Jasper 77 M3E, exhibited by Mackenzie Moldenauer of Valley Center, Kansas.
I'm not going to go through and recap all the mains, the high mains that we have here. There's lots of cattle to get shown today, but I want to say something, and this is about Jimmy and Cheryl over on this side, and I'm going to date myself just a little bit. And I asked Cheryl just to convey this to her dad, because obviously he can't hear what I'm going to say, but I've tried to say it to him, and it doesn't work. In about 1987, I won my first belt buckle. It's not like it is today where you guys get a belt buckle every weekend, you know, and it was at the McNeese Classic in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Jimmy Lithicum and Cheryl Lithicum gave me that first buckle. And if you would have ever told me that I would judge ringside next to them at a national level show, I probably wouldn't have believed you. And I want you to know that's what dreams are made of. Somebody like Jimmy and Cheryl are inspirational. And for all of you young people out here, if I can do it, if I can come from South Louisiana, you can come from anywhere in the U.S. and you don't have to have much to get it done. And I tell you what, Jimmy and Cheryl, thank you for that first buckle. With that said, I'm going to go out and pick your champion and reserve female. This has been fun to sort through. We have a lot more cattle to look at later today.
Congratulations, your grand champion Maine-Anjou female for the junior show in the 2021 Cattlemen's Classic is entry 200 MTF Goosebumps 901G, exhibited by Devin Morton of Stratford, Oklahoma. That brings in entry 187, Bo Miss Fitz ET by Abby Talak of Pro, Iowa to show for reserve.
Well, over here in your shorthorn ring, your champion coming out of your senior heifer calf division will go to back number 392, Michaela Grell of Ridgeway, Ohio, with CSF Cumberland 9128 ET. And congratulations, your reserve champion in your senior heifer calf division, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with WSCC Steck Chelsea 945 GET. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now look for Class 28, your first class here in your summer yearling division.
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion, junior Maine-Anjou female, comes out of Division 1, entry 148, which is CMCC Heartbreaker 081H, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. That concludes our junior division of the high percentage Maine-Anjou females. We'll now be going right into our open division of high Maine-Anjou females, just right in a few minutes.
Well, in this class of Shorthorn Heifers, we've got some really good females. I'd like to say thank you to Sheremy for recognizing my dad. I had no idea that her first belt buckle was one under him. That's always fun to hear. As we look at this class of Shorthorn Heifers, the first place heifer, the dark red heifer, led out for us. In Dad's opinion, wins the class pretty handily. She's a really good, complete, correct heifer. She's different in her color in that she's solid and dark cherry red, or nearly solid and dark cherry red, but she's also different in her type than any other heifer in the class. She's the combination of thickness and volume, structure, and eye appeal. And you put those four things together, and that's what takes her to the top. Specifically over the heifer in second, she has more volume, a considerable advantage in volume over the very attractive heifer that shows in second. Really nice female in second, not showing with any extra flesh or condition, but she's at the stage that as she gets heavy with calf, we need to see that side of her. Then we go to third and fourth, and we have a whole different set of issues. The third place heifer, the white heifer, a good heifer, long-sided female, nice fronted, a heifer that's a little tight down in her spine, a female that doesn't get out and move off her rear legs in particular is what we like to see. However, a female that's third and over the heifer in fourth because of her relative cleanliness in her front end and that she's more neatly laid in through her shoulder. The fourth place heifer is at the stage where we love so many things about her. She's thick and she's voluminous. She's starting to look a little pudgy and stuffy up in her front end and down into her brisket, and that cost her at least a slot today. Good class of heifers, though, as we get into these summer and spring yearlings.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 28. First place to go to back number 243, Bratcher Mona Lisa, 932, exhibited by Abby Bratcher of Elizabeth, Indiana. Second place to go to back number 245, DTR JCC Ruby, 986, exhibited by Josie Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Third place to go to back number 240, Cash Farms Crystal, exhibited by Macy Parkey of Olden, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 244, J&M Secret Rose Pays, exhibited by Billy Joe Woods of Morrison, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 241, Cash Farms Harley, exhibited by Chloe Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Sixth place will go to back number 239, Cherry's Cat Reward 815, exhibited by Brooke McKean of Beatus, Texas. And seventh place in that class will go to back number 238, exhibited by Shane Carlisle, Amarillo, Texas. For those of you following along in your book, Class 28 is as follows: 7, 6, 3, 5, 1, 4, 2. Now in ring 2 will be Class 29, late spring yearling females.
Back over here in ring 1, we'd like to welcome back our open show judge, Krisha Geffert. She resides in Laval, Wisconsin, where her and her husband, Shay, own and operate Geffert Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist for ADM Animal Nutrition. Krisha was a member of the national champion livestock judging team at Butler Community College and the reserve national champion team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and ag business. Krisha was named high individual at several national contests and never finished out of the top 10 in reasons in both her junior and senior college judging careers. Let's welcome Krisha back as she starts to go into our open high percentage mains. Put your hands together, folks. Our first class in the arena is Class 19, Maine-Anjou female spring heifer calves, calved May and June.
You know, the first time I gave reasons for Dad, I was 11 years old, and we've been doing this a long time. And a few years ago, we started to breed a brand new breed of cattle for us. And we've looked at and studied a lot of cattle in the last 4 years to try to put a brand new Red Angus program on the ground. And the reason I say this is because I want to take both of these heifers home that are in the top placings. I mean, they're that good. And they're that good in Dad's mind too. And it came down to gut instinct. And I'm not talking about who's at the halter here. I'm talking about gut instinct of what you would choose if you could only choose one. And he'd choose both of them, okay? Just saying that, but we can't have a tie. So what he sees in this top pair is that he sees a super cowy, really, really correct, really sound, just incredibly voluminous, probably heavy with calf, female in first. And to him as a cow man, that's about the prettiest thing in the whole world. And he's not going to leave her standing. And if you get behind this heifer, get in front of this heifer, she just has brood cow written all over every angle. Now, that's not to say that the second heifer isn't pretty awesome. Dad's the judge today, and this is the way he placed them. A lot of people might have switched this pair because this heifer, you might say, is a little fresher up in her front today. This young man does an absolutely perfect job sticking her, and the heifer, like the first place heifer, is absolutely right in every flex, every angle, terms of her condition and flesh. She's more of the show heifer, frankly, I would say at this stage, but I'm not going to put her in a show heifer category because I think she's also a mother cow. So again, it's very much personal preference, a little more capacity relative to frame, a little more just down-on-earth cowiness is what Dad saw in the first versus the second heifer. Something tells me these are going to be two that get a look a little later down the road. As we look at the third and fourth heifer, we get females in our lineup that are certainly adequate in terms of frame, in terms of length, in terms of extension, in terms of thickness, but don't have the all-in-all pattern that we see in the top two, giving up something in terms of depth relative to frame and cleanliness and structure, both in shoulder and in total movement. So really good class of heifers. I cannot overemphasize what an outstanding pair we found at the top of this class.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here today. Started out on the full bloods and back to judge the highs, and I know we got a lot of cattle ahead of us, but a tremendously high quality class to start off with here. And I leave 3 of them in front of you to evaluate, and I think they all offer a lot of good. Obviously have a bright future ahead of them and a long show career, and so I think there's a couple ways to judge calves, and I like to project some future into them. So obviously things can go right or wrong, and they got a long time to go, but I'm going to use one to me that's just the most unique in terms of the way she puts herself together from the side. She is striking and extremely attractive. Now, how big will she get? And she's green today in her composition in regards to others, and she's not the biggest ribbed and bodied, but you get down and evaluate the amount of muscle shape this heifer has while doing it in an extremely ladylike, very striking package. Young lady right here is going to be my class winner. Congratulations to her. Now, I don't mind if you like one of these other 2 heifers out here, because like I said, they have an awful lot of good to them. I'm going to go back to the young man in the pink for a second. This heifer is tremendously big-bodied, and she is the upgrade there over the heifer that wins the class. Just isn't quite as long-hipped, and one that we can make just a shot more angular up front, but that one's got a bright future ahead of her as well, extremely high quality. Probably the most moderate in terms of her mature cow size right here that's going to come in third, but this heifer's just really nice. She hits a lot of the holes, big body, deep flank. Love the way she's made in her lower body cavity. Is there enough heifer there? Maybe just like to lengthen her out a shot, but still a really attractive individual that gets out and goes and fills her tracks. Her structural upgrade, I think, is the biggest advantage over this heifer that comes next. A tremendously powerful individual, and you have to appreciate her for where she's good because she's big boned, stout featured, and has lots of dimension. But to go with that, she's got a little more shoulder, just a tick plainer fronted, and as she gets out and goes, I wish she handled herself with more authority off of those rear too. Another high-quality individual for the young man that comes out, big-bodied, easy-feeding kind of heifer. She just gets a little bit frailer in terms of that bone work as she comes to the ground, just a little shallower in her heel. Here's another powerhouse, and if you like them that way, this one offers a lot of good in the future. For me, just like to make her more feminine to go with it, change the way she's assembled. up through that shoulder, make her more ladylike in that overall look, but tremendously powerful individual there. Next heifer that comes out, I think when you get a look at her at times, she's really nice, but she gets out and goes, she just kind of falls apart. She comes in pieces a little bit for me in terms of the way she's made in her shoulder and then kind of gets off in her hip. But as the young lady gets her set, I think she gives you a nice look there. The remaining cattle that come out, this heifer's one that's nice in terms of her muscle shape. She just gets a little frailer in her bone work. She comes to the ground really green. I think her better days are yet to come. Same holds true for the younger cattle out here. I think this heifer is really nice. There just isn't as much cow there. She needs to set down with a touch more flex off her rear too. And young lady, you round out the class with an extremely green heifer. Her best days are yet to come. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Well, over here in your shorthorn ring, we have the results for Class 29. First place went to back 260, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place went to back number 257, Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Third place went to back number 250, exhibited by Abby Scott of Seminole, Oklahoma. Back number 253 will be fourth place, exhibited by Case Glazier of Loyal, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 254, Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. Sixth place went to back number 247, Tara Williams of Marlow, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to back number 259, Brooke Costello of Owasso, Oklahoma. And eighth place went to back number 251, Molly Kreutzer of Tallahena, Oklahoma. After that class, we went in and selected your intermediate champion and reserve, and those both come out of Class 29. Champion will go to back 260, exhibited by Keaton Steck, and reserve champion in that division will go to back number 257, Jordan Peterson, Stanwood, Iowa. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and at this time in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 32, early spring yearling females.
Back over here on the Maine-Anjou side in ring 1 in our high Maine-Anjou females open show in the spring heifer calves. Those that are calved May and June. First place goes to entry 132, Enchanted Lady H7909-05, exhibited by Emma Haynes of Ovid, Colorado. Second place was entry 125, DRIT Hopeful 23H, exhibited by Hayden Glass of Shallow-Water, Texas. Third place was 224, Miss KBSC060H, exhibited by Kaylin Thompson, Maquoketa, Iowa. Fourth place is entry 124, SHAB Tulip 408H, exhibited by Madison K. Lotchke of Kingston, Kansas. Fifth place goes to entry 129, EVFM Miss Mafia 521H, exhibited by Hake Hansa of Lawton, Oklahoma. Sixth place was entry 130, WSCC Miss Aubrey 79H, brought to us today by Jason Gellion of Hiawatha, Arkansas. Seventh place was entry 127, CLA Halley 064H, exhibited by Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas. Eighth place was entry 128, JESM Maggie, brought to us today by Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Ninth place was 405, JCC Harmony 802H, exhibited by Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. And 10th place was entry 123, CFF S'mores, exhibited by Lillian Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. We now have class 20 into the arena. These are Maine-Anjou spring females that were April 2020 birth dates.
Over in the shorthorn side of the ring, again, some really good heifers. And, you know, these heifers don't keep showing at this age unless they're really good, and we know that. This is another class where you'd like to load a couple up and take them home. They're just that good. This first heifer is one that Dad really, really likes. She's up-headed, she's up-fronted, more so than any other heifer in the class. But she's got the depth, she's got the volume, she's got the teat size and placement where you'd expect it to be for a heifer going into laying down her first udder to have her first calf. And so she's just a very complete package. She also looks maybe a tick fresher front end down through the base of her chest than the heifer in second. But really, we've got just a little different frame pattern, a little different muscle pattern, a little different pattern all in all. And Dad really likes the cowiness and refinement and freshness that he sees in this top female. And he also likes a lot of the great things about this second heifer. She's just a really good, solid, deep-sided, strong top, long-hipped kind of female. She's powerful in her own right, yet oh so feminine as she puts every piece together from one body transition to the next. Today, the first heifer looks a little leaner, fresher. She's a little bigger, too, than this second heifer, but both are the kind that, wow, you could build tremendous cow families and a tremendous future on both of those females with, of course, very different herd sires. The third place female is one that takes us into a break in the class. She's very, very stylish when you get her set up and viewed from the side. She's got enough capacity, more than enough, when you view her volume to frame ratio. A really solid female that tends to be a little shorter up on her front, maybe not quite as strong in the EPD and numbers category in some aspects as the top two, but really competitive female. Congratulations to these individuals in this particular division.
Well, congratulations over here in your shorthorn ring. Out of class 32, first place will go to back number 267, CF Sunflower 965 URX, exhibited by Mackenzie Lautry of Rosie City, Texas. Second place will go to back number 263, BFS Margie LL 950, exhibited by Michaela Wetzel of Faribault, Minnesota. Third place will go to back number 262, Sol Big Dreams 927 GET, exhibited by Brooke Costello of Owasso, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 272, Ladies Twisted Jazz, exhibited by Victoria Concha of Lufkin, Texas. Fifth place will go to back number 268, Sol Max Rosa 9138 GET, exhibited by Jocelyn Phelps of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class will go to back number 266, exhibited by Adele Alford of Brazoria, Texas. Now in your shorthorn ring, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion out of your junior female division. A correction over here in your shorthorn ring. That last class was your only class in division, so back number 267 will be your champion in the junior female division, and reserve champion will go to back number 263. Once again, over here in the shorthorn ring, we do have class 35 junior yearlings.
I find some challenge over here in the Maine side in evaluating this class because there's things I really like about all of these individuals I have left, and then obviously some things we can modify there. I haven't made a perfect one yet, but when I take into consideration structure and then how they're assembled in terms of their skeleton along with their spine, I think there's one to me that's just the most comfortable out here, and that's the young lady's sock-footed heifer. And boy, does she paint a picture of balance as you get off to the side of this one. She blends her pieces tremendously well in terms of her angulation up through her shoulder, the way she's made from the side. Now, I'll be the first to admit she's a little long-bodied. I think that may be an advantage, though, as this one matures. She still, for as long-bodied as she is, covers her tracks and sets down really well. A nice individual there. I think we're left with two really nice heifers here in front of me, and I'm going to go ahead and use one that I definitely would like to modify how she sets down right at the ground. I think part of that is discomfort in terms of not yet figuring out her show career and how to handle the surface, but I love this one in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. She's one that has that dimension. When she initially walked in, I was like, well, there's one to tie to. Like I said, the black heifer that's going to be second here for me just needs to set down with a touch more cushion and comfort off of those rear two at times, but beyond that, I think she's assembled very nice in terms of her body. She handles herself better in her spine and the way she comes from her shoulder into her forerib than the heifer that's going to come in third. The heifer in third is one that's really attractive. I appreciate her length as you get off to the side of her. She's tremendously big-footed and stout-boned. She, too, is just a little bit uncomfortable in terms of that movement, the way she handles herself out of her spine. She's one, though, that I think has a bright future ahead of her because of all of the extension that she does have. I still think she's more comfortable at the go as we relate her back to this next heifer. This one from the side, when she stops, she's tremendously deep-bodied and really uniform in that lower body depth. I like that about her. She gets out and goes. She's just a little tentative out of her hip, and I think you can relate that to the length there. And then you read her up in the way she's made about her head. Could just extend her out, but I don't mind if you like that one because that's a tremendously high-quality individual. Guys, I get critical on all these as we go down, but you're early in your show career with these things, and obviously they can change a whole lot as we go. I like the way this one handles herself in terms of a flexibility standpoint, the way she sets down there. You read her up through her shoulder, though, is where I have issues. She's just got a little more there, but if she's your kind, I don't mind you liking her. This one, from her forerib back, I love. Tremendously good in her forerib. Love the way she comes into her flank. You get up to her front end, though. I'd like to change her about her head and just make her a touch neater fronted, but that's going to be an easy doing flexible cow prospect for that young man. This heifer here is one that has the advantage, though, in terms of length as you evaluate her up through her front end. For me, I just question how much real cow is there. She gets a little narrower from hooks to pins, but she's one that could surprise you in the future because of the look that she has, and I think that's a good thing. This heifer is one that hit me really hard as she comes in. Extremely well presented, really good in her rib, but you get behind her and you evaluate the way she sets down on that rear hoof, and that's where I'd like to modify her, but still a nice individual there. Heifer here, tremendously long-bodied, like that about her. Just get a little frailer in her bonework in comparison to what she has up high for muscle shape. A really neat-necked individual here, tremendously green in her composition. I think her best days are yet to come. Just at a little bit of a performance disadvantage with your heifer, young lady. Neat-necked, just wish there was more cow there. One that's just in her working clothes. I think this is a nice cow that's flexible in her skeleton, just like to make her more striking as we set her out here in the show ring with some of the others. The next two heifers are more alike than they are different from a flexibility standpoint. Just like to see them get out and go a shot better, but lots of rib, body, and feedability here on these cattle.
Over here on the shorthorn side, we've really got some good senior heifers. We've got one more class of a single entry before we pick the actual senior champion. But really, really some good females in this class, and I think you can see it. We can sure see it. The heifer that Dad's using is just a little more fresh today. She's really presented nicely. She's a deep red heifer. She's very eye-appealing as you look at her. But today she's just a little more up-headed. She's got a bit more natural shape down her top. When you watch her walk to you and away from you, she's cleaner in her presentation on her underline, and Dad really feels like she's just really honest and fresh and thick and voluminous, and what we see is what we get, and he really likes that heifer. He likes the heifer second as well, very much. She's showing just a tick of brisket if you look at her from a certain angle, but that's nothing to worry about. So if you think that's it, that's not it. She's got lots of depth of body, lots of rib. She gets out and walks, but when you really get in front of these heifers and behind them, she doesn't come to you with quite as much base width as the first place female, but really she's just a little bit shorter in her front end than the first place female, but that's splitting hairs because these are two outstanding females. The third place heifer hangs with them in terms of length, in terms of depth, in terms of strength at top. Where she gives up something is in terms of structure. Those first and second heifers are really good on their feet and legs, and they get around really well. This heifer's a little coarser in her rear hock. She doesn't step down with quite the class that the first two do, but she's a very, very strong female with an added extension in length of body and altogether more base width than the next female in the lineup. You can see it when she walks to you. You can see it in her top line, the way she holds it compared to the lighter roan heifer. Some good heifers in this class from end to end. Again, you don't show these big heifers unless you've got a heifer to show, and we really understand that, and we commend these exhibitors for the good job that they're doing.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 35 junior yearling females. First place will go to back number 278, Saul MFS, Dreamin' Big, 9203 GET, exhibited by Avery Wood of Sabina, Ohio. Second place will go to back numbers 275, CFV8 Mona Lisa, 935, SOLXCT, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Third place will go to back number 279, Griffin Barons of Colbert, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 391, exhibited by Carter Mayer, Needville, Texas. Fifth place went to entry number 281, exhibited by Maya Lenke-Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. Sixth place went to back number 284, exhibited by Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. Seventh place went to back number 280, exhibited by McKenna Phelps of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class will go to back number 276, Macy Parkey of Olton, Texas. We will now be bringing in Class 36, your senior yearling class. After this, we will select a champion, reserve champion out of your senior female division.
Entry in our last class here in our Shorthorn female show, a cow-calf pair with just a December baby at side. They're doing a good job. Young female showing us what it's all about, bringing her first calf to us. Certainly got a good udder on the cow. She's showing in her working clothes compared to some of the other females we've seen, but she's doing the job that she was intended to do. We'll bring her back out here in just a moment for senior champion.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 36 in your Shorthorn ring. First place will go to back number 285, DFF Proud Margie, 128 ET, exhibited by Talia Ferguson Sanders of Chickasha, Oklahoma. At this time, we'll bring in your first and seconds and select a champion and reserve champion here in your senior female division. After this division, we will be looking to select your grand and reserve champion females here in your junior Shorthorn show.
All right, catching up back over here on ring one in the Maine-Anjou side. Exhibitors for Class 20, Maine-Anjou female spring heifer calves. These are the April calves. First place goes to entry 143, BBR Sydney, 902H. exhibited by Emily Thorson of Glenville, Minnesota. Second place was entry 142, DRIT Heaven Sent, exhibited by Taylor Dorsey of Eaton, Colorado. Third place, 135, GRC H8 Hads Savage ET, exhibited by Ty Goss, Leedy, Oklahoma. Fourth place was entry 411, TTF Miss Hazel 16H, brought to us by Aubrey Wagner, Anarga, Illinois. Fifth place, 148, CSCCTF Black Beauty 20H, brought to you by Journey Harris of Lubbock, Texas. Sixth place is entry 147, Bo Tay, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Seventh, entry 136, SCHG Festive Lady 045H, exhibited by Sarah Rimple, Athens, Texas. Eighth place goes to 134, TJSC Lucky Lady 306H, exhibited by Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Ninth is 137, Holtcamp Gracie 1H, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes, Ada, Oklahoma. 10th place was 146, Barton's Harper H011, brought to you by Kirsten Hesselmeyer of Gerald, Texas. 11th goes to 141, Barton's Abbey H012, brought to you by Kaylee Eaton of Troy, Texas. 12th is entry 409, Bo Jody, exhibited by Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas. 13 goes to entry 145, EVFM Miss Zone 230H, exhibited by Dexter Small, Neodesha, Kansas. And 14th is exhibitor 140, WSCC Darlene 86H, exhibited by Jason Gallion of Hiawassee, Arkansas. That now brings us into Class 21, Maine-Anjou female spring heifer calves, calved after March 1st. This is your March class.
Well, over here in your Shorthorn ring, we are bringing in all of your champion and reserve champion divisions to select a grand reserve overall here in your junior Shorthorn show. Coming out of your late spring heifer division, your champion was exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Steck WSCC Chelsea 042. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 123, CF Mona Lisa 099 SOLXET, exhibited by Mackenzie Lawtree of Rosie City, Texas. Coming out of your early spring heifer division, champion was exhibited by back number 172, Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana, with CFCSF Margie 058 HCXET. And reserve champion in that division exhibited by back number 170, Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois, with DSC Max Rosa HC313HET. Coming out of your senior heifer calf division, your champion is going to go to back number 208, Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio, with CF Mona Lisa 002 SOLXET, and reserve champion is going to go to back number 200, CF Max Rosa 025 ET, exhibited by Benjamin Nickel of McPherson, Kansas. Coming out of your intermediate division, your champion was exhibited by 260, Steck WSCC Chelsea HC911G, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Reserve champion in that division went to back number 257, Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa, with Compton's Lila 95GET. Coming to you out of your senior division, your champion in that division exhibited by back number 278, Avery Wood of Sabina, Ohio, with Sol MFS Dreamin' Big 92003 GET. And reserve champion was back number 275, Miller Smith with Pendleton, Indiana, with CFV8 Mona Lisa 935 XET. For those of you just joining us ringside, your judge today over here in the Shorthorn ring was Mr. Jimmy Lithicum of Welch, Oklahoma, JCL Red Angus. We'd like to put our hands together and thank Mr. Lithicum and his daughter Cheryl for joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress. At this time, put your hands together for them.
I have been really excited to come here and judge this, maybe a little nervous, and I think those of you ringside, when you see a class like this, might know why. Extremely high quality group of females as we get into these marches, and obviously these heifers have a lot of show career ahead of them, and so don't get discouraged if I placed you down there one woman's opinion today. I end up with true tremendously big-bodied heifers out here. These are high manes that just look like easy keeping cow prospects, really good in terms of that lower body cavity, and then have some muscle shape and attractiveness to go with it. I think the decision between the two does come down to that though, and there's one that's just got more to her. As she comes out from behind her forerib, she's just a little bit wider and bolder there. There's just more cow for me here, even though they're extremely similar on the side. Both give you a tremendously high quality look. I'm going to use the Brockle face in this close pair. Young man's got one in second that I just love her too. She's very similar to my class winner. Blends her pieces extremely well from the side. I'm not even going to get critical on her because between the pair, like I said, just a shot more power in that heifer, but both tremendously high quality. The heifer that comes out in third might have the advantage in terms of overall length of body in relation to those two in the end. But with that, for me, she's maybe just a little bit lower at the point of her shoulder and just kind of runs downhill in terms of a silhouette from the side. Again, getting critical of one that's awfully high quality. Same reads true for this heifer, guys. She's tremendously good. She gets out on the move and you love her in terms of her balance and her flexibility. Where I take issue with her is we get her stopped. At times, to me, she just looks a tick straight up through that shoulder, just like to set her in a shot differently there, but still very good. This heifer to me was a challenge because we get her stopped and she is my kind. I love the way she's made in terms of that neck coming tremendously high out of the top side of her skeleton, gives you that silhouette of attractiveness. She sets down on those rear too, and she just gets a little more rigid in those rear pastures. I wish she'd set down with more cushion and comfort there, but tremendously attractive. We have her polar opposite that comes out next. Again, another big-bodied, stout-featured, easy-feeding heifer. Love the way she's made back into her hip and the way she sets down off her hind leg. For me, she's got a little more shoulder, just a tick more chest, maybe just a little deeper jawed. Now, to some, that might be their kind, and so she certainly could read herself up higher, but for me today, that's where I'm going to go ahead and pick her apart. Again, another nice individual that remained out here. Power in this heifer. She's got lots of it, tons of dimension. She's still flexible to go with it, but I just like to make her a shot more ladylike throughout it in terms of the way she blends her pieces, but still a very good heifer there. This heifer of what we had remaining, she's got tons of muscle shape. You evaluate her down her top. She's really big pinned and has that outward turn and curvature back through her quarter. For me, she's just a little rigid in her movement, and then she gets just a tick frailer bone, but you have to appreciate the power there. Really high-performing heifer, one that definitely has the class advantage in that regard. I just wish it came with a shot more blend and smoothness of pieces. Young man, you have a tremendously stout individual, can make her just a shot bigger in her kind. A big-bodied one that gives you a nice picture from the side, just gets a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work. Young lady's got a heifer here. Again, nothing wrong with her, just really green in terms of her composition. I think her best days are yet to come. And the heifer that rounds out the class just kind of with a disadvantage from a structural standpoint, but still good in terms of her muscle shape.
Well, this is the moment that we've been waiting for on the Shorthorn side in the junior show, champion female. And I was just telling the folks who are doing all the hard work up on the announcer stand that I can tell our 3-hour drive home is going to be not short on conversation because there's enough to talk about in this lineup to keep Dad going for a while. These are the kind of cattle we like, and I just commend the Shorthorn breeders for the great job that they've done. We know that it's about finding a great heifer, it's about feeding her the right way, it's about developing a relationship with this young person so that they can lead her and show her even as she gets to be 10 times, 15 times bigger than they are. And we know that anything can happen, and a heifer's getting a heifer bred and at the right time, and you have to decide what that time is, given your show schedule and given your breeding program. That's really important. I can tell you honestly that, as I said before, I've judged with Dad since I was 11, and there are days when we agree, and there are days when we don't agree. And I can honestly tell you, and him talking to cattle to me, because he's your judge today, I can see everything he sees in these cattle. And I really think that you just have a tremendous amount to be proud of. When we're looking at cattle, we look at the ground up. Dad's very much a structure man, but he's also a guy that believes that a silhouette is great, but they've got to have something when you stand in front of them or behind them. That cows need to be cows, not just on the tan bark and look pretty, but they've got to do the job for a decade or more after they leave this place. And that's really what our program is all about. And it's what about really having a cow program is all about, and being able to sell commercial bulls that commercial bull buyers are happy with, not only terminally, but also in terms of keeping back daughters. At this stage of the game, I have to be honest, we've got probably 5 heifers out here that could win this deal today. If you look at their structure, not a big problem. If you look at their depth, they got it. If you look at their thickness, got enough of that too. And so what it really comes down to is personal preference. And your personal preference is going to be different than Dad's, because we run in northeast Oklahoma, kind of right in the middle of nowhere, but in an area that has many more cattle, head of cattle per square mile than people, and certainly a place where a lot of cattle are bought and sold each and every day, just a few hours northeast of here. So what works for us in terms of cow size might be too big for you. It might be too small for you. But he's going to go out here and pick the cattle that if he had a check in his pocket today and he knew that these exhibitors would take his check, who would he give the check to? In other words, he's going to pick them like he buys them. I'm going to let him tell you who his champion is. Thank you so much for having him judge today.
We get over here on the Maine side to pick a champion in this division, and I won't take any more time than we need to. I know we got a lot of cattle to sort through yet, and I also don't want to discredit the quality of cattle that I've seen thus far. I mean, tremendously high quality, very, very deep classes, and heifers that will go on to win big shows, I'm certain. But I find myself pretty comfortable with the 2 that I'm going to use out here, and I'm going to go ahead and keep the 2 out of the last division together. Congratulations to these gentlemen.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Your grand champion in our junior show is going to be exhibited by Mackenzie Lottery, Rosie City, Texas, with CF Sunflower 965 URX. Reserve champion out of her division, exhibited by Michaela Wetzel. And your reserve champion Shorthorn female out of our junior show is going to go to back number 260, Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota, with Steck WSCC Chelsea HC 911G. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior Shorthorn exhibitors, and a special thank you to Mr. Jimmy Lithicum, your judge of Welch, Oklahoma. At this time, we are going to take a brief picture break, and we'll return back with your Junior Shorthorn Plus show.
All right, catching up back over here in the Maine-Anjou female show, the open class 21. First place and your division champion was entry 158, BBR Harmony 901H, exhibited by Turner Longacre of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Second place and reserve division was entry 151, BKMT Hand Delivered 009H, exhibited by Hunter Morden, Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 152, Goff Miss Princess 210H, exhibited by Clint Main of Seymour, Indiana. Fourth was entry 153, CGCC Heavenly Made 132H, brought to us by Gentry Weatherford, Athens, Texas. Fifth place was 164, Nage Raquel 187H, exhibited by Jackson Schrag of Marion, South Dakota. Sixth place goes to 150, JABR Hattie 131H, exhibited by Severa Brothers, Firebaugh, California. Seventh was 159, Why Not So Sweet Holly 50H, brought to you by Hannah Topmiller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Eighth was entry 412, JPV Miss Ivy Rose 6H, exhibited by Veda Viglin of Longmont, Colorado. Ninth was 163, DJ Hadassah H1 by DeJong Ranch, Kennebec, South Dakota. 10th was entry 161, Miss Maine-Anjou Moana, exhibited by Drew McCullough, Allerton, Iowa. 11th was entry 156, VC Hot Mess 023H, exhibited by Virginia Merritt, Altus, Oklahoma. And 12th was entry 157, MLL Something Special 019H, exhibited by Bailey Matlock, Anadarko, Oklahoma. And 13th was entry 149, Miss Maine Aim Paisley, exhibited by Adrian Bryant of Fulton, Missouri. Once again, your division winner was entry 158, BBR Harmony by Turner Longacre, and your reserve division was 151, BKMT hand-delivered, exhibited by Hunter Morton. We're now going into Class 22, Maine-Anjou females, junior heifer calves, calved January 1st through February 29th, 2020 or later. The class winner and second in this class will be your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf for Division 2.
Again, just a tremendously high quality class from top to bottom, yet I find myself really comfortable with the one I'm going to utilize to win here, and that's the young lady in the yellow shirt. You want to paint a picture of balance with structural integrity that has the wow factor yet hits the big cow basics. I think this is her, guys. I think this is an impressive heifer. We relate her back to the one in second. She just blends her shoulder better into her body cavity. I think a really exciting one that'll win your division and be fun to see back in the Grand Drive. The heifer that comes in second did the young lady no favors in getting there because she really wants to fight her at the halter, and I think that's where her issue becomes evident to me. Yeah, so she's got a little bit of shoulder. That is a big, stout individual that's still really attractive from the side. I wish that she was maybe just a touch heavier boned in relation to the amount of dimension that she does have, but boy, I'm picking apart really, really high quality cattle, and that one's awfully, awfully good. I love this heifer here, too. I think she's really, really good in her own regard. Stout featured, steps down on a really big foot, one that's really flexible as she gets out and goes. Maybe just not the most attractive about her head, and then I change her in the way she comes to her forerib, but I think that one's got a bright future and will be really good as she comes. My issues with this heifer is in her lower body cavity. She's a little bit tighter in her forerib and just gets a tick more tubular in the way she comes up into her flank. I think as you read her into the future, though, she bodies down and that changes. It'll work to her advantage. She's big pin and has tons of dimension to her. Another burly cow right here. She's got lots of substance. I like that about her rib, feedability, flexibility. She just has a little bit of brisket, and she's a little rounder in the shape to that shoulder, but still a big, high-performing, nice heifer there. I love the way this baldy heifer is assembled from the side. In terms of femininity, has an advantage over a few up ahead of her, but from a performance standpoint, one that's a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of her mature cow size here. Just like to stouten her up in her bone work as well, but really good heifer in terms of the way she puts her pieces together from the side. Extremely attractive, flat-shouldered, and neat made. That was her advantage over this heifer that comes back next. Obviously, there's more cow here. She's one that has that advantage. You evaluate her down her top and from behind. For me, she's a little more out at the point of that shoulder, and then it could blend into her body cavity better from a balance standpoint. Black and white heifer, nothing wrong with this female. I think this is a really good cow prospect the young lady should be very, very proud of. Tremendously deep-sided and good in that rib and body carriage. For me, she wants to hawk in from behind ever so slightly, and is there as much cow there? That's where I question her. Again, another extremely high-quality heifer that comes out. She's one that wants to toe out just a shot up front for me. I'd like to modify her in that regard. Heifer here that's long-bodied, just needs more substance. I think more time will benefit her. This is a big, stout, burly heifer. She's got a little bit of throat for me, just like to make her more attractive. The same holds true for the heifer that rounds out of the class as the one second to last. Just needs to be more cow there.
Congratulations. Results for Class 22 as well as Junior Heifer Calf Division. First place and division champion is entry 172, BBR Mafia Queen 299H, exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. Second place and reserve division heifer calf is entry 181, TTTS Willow 3H, exhibited by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to 179, DUP Heart to Heart 004H, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. Fourth place is entry 173, CMCC Hot and Spicy 024H, exhibited by Devin Morton, Stratford, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 180, BKMT Heart and Soul 008H, brought to us today by Cassidy Barker of Kearney, Missouri. Sixth place is entry 183, Dykeman REI Whiskey 401H, exhibited by Conley Cattle, Sulphur, Oklahoma. Seventh place is entry 182, PSC Eileen 109H, brought to you by Parks Show Cattle, Metamora, Michigan. Eighth place goes to entry 175, McKay Remy 0911, shown by Brickley McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Ninth place is entry 177, BKMT Horizon 021H, shown by Hunter Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. 10th is entry 171, Miss Maine-Anjou Pearl, exhibited by Jillian Bryant, Fulton, Missouri. 11th place goes to 413, TTTS Miss CC 1H, brought to you by Hannah Murr of Humboldt, Iowa. 12th place is entry 168, Miss Maine-Anjou Elsa, Madison McCullough of Allerton, Iowa, brought her to us today. That completes that division of the junior calf. Once again, your division champion, junior calf, is BBR Mafia Queen 228H, and your reserve division was TTTS Willow 3H. We now have Class 23, Maine-Anjou Heifer Winter Heifer Calves, calved November 1st through December 31st of 2019. 3 entries.
On the top side of this class, I think that they're polar opposites in terms of their composition and just the way that they're constructed. I'm going to give the nod to the one for me that there's just more cow there. She's stout-featured, she's powerful and muscular, yet she still remains feminine enough in her overall look of balance. We could make her just a shot more neat-necked up to her throat if you wanted to modify her, but I think a nice cow for him, young man's Baldy, is going to win for me. In a really close second, and I don't mind if you like the pair switched because of her smoothness of feature and the way she blends herself. I just don't think there's quite as much power there, but still a really nice cow right here is going to come in second. Just a little bit frailer in terms of her features in relation to the heifer that wins, but it all goes together extremely well. She puts it together in a nice little moderate package, and she does have the freshness advantage there. Not to take anything away from the young lady here in third, you're doing a tremendous job getting this one shown. She just doesn't have those unique pieces of balance as we get back to her hip, like to square her up, make her more attractive there. Just a little bit cooler up to her front end. You've done a nice job of feeding and presenting this one.
Congratulations go to a Class 23 winner, entry 186, BK Gussied Up, 9016G, exhibited by Jade Stone of Stanton, Texas. Second place is entry 210, RRRC Victoria 43AG, brought to you by Parker Schwartz of La Signe, Kansas. And your third place is entry 184, TLLC Countess 927G, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. We're now bringing in Class 24 senior heifer calves, those calves that are born anywhere from September 1st through October 31st, 2019. Following this, we'll go right into our division, and then we'll have our summer yearling division.
I apologize for taking a little more time to sort amongst these top 4 heifers. I think they all offer an awful lot of good. And obviously, if we're still showing them at big heifers at this stage, these owners think so too. And I think they'll all go on to have a bright future in production. That being said, I'm going to use one that to me is kind of the combination of the other 2 remaining, and that's the young lady's heifer. She's going to win for me. She's one that has power and dimension, and then she combines it with that really cowy, attractive look. She's really stout featured, and I think probably of the 3 we have out here, she's the stoutest featured and most muscular, yet boy, does she give you a picture of balance when you get off to the side of her. Extremely high quality. Not to take anything away from the other 2 heifers that are out here. I think they're both awfully good in their own regard. I'm going to use one that I guess I question how big she is. She's plenty big, but still really nice. Young man here is going to be second for me. She's one that has just a tick of chest, and like I said, maybe we could moderate her a shot, but boy, that is a fresh, big, well-presented individual that's extremely sound structured. She offers a lot in terms of her length, the body, and extension, yet still so deep-sided. Just blend her pieces a shot better. This heifer is one that initially didn't hit me as hard as she comes in. Because she's not the stoutest in her features, she's just a little bit frailer, but you get down and evaluate her, and she's just so nice in terms of the way she's made. She blends her pieces extremely well. She comes from her shoulder into her body cavity. I just don't think there's quite as much there, but if that's your kind, I don't mind if you like her because she's still really, really good. I pull this heifer over here into 4th, and there may be some of you ringside that like her because she is the stoutest featured. There's no doubt that's the biggest pen. She's got the most dimension down her top. As she gets out and goes, she gets maybe just a little bit lazier as she moves. Wish that she handles herself with a shot more comfort, but that's still an extremely high quality heifer. I think just a really nice kind of cow that comes out next here. She's bold in her shape. She's good in terms of her ribs. She's got plenty of muscle. Just isn't as unique as those individuals on the top side of the class. Same reads true for this black and white heifer, one that's just not quite as highly presented, but you get down and evaluate her, and she covers the big basics of what it's going to take to make a cow in the end. One here that has the frame size advantage out here, but for me it just comes with a little bit too much frame and not quite enough rib and body, but a nice cow for her as well.
Thank you, Judge. Results for Class 24 in your Maine-Anjou Senior Heifer Calf Division. First place goes to entry 190, BK Got Data 9018G, exhibited by Blakely Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 193, BK Grace of God 9001G, exhibited by Grady Carter, Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place goes to 194, JCC Miss Fetty 75G, brought to us by Braden Freeman, Winchester, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 189, BK JG Give Me 5 9011G, exhibited by Madison Griffin, Kiowa, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 195, Barton's Abbey G016, exhibited by Kaylee Eaton, Troy, Texas. Sixth place is entry 192, Cimarron Miss 156G, exhibited by Jessica Harbaugh of Blackwell, Oklahoma. And seventh place was entry 191, TGLC Tia 9XM3, exhibited by Mackenzie Moldenaar from Valley Center, Kansas. We are now showing for Champion Senior Heifer Calf Division and Reserve Senior Heifer Calf Division. Following this, we'll go right into our early summer yearling heifers.
I certainly took plenty of time evaluating that last class, but the decision for me for division as we get them back out here, I think is pretty logical. And there's 2 heifers that are yet polar opposites in their kind and composition, but I still think go together really well for the champion and reserve in this division. Young lady here will be champion, young man, you'll be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your champion senior heifer calf comes out of class 24, entry number 190, BK Got Data 9018G, exhibited by Blakely Hayes of Ada, Oklahoma. Your reserve division champion also came out of class 24, entry 193, BK Grace of God 9001G, exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Once again, we're now going into class 25, which will also be a division in and of itself, followed by class 26 spring yearling heifers.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. We are about ready to get started here in Ring 2 with your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Entering the ring at this time is Class 1 out of your late spring heifer division. Your judge this afternoon will be Mr. Jimmy Lithlicum of Welch, Oklahoma.
I was due for one that was a little easier out here, so the young lady brings me a single entry that really gives you that silhouette of balance from the side. She's very ladylike in the way she puts her pieces together. If we could modify her just a shot, make her more uniform in that lower body depth from where she comes in her chest and then up into her forerib there, but still a high quality prospect for her that we'll go ahead and evaluate further in the champion drive.
Congratulations, winning Class 25 as well as the champion summer yearling female is entry 198. McKay Roxanne 9838, exhibited by Kenny Lockhart of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. That now brings us to Class 26, Maine-Anjou spring yearling heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2019. We'll have one more class after this, and then division, cow-calf pair, and then our grand champion drive.
We have a half a dozen youngsters here in this first Shorthorn Plus class of May and June, just babies, and a day or two can make a big difference in terms of how these peppers present. Dad really likes the dark red heifer. She's really clean and feminine up to her front, pretty neatly laid in through her shoulder. I'm not going to say that any of these calves moves perfectly because they're dancing a little bit for us out here, but she can get out and track. She has some substance of bone. some expression and some shape, and certainly she's the kind of female that you like in terms of her length of muscle as well. The heifer that's most like her in the kind, and a heifer that some of you might have started with, is the heifer in second. She's a nice black heifer, really a good up-headed female, a heifer that's got some substance already, some depth of rib. There are times when she chops a little on her hind legs and puts her legs or flexes just a little more. Maybe you'd like to see in her rear hock and down in her loin region. But she's the kind of heifer that, she's just a baby, and she's so stylish and so well balanced. And it's that length and extension that pretty handily takes her over the heifer in third. The heifer in third is really well balanced and very well presented. This young man does a great job showing this heifer, and she is a show heifer. She's very deep, very broody in her makeup. She's got a lot of style and balance. There's just not as much length of side there in this female as we compare her to the top two, or as much flex in terms of her rear pastern and leg in particular. Nevertheless, it's her power and her presence in terms of style and balance that takes her over the next two heifers in the class. A good class of females to start off our Shorthorn Plus show this afternoon.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2 for your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Starting out, Class 1 will be back number 292, TCC Wyoming Win 206, exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 294, Brayley Keisner of Hougton, Kansas. Third place will go to back number 295, Tyler DeGroot of Egerton, Minnesota. Fourth place went to back number 290, Faye Smith of Walton, Kansas. Fifth place went to back number 293, Grace Fry of Rochdale, Indiana. And sixth place went to back number 291, Kason Lehrman of Orlando, Oklahoma. At this time over here in Ring 2 is Class 2 in your late spring heifer calf division.
Our second Shorthorn Plus class before we select late spring heifer calf champion. This is a set of May calves, just 2 weeks age difference, and it wouldn't matter if there were 2 months age difference. I think that the first place heifer could still take on a lot more competition. She's really complete, correct. She's sound. She's got some flair and dimension of muscle already, but she's already showing us that she's going to have some depth and capacity to back all of that up. When you sit that on a strong structural foundation, she pretty handily wins the class. While she's more modest in size than the heifer in second, That structure is what takes her over the second place female. The second place female, though, a good heifer in her own right. She's got some stretch and extension up front, some length aside. Unfortunately, she tends to taper just a little bit from hooks to pins as compared to that first place heifer. You look at her as an individual, she's just fine, but in a relative sense, that's a comparison that we can make. Third heifer goes over the female in fourth. She's a really thick female. She's also maybe a little chubby, and this might be baby fat. It might be something that you're going to have to watch with her. I'd like to straighten her up in a real hock a bit and make her just a little more smooth as she gets out and tracks about for us today.
Boy, I think this class is good, and I think it's close, and I think that the two I end up out here with are just tremendously high-quality donor prospects that will go on to do great things within the breed, and they're both just so big-bodied and good in that regard, and very, very flexible in their skeleton. Love the way that they angle up from a structural standpoint, and then there's some subtle differences between the pair, and I think you have one that is just so striking in terms of that look from the side. She extends that neck extremely high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's tremendously deep-bodied, yet very, very flexible, and I love a lot of things about her. And then you've got another one that maybe is just a little bit stouter, if you can make that call between the two of them. And she is one, as you get off to the side of them, for me, she just gives you that ultimate picture of balance. I think it's very, very close between the two heifers. I think it's important that we keep those unique pieces, even though I'd like to modify this heifer just a shot as we get off to the side of her. Young lady here is going to win for me. You'll be a very, very close second. Tremendously high quality top pair heifers. Not to take anything away from the young man here in third. This is a good cow. She is tremendously big bodied. Love the shape out of her forerib, the way she comes back into her flank. She's one that gets a little bit shallower heeled as she steps down off her rear too, but that's again getting critical of one that's got a bright future ahead of her. This heifer has the advantage in terms of her length of body just overall in comparison to the heifer above her, and she sets down a little bit more secure off of those rear two. For me, I'd like to change the angulation up in her shoulder or the way she comes into her forerib. Young man here gets in an extremely challenging class with a heifer that I don't mind if you switch that pair. She's still very, very good in her own regard in terms of flexibility and stoutness, just not as dynamic as those two heifers on the top side of this class. This heifer's best days, I think, are probably beyond her in terms of freshness, and you get her out here, and that's where I'm going to take issue with her. I still think she's very, very good. Just wish that she was more 12 o'clock in terms of freshness.
Congratulations. Results for Class 26 Maine-Anjou Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 207, GHC Getting Real 922G, exhibited by Madison K. Lotchke of Kingsdown, Kansas. Second place is entry 204, Bo Miss Fitzy, exhibited by Abby Talak of Prohl, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 202, WSCC Maggie 9017G, exhibited by Lucas Leifers, Edgerton, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 203, BBR Gianna 788G, brought to us by Braden Freeman, Winchester, Illinois. Fifth place is entry 211, JABR Gemma 100G, exhibited by Hollis Driscoll of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And sixth place was entry 212, BBR Gemma 43G, exhibited by Ashton Danker of Oka, Iowa.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Coming out of your late spring heifer calf division, champion will go to back number 292, TCC Wyoming Win 206, exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 300, Saul Lucy's Money 0403 HET, exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Now over here in your Shorthorn ring, we will start our early spring heifer calf division with Class 5.
Another nice class over here on the high main side, and I'm pretty comfortable using the young man right here in front of me to win this particular class. I think the heifer has a freshness advantage. She's one that's so good in the way she puts herself together from the side. She has the advantage in the way that she ties that chest floor into her body cavity, just remains more ladylike in the way she puts it all together, a nice individual there. The heifer that comes in second, she's definitely stouter featured. I love that about her. That's a big foot. She steps down on lots of substance, and then it has the muscle shape and power to go with it. One that's getting big and heavy with a calf, and she's got a little bit of brisket. And today I'm going to hold it against her in the decision between the two of them, but still that's a tremendously high quality individual. Young lady, you get in a really tough class with just a nice one. I would call her very practical in her type and kind, just not quite as dynamic as the two that win this class, but still a nice cow for her. And then the cow that rounds out the class, I think she's one that's probably ready to just go out and be a cow and do her thing there. She's got rib and body and power. Just like to clean her up in terms of her degree of condition at this stage of the game. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations. Winning Class 27 Maine-Anjou Junior Yearling Heifer Calves is entry 217 MTF Goosebumps 901G, exhibited by Devin Morton, Stratford, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 215 BKMT Got Game 908G, brought to us by Madison Griffin, Kiowa, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 214 KHC Lady Kiki 0213G, exhibited by Kirsten Helsemeyer of Gerald, Texas. And fourth place was entry 213 DUP Good Times 905G, exhibited by Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in those class winners from 26 and 27 to show for Champion Junior Yearling Female, Division 5. And then following that, we'll go right into our cow-calf pairs, followed by the Grand Champion overall.
This class of early spring heifer calves, Dad's got they're not alike, but they're a close placing in the top two. The heifer he's going with is sharper and cleaner up in her front end, right under her throat into her front end, but she also comes back with ample base width. She's real smooth in her shoulder, comes back with some tie-in. She's a little longer sided perhaps in some views, particularly from her hooks back. I think a real promising heifer that's still green, but shows us all the basics. The second heifer looks incredible today. Here's a heifer that's deep-sided. She's really fit right. She's really a good heifer from the standpoint of what she has to offer all the way through. This heifer's not quite as correct as she tracks off her rear leg as the first heifer today from sometimes. But, you know, we're looking at young heifers. This may be their first time out, and that's all part of this game. We're just seeing them for about 10 minutes, but really two strong females that have very bright futures. The third heifer looks green today. She looks big, she looks streamlined, she looks like she's got some balance, but we need to see a little more power as she steps down on her rear leg, and some more depth and softness as she grows and matures for her to place higher in the class. But it's really the future in this heifer that at this age placed her over the fourth place female. The fourth heifer is one that Dad really likes in many ways. She's long-sided. When she's set up, you view her from the side, she really looks spectacular. She's a female that's a little tighter in her movement, not quite as correct in her front leg structure, her overall structure, as say the heifers that he starts the class with today.
To get these heifers back out here to pick a division, and I did spend some time sorting them in those classes, and there was decisions to be made, and I think that they represent an awful lot of quality as we get them back out here. And to compare the two class winners, I think I would be just tickled pink to own either of them. But with that said, there's one to me that's just so unique in terms of her striking ability from the side. Young lady right here will be the champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division 5 champion comes out of Class 26, entry 207. GHC Getting Real 922G, coming to you from Madison K. Lotchke of Kingstown, Kansas. That brings in your second place, 204, Bomus Fritz, to show for reserve.
I talked about how close it was in that class, and as this heifer pulls up in contention for reserve, I think it still remains that way. Young man out of the last class, this heifer probably has an advantage in overall total length of body. For me, as you get back to the rear portion of her skeleton, just to be extra so nitpicky and critical, she doesn't stand down on quite as much substance of bone and foot, but again, being critical of one that's going to get left standing today, young lady, you'll be the reserve. Congratulations.
Coming out of the same class for reserve division, junior yearling heifer in the Maine-Anjou show is entry 204 Bo Miss Fitzy, ET, exhibited by Abby Talak of Prohl, Iowa. That concludes the Maine-Anjou spring yearling heifer class. We're now going into the cow-calf class, followed by the grand champion overall.
Well, congratulations over here in your shorthorn ring, coming out of Class 5. First place will be back number 396, CCBF Halos Ratchet 10HET, exhibited by Brooklyn Bailey of Hydro, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 306, Soul Lady Limit 0406H ET, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 303, AF Perfect Princess 2013, exhibited by Meredith Behrens of Colbert, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 308, exhibited by Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. Fifth place goes to back number 307, Shane Carlisle, Amarillo, Texas. And sixth place will go to back number 304, Maggie Bass of Burton, Kansas. For those of you following along in your book, Class 5 in your shorthorn ring is as follows: 3, 6, 1, 2, 5, 4. Now in your shorthorn ring will be Class 6 in your early spring heifer division.
We get the cow-calf pair out here, and she's obviously doing her job, and that's having a calf and bringing a live one to a show. And if you relate the next generation, I think in relation to how she's built, he's one that's just a little bit shorter bodied, which is a good thing. He's got a little bit more shape to that rib cage, and so she's done her job of giving that unique, attractive look from the side, yet upgrading in terms of just a shot more rib and body. A nice pair. Let's give them a round of applause as they head on out.
Congratulations, your champion cow-calf pair, Class 28, is entry 121, TGLC Jasper 77 M3E, exhibited by Kinsey Moldenauer of Valley Center, Kansas. We'll now be bringing in all of our division champions and reserve to show for the grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer.
We're continuing with some really strong April heifer calves here on the Shorthorn Plus show, and we've got some good heifers on this side of the ring, but there's one heifer that handily wins this class based on her combination of ground-up structure that starts with a foot that's a good size, with a pastern with some flex, with a shoulder that has the right angle, length of side, length of hip, and correctness in her overall depth relative to her frame. The second place heifer you like, and that she too has a lot of good things going for her. Here's a deep-sided heifer, not quite as extended in her pattern as a top heifer, but relative to the others in the class, this little girl can get out and track. She's a heifer that today looks just a little more well-balanced, relatively slightly stronger in terms of her hooks to pin placement, a little squarer out through that hip than the heifer in third. The third heifer is a good female. She hangs right in here in this top group. In this trio of heifers, she looks like she's carrying maybe a little bit more flesh in some areas than some of the others. I think a lot of it's hair. She doesn't have as much hair as some of these older other two heifers do, because she can get out and track with a lot of base width, a lot of correctness, as she'll lengthen down and deepen down in her look, soften up in her look perhaps is the right word. I think she'll be more competitive in the future. The fourth heifer is a big, long-sided girl, and this heifer is green as she can be. She's one of those that I think will get better and better with time because her line is right, her length is right, she's got some thickness, she can track off her rear legs. She's just very awkward at this stage. She goes in over a red heifer that Dad thinks really needs a lot more steam in her engine in terms of her rear leg and her hit. He loves the white heifer that he ends the class with from Profile, but she just wouldn't give up any flex in her rear pastern, at least in the first part of the class, as he studied her on the move.
Back over here in ring one, we're getting ready to show for our grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer in the open show. Coming out of Division 1, your division winner was entry 158, BBR Harmony 901H, exhibited by Turner Longacre of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Your Division 2 champion was entry 172, BBR Mafia Queen 299H, brought to us by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. Division 3 was won by entry 190, BK Got Data 9018G, exhibited by Blakely Hayes of Ada, Oklahoma. Division 4 was entry 198, McKay Roxanne 9838, exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart, Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Your Division 5 champion is entry 207, GHC Getting Real 922G, brought to us by Madison K. Lotchke of Kingsdown, Kansas. And your final division champion was the cow-calf pair out of Class 28, entry 121, TGLC Jasper 77M3E, exhibited by Mackenzie Molinari, Valley Center, Kansas.
Well, back over here in your Shorthorn Plus show, we have the results from Class 6 early spring heifer calves. First place will go to back number 311, Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place will go to back number 314, Kevin Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Third place went to back number 315, Kaya Hendrickson. Fourth place will go to back number 310, Macy Cook, Perry, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 309, Colby Brown of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to back number 312, Connor Moore of Hepburn, Oklahoma. For those of you following along in your books for Class 6 here in your Shorthorn Plus ring, 5th, 4th, 1st, 6th, scratch, 2nd, 3rd. Now over here in ring 2 is Class 7 in your early spring heifer calf division.
As she's evaluating and lining up our grand champion drive, once again, I'd like to introduce our judge for the open show today. Krisha Geffert resides in Laval, Wisconsin, where her and her husband Shay own and operate Geffert Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist for ADM Animal Nutrition. She was a member of the national champion livestock judging team at Butler Community College and reserve national champion team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and ag business. Chrissy was named high individual at several national contests and never finishing out of the top 10 in reasons in both her junior and senior college judging careers. As you can tell, she can sure talk them today. Let's put our hands together and show a big round of appreciation for Chrissy judging these Maine-Anjous.
What an honor to be here today to evaluate your mains, and we still have a long day yet to come, but truly it is my pleasure, and ultimately simply my opinion out here, and I've tried to do that all day and give everybody a fair shake and spend my time evaluating the cattle and just telling you how they come across to me. We end up with a tremendously high-quality championship drive out here. Let's give them all a round of applause for their hard work and efforts. I said before that in life we're not always responsible for our circumstances, but we are certainly responsible for how we react to them. Again, this show is a reaction to some crappy circumstances, so I think it's awesome that you all had the opportunity to get to come out and show, and today ultimately I'm going to pick your champion, High Maine. I think it's close. It's challenging. I told you guys I was a little nervous coming here because I knew it was going to be challenging and I knew they were going to be so high quality, and I guess for me it comes down to a couple options here. I'll just hit the big basics, each of them, then I'm going to go out and select the one that suits me best today for champion and reserve, but it's been my pleasure. Young man's calf here is one that's so big-bodied. She just exemplifies the word cow in terms of that productivity, rib shape, and then balances up really, really nicely to go with it. Is she as dynamic in her look as some? That's where it gets questionable, but I still think that one's got an awfully, awfully bright future. Heifer directly here in front of me. Boy, striking is the word that I would use to describe this one, because as she comes in, you notice her. That is a neat-fronted heifer that's still tremendously stout. She's got ribs, she's got body, she's got flexibility. Now, is she there yet? No, she's got a long time till she's a big mature one, but I think that is a good heifer right there. Young lady's got a calf here or a heifer here that's big bone. She's stout featured. She's probably one of the stouter ones we have out here in the drive, but uniquely she still does it while looking like a heifer or a female. I appreciate the way she angles up off of both ends. Maybe just not quite as unique in the way she's made up through that front end as we compare back to some of the others, but a nice individual there. One that I would just consider very practical, the Baldy here. She was a single entry, level in terms of her limes, smooth in the way that she's made. Not quite as much cow here as we compare back to some of the others, but still really, really high quality. Young lady here has one that we've talked a lot, and I said before, she's unique, she's striking, and she's attractive. That holds true as we get her out here in the championship drive as well, one that I like quite well. And then we have the cow, doing her job as a cow out here, coming to her first show. Appreciate that about her. Maybe not quite as much rib and body and substance as some, but again, that's one that's milking a nice bull calf on her side. One big last round of applause. I'll go out and select the one that suits me best for champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer comes out of your Class 26 Division 5. Entry number 207, GHC, Getting Real 922G, exhibited by Madison K. Lotchke of Kingsdown, Kansas. Congratulations, Madison. That brings in your reserve division to show for reserve grand overall.
Okay, just a few comments over here on the Shorthorn Plus side. We've got an interesting class of females with 3 and especially 2 heifers that made it a really close placing for Dad. Very much personal preference. He's going with a heifer that he thinks is a little greener and fresher today, a little longer stride, particularly off her left rear as we look at her today and on the stride. She's a female that you like in terms of her length and extension, but you have to see that not only does she have style and balance, but the little girl right behind her. The black heifer behind her, probably the most highly fit of any heifer in the ring. She's super, super well presented. She's a good heifer to boot. She's got some soundness in her movement. She's got some depth of body, some spring of rib. She's got enough thickness to her. She's a really solid female. Dad just prefers the greener, longer-sided female and the red heifer today. The third heifer is one that we like really well from the side view profile. When she gets on the move, she doesn't take as long and smooth a stride as either the first or the second place heifer, but certainly a female whose angles are right when she's standing, a female that's much more upstanding in her front end, longer in her muscle pattern, and relatively sounder in her look than those that follow her in the class today. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And your reserve grand champion comes out of the same division, entry 204, Bo Miss Fitzy ET, exhibited by Abby Tulloch of Pearl, Iowa. Once again, that concludes the Maine-Anjou heifer show for the open division. Going into the next group would be the open high Maine-Anjou bulls.
Well, over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring, we have the results of Class 7 in your early spring heifer division. First place will go to back number 320, CF Tamale 070 Ferrari XET, exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 324, CSF Lady Crystal 2112 ET, exhibited by Alyssa Orbrecht of Harlan, Iowa. Third place will go to back number 398, CSF Lady Traveler 2123 ET, exhibited by Grace Rinker of Strasburg, Illinois. Fourth place will go to back number 323, Cups Primo Ruby, exhibited by Cole Mingus of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Fifth place went to back number 321, exhibited by Helen Spears of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class will go to back number 400, Haley Maggie of Pleasanton, California. Seventh place in that class goes to back number 319, Taryn Williams of Marlow, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside, placings are as follows: 7, 1, 5, 4, 2, 3, 6. Now in ring 2 is Class 8, your final class here in your early spring heifer calf division in your junior Shorthorn Plus show.
Well, sometimes Dad's just faster than I am. When these heifers walked in the ring, he told me about 30 seconds in, he thought that this particular heifer that wins the class was going to win it, and win it she did. She's a really good heifer in terms of her structural soundness. That's really one of the things that you love about this heifer. She also kind of has an attitude. She knows she's a show heifer. She puts her head up, she pops her ears forward, and she's here to do business. She's just the kind of female that puts it all together in a complete package. She's deep, she's got plenty of volume, she's still very youthful, calf-like, and attractive. And it's really that combination of structure and balance that makes her win the class. I really like the heifer in second too, and Dad obviously does as well. She's really sweet fronted, has an incredible top, love her hip. She's not quite as flexible in her hind leg track as that first place heifer is, but that's just slightly different in pattern. But she's relatively longer and freer in her stride, particularly on her back left, than the third place heifer. This third heifer, we really, really like. Dad wanted me to comment that she's a great combination of femininity, thickness, and volume, really in a nice package. He'd like to refine her wheels just a little bit, and so many of these times these heifer calves don't get out of here and move. Perfect for us in this ring. They've been standing on concrete for 3 to 4 days, and their whole body's just in a little bit of a discombobulation. But she looks a little bit coarser hocked than, say, the heifer that started the class. Then we move into another big, long-sided, very competitive black heifer, really competitive in this class in terms of her length and extension. And then we break into 2 females that get overpowered in terms of sheer volume and dimension, but still good, solid females. Congratulations to the exhibitors, top of this class. Good class of females.
At this time, we are going to bring in your first and seconds to select a champion here in the early spring heifer calf division. Coming out of Class 5, first place was exhibited by Brooklyn Bailey of Hydro, Oklahoma. Second place out of that class was exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Coming out of Class 6, first place exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. And second place exhibited by Kevin Hesser of Leesburg, Indiana. Class 7 first place was exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Second place was exhibited by Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan, Iowa. And in Class 8, first place was exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And second place went to Hannah Wetzel of Faribault, Minnesota. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in putting your hands together for our Junior Shorthorn Plus exhibitors here in this division. Congratulations, your champion early spring heifer calf exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with NIKL Blue Charm 064HET. And your reserve champion is going to go to back number 320, CF Tamale 070 Ferrari XET, exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will get started in your Shorthorn Plus show with Class 11.
Another good class of heifer calves. Here we've got some differences that are structural, some that are frame score differences, and differences that I think will magnify as these heifers get older, without a doubt. The heifer that Dad starts with is the blue heifer, a heifer that to him is powerful in her own right, and that she's got some volume and she has some completeness and correctness, but she's the most flawless in her pattern when you follow her from front to rear. You look at her top, you look at her head, you look at her neck, shoulder lay-in, you look at her right behind her neck and her neck-body junction, and it's all very neatly laid in. She's a little cleaner up in her point of shoulder in the second heifer, and she's a little cleaner in terms of her rear hock as she gets out and tracks. This second heifer, though, is outstanding. Here's a female that if you want a little more frame and you want a heifer that has the sogginess in terms of depth of rib and some thickness to go with it, she might be your girl. She's really, really classy. She's a female that today, and again, this is a calf, is a little more awkward. She's not unsound in any means. Please do not misunderstand. She's just a little more awkward in the way she handles her rear leg and tracks out as we compare to the first heifer. She's got lots of days ahead of her and lots of purple ribbons in her future, in Dad's opinion. The third heifer is one that we love as well. Dad likes this heifer. This young man does an incredible job setting her up. She's well presented. This heifer is obviously a natural in terms of having natural volume, natural thickness, natural length of muscle, all those kinds of things you want to see in the basics for a heifer. She's just not quite as stretched out up in her front end or out through her hip as those heifers that win the class and sit in slots 1 and 2 today. We then work into a smaller frame set of heifers, still got some quality here, but some differences, and certainly some performance give-ups as we work down into the class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations over here in ring 2 in your junior Shorthorn Plus show. First place will go to back number 331, Saw Lady Chip 0129 HET, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 336, exhibited by McKenna Brower of Applington, Iowa. Third place will go to back number 334, Tyler DeGroot of Edgerton, Minnesota. Fourth place will go to back number 335, Abigail Green, State Center, Iowa. Fifth place goes to back number 332, Brianna Wood of Grove, Oklahoma. And sixth place will go to back number 333, Andrew Triplett of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Seventh place in that class was back number 492, Madison Hall, Moscow, Kansas. Now in ring 2 will be class 12 here in your junior heifer calf division.
Back over here in ring 1 on the high open Maine-Anjou Bull Show is what we're starting with class 29. We have 2 entries, bulls, rein calves, bull calves ranging in age from March 1st, 2020 and up. These are both April and May bull calves. Our judge for today is Krisha Geffert. She resides in La Valley, Wisconsin, where her and her husband Shay own and operate Geffert Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist for ADM Animal Nutrition. Krisha is a member of the National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Bud Light Community College and the Reserve National Champion Team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and ag business. Krisha was named high individual at several national contests and never finishing out of the top 10 in reasons in both her junior and senior college judging careers. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Krisha to do the Open Maine, Maintainer, and Maine Angus Bull Show. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
I think these two are very different in their kind and composition. You've got one that's a little bit shorter bodied, and that might be an advantage, and he's so manly and stout and powerful in his muscle shape. It all starts right behind his shoulder. He just comes with that big old top shape and has tons of dimension. He's really big pinned and has all kinds of outward turn and curvature to his quarter when you get behind him. The other bull, though, is one that just sets down so good on that hind leg, and I love the way he's made there. He has a length of body advantage, but maybe it works to his disadvantage today today because he's a shot greener in terms of his composition. I think they both offer an awful lot of good, and the future is going to tell a lot about the pair. I'm going to use the one for me that's just so stout and powerful in terms of his construction. Young lady here will be first. A very close second. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations, winning Class 29. First place goes to entry 222, DRIT Houston ET, exhibited by Taylor Dorsey of Eaton, Colorado. Second place is entry 219, CCSE Ebbs JB, exhibited by Ebbs Cattle Company, Durant, Iowa. We're now going into Class 30, Maine-Anjou Bull, Junior Bull calves, calved after March 1st. These are all March calves of 2020.
Nice class in our Shorthorn Plus show. We've really got two really incredible heifers that could really win the class. Having said that, the heifer that wins the class is Dad's favorite, and he goes to her pretty handily when you consider that she's just a tick fresher up in her front, and when you get back behind and on top of these heifers, she comes out a little more nearly, not so much level from the side view, but behind. She comes out from hooks to pins with more uniformity in her width. She's really green in many ways. She's got enough, certainly condition. She's certainly got enough flesh in terms of rib. There's definitely enough there, but she's so smooth that she's a heifer that you can see going for the long term and continuing to grow and improve. The second heifer looks incredible today. She's certainly a female that's made to look the part. She's got a beautiful front end, a lot of length of side, tremendous depth and spring of fore and rear rib. The heifer's got some meat in her, yet she's feminine in her package. Overall, again, as I said, little difference in hip structure, a little difference in muscle structure between those first two, both outstanding females. The third place heifer falls in as a heifer that gives up something in terms of her hind leg stretch and her hind leg step down compared to the top two, and just a little more volume would be needed in this heifer to place in that top two in that track today, but still a good solid female in terms of her type and pattern.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn. Over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. First place will go to back number 342, Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana, with CF Lady Crystal 003 Style XET. Second place will go to back number 339, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Third place will go to back number 340, exhibited by Evan Endress of Okarche, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to back number 341, exhibited by Abigail Green of State Center, Iowa. Now in your Shorthorn Plus ring, we are bringing in your first and seconds to select a champion in reserve out of the junior heifer calf division.
Boy, these two on the top side are really good, and I think they complement each other nicely. And I'm going to use the one that I'm just more comfortable with the shape right now to his forerib and the way he's made into his heart. Really bold and expressive in that rib cage. He's maybe a rib shorter, and because of that, he's also deeper bodied. Because of that, it really becomes evident to me. Young man right here in front of me is going to have the class winner. I think a really exciting one to evaluate. Not to take anything away from the guy in second here, one that's really, really advanced in terms of his testicular development. He's stout featured, he's burly, he's manly. I love that about him. Today, he wants to maybe just get a touch tighter up in that forerib in relation to the one that wins. Again, that's me being very critical of one that's still awfully, awfully high quality. Two nice bulls on the top side. Calf that comes out next here is another one that offers plenty in terms of muscle shape. Just like to reassemble it a shot differently skeletally as you get in the lower portion of his skeleton. He's deeper at his chest and then kind of reads up into that flank, but still a nice individual for him that remains sound and good in terms of his structure. The calf that rounds out here is the one that's probably the most conservative in terms of that frame size. I just wish he'd handle himself with a shot more flexibility, but if you want muscle shape, there's no doubt he's chocked full of it from end to end.
Congratulations, winning Class 30 on the Maine-Anjou Bulls Junior Bull Calf. Entry 228, BKMT High Society 10H, exhibited by Buck Cattle Company and Morton Cattle Company of Stratford, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 225, BKMT High Roller 12H, also by Buck Cattle Company and Morton Cattle Company, Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 226, GLH Dutton 34H, exhibited by Rocket H Farm, Ringwood, Oklahoma. And fourth place was entry 227, Mr. Maine Aim In Game, exhibited by Madison McCullough, Allerton, Iowa.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Coming out of your junior heifer calf division, champion is going to go to back number 331, Salt Lady Chip 0129HET, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 342, CF Lady Crystal 003, Style XET, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. Now over here in your junior Shorthorn Plus ring will be Class 15 Winter Heifer Calves.
So we bring these two class winners out to compare for a champion of division over here. I think they both offer an awful lot of good just in terms of sheer muscularity, and then both are very, very good in that rib cage and doability and can go out and service cows and maintain themselves from a condition standpoint. I guess for me there's a difference in terms of the way they set down on those rear two, and when we talk longevity, that certainly comes into play. I think that the decision for me becomes fairly logical, even though I appreciate a lot of things in terms of muscularity, and the other bull right here will be the champion. Congratulations. So we get into reserve. Obviously, that brings the young man back in here into contention, and I talked that one in class. It's still very, very close, extremely striking and attractive bull that really sets down good off his rear two. Love how advanced he is in terms of that testicular development. It just kind of goes with his kind. He's very, very manly. He's one I said I'd like to soften in his forerib ever so slightly, but he's very green in his composition. I still think that he handles himself with more ease and comfort off of those rear two. Young man here will be the reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations in your junior bull calf division. Your division champion is entry 228, BKMT High Society, exhibited by Buck Cattle Company and Morton Cattle Company, Stratford, Oklahoma. Your reserve division also comes out of that same class, entry 225, BKMT High Roller 12H, also exhibited by Buck Cattle Company and Morton Cattle Company. We'll now be going into the Maine-Anjou Junior Yearling Bulls, 3 entries in this class. Followed by that, we'll go into the Grand Champion Maine-Anjou Bull Drive.
This class of Shorthorn Plus females, Dad has a very logical place to start. He believes with the big black heifer female that not only overpowers everything in the class in terms of sheer dimension, but she's also pretty high quality heifer that has exceptional length of side. She might be a little wider in her stance up front than ideal, but she's a big heifer. As we get into some of these older females, we've got to have some place for that depth of rib and broodiness to show, and this is kind of where it shows up here. The second heifer over the third, it's really a matter of this really nicely balanced second place heifer coming across with more relative volume than the heifer that stands third today. She's a pretty big boned heifer. She's a female that still can get out and track with a bit of length of stride. Dad really likes that about her as we compare to the heifer in third. The third place heifer, again, straight in her line, nice in her front, has good strength of top, length of side. Like to change her on her wheels. She tends to be a little straighter in her shoulder, her angle of shoulder. And as she gets about, we could say much the same things for the slightly smaller heifer that stands fourth. Like to see a little more flexibility in the structure, particularly about the front end.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, Class 15 winner calves in your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. First place is going to go to back number 344, LDB Mercy Serena, 923 ET, exhibited by Lane Blankenship, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 348, Dozer Roses Redemption, exhibited by Hannah Dozier of Grove, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 346, exhibited by Jade McPeak of Chakota, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to back number 390, exhibited by Cannon Stoner Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be Class 16 Senior Heifer Calves. After this class, we will be selecting a champion and reserve in your Senior Heifer Calf division.
I think the next generation is going to tell you a lot more about who's smart enough to align these bulls out here. But as I evaluate them as individuals, I think they're all very, very good in their own regard and bring differences amongst them. So depending on your mating decisions, I think that will come into play. For me, the logical thing out here to do is to put the young lady's bull here in third. And he's one that's at a disadvantage just in terms of being as smooth in the way he blends his pieces together. He's tremendously long-bodied, and he could offer you some good if that's the kind of cow you need to bring him to change her there. Today, I think he just kind of gets out-prettied in terms of blending those pieces together, but he's a man, he's stout, he's powerful. I like that about him, just not quite as dynamic as the two on the top side. I guess the decision for me comes between the other two, and they're actually fairly different in their kind, and albeit they're both stout. They're big-footed, they're stout-featured, they have enough muscle shape. I think that maybe there's one that's just a touch deeper-bodied, and it's probably because he's a little bit shorter-bodied to go with it. And as he gets out and moves today in the show ring, he handles himself just a shot more comfortably is what I would call it out here. But again, my opinion doesn't matter here other than I'm sorting the bull show because their job is to go on from here and make the next generation better, and I think they'll both do that very, very well. I'm going to go ahead and use the bull down here first. Young man back here will be second. Congratulations to you both, extremely high quality class.
We're on the Shorthorn Plus side. Dad's sorting through some fall yearling heifers. As we look at these heifers, in the senior yearling group, we see some females that are certainly together in terms of type and in terms of balance. The big black heifer that he starts with wins the class, and she is big, she is deep, she does have a nice pattern. You like to see her move out just a little more freely, particularly as she tracks wide and kind of wings out a bit for us on both front and back. But there's so much more heifer there, so much more depth there, very nicely presented today. Really a stylish heifer as you view her standing from the side. We could say a lot of the same things, but in a different package for the dark red and white heifer. Here's a female that right there, you see that, catch that side view profile, and you see her strength at top, her strength from hooks to pins. She has adequate depth for her heifer in this age range. Again, we're right at that age where we'd start breeding or have short-bred heifers, depending on what part of the country you live in. She's going to need to get softer as she grows and matures, at least to please Dad in her side. But she's a heifer that today tracks with plenty of base width when she tracks to you and away from you, but tends to be a little awkward and occasionally gathering herself up just a little behind herself in her rear hock. But two good females, very competitive. This third place female is a really good heifer in a smaller, more moderate design. And that might be exactly what your herd needs or what your program needs, depending on where you're situated. She's a female that certainly has plenty of angle in her shoulders. She's got some strength in her top. She's got some length from the last rib back. She's a female that's not quite as clean as she steps down her rear hock. But again, I've said this many times, Dad would much rather see a little extra flex than not enough, especially when you're selling commercial bulls off the ranch, and that's so important. So she's got a bright future, maybe in a little different venue, but the future is hers. Then we've got a couple females. Got a female following that's big enough, long enough. She's just way too straight in terms of her walking and movement off all fours. The last heifer in the lineup, we'd like to stretch out in hooks to pins and give her a little more power, particularly from behind. Thank you.
Again, it's just a privilege to be out here to sort these. My opinion is no more important than anyone else's, and obviously don't have near the years of experience that a lot of those of you standing ringside do. And so merely my opinion out here, and I think these four bulls, as we get them out here, all offer a lot of good for the breed, and I think we'll go on to do good things there. But just some subtle differences about them. I was kind of faced with that decision in the heifer show. It is a calf that's really good enough to beat a big one, and that's where it becomes challenging out here. Obviously, we have a big mature bull that I talked about in that class being really, really appropriate and desirable in that length of body. Just the way he gives you that picture from the side, he's made into his forerib. Very, very stout featured. The calf's one that has a bright future ahead of him. I'm going to go ahead and use you as the champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your champion, grand champion Maine-Anjou bull comes out of class 31. Bow Fame, exhibited by Schrag 605, Marion, South Dakota. That brings in BKMT Game On to show for Reserve Grand, exhibited by Griswold Cattle Company.
I said in that class that it was very, very close there. He's a big, mature bull that has things between his legs to walk around, so I held it against him a little bit in that particular division, or that decision in that class. He's still definitely good enough to be reserved. Congratulations.
Put your hands together. Congratulations for your Reserve Grand Champion bull, entry 233, BKMT Game On, exhibited by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. That completes the Open High Maine-Anjou Bull Show. We'll go right into the Maintainer Bull Show, where we have a few classes.
Dad asked me to make just a brief comment on this division. He used the two bigger heifers from our most recent class, two good heifers that he just felt could get out and move, particularly off their rear wheels with a bit more authority and hold their top line together just a little more. The black heifer left standing looks beautiful from the side when she's set up. When she walks, he'd like to see her just a little smoother in her track. But good set of females from a strong division.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your champion in your senior heifer calf division is going to go to MAC number 354, Sell Price of Dreams 9822 GET, exhibited by Piper Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma. And reserve champion will go to back number 356, MM Patsy AI 138G, exhibited by Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Now in ring 2, we'll look for Class 19 Summer Yearling Females.
Two heifers in this summer yearling class. A good heifer to start with, a heifer that's not handling herself real well in her top line right now. When she urinated a little while ago, Dad has a little bit of a question mark as to whether she's healthy, drinking enough water here in our show environment. But she's really a good female in terms of her depth, her volume. She's a female that has more overall power in terms of thickness. Accompanying her frame is compared with the heifer in second. She's also in a nice, neat, attractive package. The second heifer is plenty attractive. She's a female that you like up at her head. She's got some length aside. Really, as you look at her as an individual, not in comparison to any other individuals, you really like her. You can see, though, when we get her out here with a heifer in her age group, she just needs more volume, more presence in order to be the heifer to win the class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your shorthorn ring. Class 19 Summer Yearling Heifers, first place will go to back number 360, Primo's Cherry 1915, exhibited by Logan Miller of Stroud, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 358, DTR Black Witch 9082, exhibited by Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Now in the ring will be Class 20 Late Spring Yearling Females. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion in your intermediate female division.
I think, again, let your personal preferences dictate what you think the value of these bulls are, because it's just an opinion out here to sort of class, and I think it's tremendously close on the top side for me between two bulls that are very different in their kind and their advantages. You have one that's just really, really cool to look at from the side, and I am a sucker for that, and he's a baldy, and that does make him cool. He gets out and goes. He maybe is a little bit wider in terms of his base, but then you get to his bone work, and does it match what he has up high in terms of muscle shape at his hip? But boy, that guy is really, really neat. don't know his pedigree, don't know what his intention is to go on down the road, so maybe bone work isn't your priority. That's where I'm going to pick on him just a little bit as you get down and evaluate past the hair on that rear leg as he comes to the ground. Maybe you could just make him a shot manlier in that regard, but again, being critical of one that's really good. And then you have another bull out here that's just manly in that feature. He's big boned, he's stout featured, he's muscular. He just looks like a bull. With that, I'd like to blend that tail head ever so slightly better into his spine as he gets out and goes. And for the manliness of feature he has, he isn't quite as wide as you get to his base, but I still think all of his pieces blend extremely well together. This bull right here is going to be first and a very close second over there, two extremely high quality individuals. Not to take anything away from the one in third, this guy is big, high performing, he's got lots of dimension to him. He just isn't as unique in his pieces, and for what he has in terms of muscle shape, he does get a little bit frailer as he comes to the groundwork, just a touch piecier, but I still think one that's going to offer a lot of value in terms of his growth and stoutness.
Congratulations. Results for the Open Maintainer Bulls, Class 32 Junior Bull Calves. First place goes to entry 240 CCMM War Wagon 334H, exhibited by Copeland and Sons LLC, Naravisa, New Mexico. Second place is entry 236 Fires Otis 16H, exhibited by Parker Schwartz, Lasagen, Kansas. And third place is entry 239 Fox C Maidman 28H, exhibited by Fox Cattle Company, Stratford, Oklahoma. That brings in Class 33 single entry in the Maintainer Junior Bull Calves calved after March 1st.
The single entry we'll get back to evaluate further, but really big-bodied, soft-centered guy that presents with that easy feeding kind of look that will become critical and important as you get him out to serve his cows. He's one that maybe could be just a shot neater up through his front end, but he's a maturing bull, so that's certainly not a huge negative. A nice one for her. Like I said, we'll evaluate him further in division.
Congratulations. Winning Class 33 is entry 245 POTS POTUS, exhibited by Richland Farms, Rochester, Indiana. That brings in our Class 34 Maintainer Bull, Junior Yearling Bulls, GCC Masterpiece coming in.
Again, we'll evaluate these single entries when we get them back for division, but boy, this guy paints a picture of balance in terms of being just really attractive and striking, and then puts it together in a man package. He ties his muscle shape so deep into his stifle. A nice one there. We'll get back in just a bit.
Congratulations. Winning Class 34 is entry 246 GCC Masterpiece 421G, exhibited by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Mansky Cattle Company, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Grizzly Ridge Ranch and Cattle, Sandy, Oregon.
In this class of heifers, Dad's starting with a female that's longer sided. She's a really extended female. She's one that can get out and track for him today, which he really likes. He sees her as lean and fresh. She does give up something in terms of depth relative to frame to this red heifer. The shred heifer you've really got to like for depth and spring of rib. She's super in that dimension. She's a female that today maybe not quite as extended in her pattern as the heifer that wins a class. There are times when she doesn't want to get out and track off her rear legs, but once she gets rolling, she does really well. The third place heifer is one that Dad loves in terms of side view profile and depth of side. He just doesn't find her to be quite as thick. She's got the shape of rib, definitely, but in terms of actual thickness, he doesn't think she's quite as thick and stout as the first and second heifers. The fourth place heifer is one that, frankly, if you just watch these standing, you might have her up a notch or two, and she's worthy of that when you look at her side view profile. She's got a great top in her. She's got some bone, but it's stepped down with a good, even, very, very good set in terms of her back leg and pastern. It's her front legs and her front stance normally that's just a little off right now. She's a little open, especially on that front right shoulder, and it cost her a spot or two. The next heifer lineup is a big, good heifer. She's one that's got a lot of spring of ribs. She's probably as close to calving as any in the line right now, and you've got to give some credit there because we get these cattle out on concrete for a few days or a week's time and long trailer rides, and they don't show their best. And she's not necessarily as smooth in her pattern or link in from one dimension to the next, but a good, strong female. So we work down into the line. We have some females that give up something typically in terms of structural balance to those above, but an interesting class of heifers with a very, very close give and take top three.
Again, those of you in the stands or maybe watching live, don't let my opinion determine the value of these bulls for you, because they obviously are all going to go into production and have a good use there. In my mind, it's pretty easy, though, to find the one to win out here. For a mature bull to be as striking and attractive as he is pretty impressive, yet so stout and powerful. Bull right here is going to be the champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your grand champion maintainer bull in the open division comes out of class 34 GCC Masterpiece 421G. Owned by Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Mansky Cattle Company out of Yukon, Oklahoma, and Grizzly Ridge Ranch and Cattle out of Sandy, Oregon. Let's put your hands together for a great set.
I think the decision for reserve, there's some give and take between the two of them in terms of advantages, but I'm still pretty comfortable to go ahead and use the bull right here for reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion comes out of class 32, calf champion, CCMM War Wagon, exhibited by Copeland & Sons, LLC, Nera Vista, New Mexico. Once again, that completes the open maintainer bull show. We're going to go right into the open Maine Angus bull show. We have two classes.
Well, over here in your shorthorn ring, we have the placings coming out of class 20. Class 20 was your late spring yearling females. First place was exhibited by back number 363, Ryan Lane of Jay, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 364, Caden Kinder Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 383, Abigail Thornton. Fourth goes to 365, Henley Hassenbach of Elgin, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 362, Cabrig Mullins. Sixth place will go to back number 361, Reese Phillips. Seventh goes to back number 366, Dason Cash. Eighth place in that class will go to back number 491, Madison Hall. And congratulations in that intermediate female division in your Shorthorn Plus show. Champion's going to go to back number 363. RSF Pays to Dream 11G, exhibited by Ryan Lane. And reserve champion will go to back number 364. Sangria Realty Red 519, exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington, El Reno, Oklahoma. Now over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring will be class 23 early spring yearling females.
I think you could get yourself in trouble here using a blanket statement that one of these is better than the other, because I think they both offer value and differences amongst the pairs, so I'll just describe them first. The younger bull is one that's just really good in terms of balance. You get off to the side of him, he paints that picture of parallel lines from the top to the bottom portion of his skeleton. He's just really, really attractive in his makeup. Love the way he comes out of his forerib. Now, is he just overwhelming in terms of stoutness? No, but is he not stout? Absolutely not. He's got muscle shape to go with it and has a ways to go in terms of maturity as well. As he gets out and goes, every once in a while he does a little funky step off of his rear too. I think that's part of it is this surface. I'm probably going to get a little that way myself, but a nice individual there. And then you have the older bull that looks older and more mature, but he's also just manlier in terms of that muscle shape. He comes out from behind his shoulder with lots of power, and he leaves you with that same impression from behind. He's really wide at his pin set, has tons of dimension back through that quarter. As he gets out and goes too, he just wants to be a little bit funky in terms of the way he sets down on those rear two today, but still lots and lots of power and dimension there. I'm going to use the one that just balances up a shot better to me, but again, don't let my opinion sway you in terms of their value. I think they're both nice. I'm going to use the younger bull for champion and him for reserve. Congratulations to you both.
In this class of March and April yearling, nearly 2-year-old Shorthorn Plus heifers, we've really got some good females in here, and they're really pretty quickly boiled down to this top pair for Dad, and he studied them, he talked to me about them, and what he sees in the first place female is a heifer that's a little cleaner up through her front and her front end to shoulder and cleaner in her underline. He thinks the second heifer is just a little heavier around her navel region, just not quite as cleaned up in her profile at this particular point. The second heifer is tremendous in her own right. If you get behind this heifer, you can't help but to like her because she's got so much top in her, she's got so much thickness in her, and for all that she carries, she's pretty darn smooth. You could get nitpicky about her in several dimensions, but we're looking at females that will be putting their first calf on the ground soon, and I think we'll all see their more feminine side once they do that and they're in production with those young calves. So we wish those exhibitors good luck. Great pair of heifers. From there we go to more moderate frame females, and maybe this is what you need back home. Maybe this is more the frame size that you need your cow herd to consist of. If so, these two girls are for you because they're correct, they're feminine, they're deep-sided, and yes, there are some differences. The first of the two, the third place female, is a little bit stronger in the way she handles her lower rear leg. The fourth heifer, the red heifer, we love in terms of her side view profile and stance. When she gets out and tracks for us, she doesn't have quite the flex in that rear pasture, and we'd ideally like to see out here in the ring today. From there, we go to a big black roan color kind of heifer, a really good long-sided, thick-made female. A female that, again, and I think a lot of this might be just kind of the stage of life that we find these females in. She's starting to open up just a little in her top, behind her point of shoulder, and that's just Mother Nature's way maybe of getting her ready for the next stage for life, albeit an important point to mention here in the show ring. So we have that as our automatic division winner. So we'll have one more class, which will be our senior champion class for the yearling heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Class 23 is going to go to first place back number 373, Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska, with Saul Peppered Crystal, 9287 GET. Second place will go to back number 374, AF Playful Kate, 1907 ET, exhibited by Blake Peterson, Remington, Indiana. Third place will go to back number 367, Eli Matthews, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 375, Colby Brown, Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class will go to back number 370, Lucy Roop of Piedmont, Oklahoma. First and second in that class will also be your champion and reserve champion junior female. Now in the ring is class 26, your final class before we select our grand and reserve Shorthorn Plus females here in your junior Shorthorn Plus show. Over here in ring 1, we have the results of your Maine-Anjou Bull Show. Your grand champion went to BMW Mr. Driving 8405 HET, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle and Van Horace Cattle Company, Harrod, Ohio. Reserve champion in your Maine Angus division is going to go to LJW First Class Carbon ET, exhibited by LJ Wells of Norfolk, Nebraska.
What a really good class of heifers in our senior champion lineup for junior yearlings. You know, we've got a month's age difference at this point in life. That doesn't mean a whole hoot to Dad because we were looking at heifers that are 2 years of age. There are some differences in frame, though, and frame might be important to you. As a judge, what Dad tries to do is find a heifer that, in a pretty wide acceptable range of frame, is correct and sound and complete. And the heifer that wins this class, folks, if you really study her, she's virtually flawless. And that's tough to be when you're in a heifer of this age group. She's not the biggest heifer in the lineup, but she doesn't have to be. She's plenty big enough. She's got a beautiful angle of shoulder, a great top line. She's got the bottom line and uniformity from front to her rear flank. She's got a nice hip structure. She's got a good hind leg structure that steps down with a lot of strength and authority and foot size, but she's not giving up anything. If we could have all our show heifers move like she does, man, we'd have it made. The second heifer, you'd have to concede, is a big girl, and from the shoulders back, Dad absolutely loves her. Does she have a bad shoulder? No. But as you look at her compared to the first place heifer, she's not quite as extended given all that she's got to work with from there back. And she's got a lot to work with. If you look at where you would estimate her last rib to hit and look at the length that this heifer carries, especially from that last rib back, she's incredible. She's just a good, strong female. But today, the near flawless nature of that first place heifer is what took Dad to favor her as first in the class. The third heifer's one that's just a little chubby at this stage, and a lot of heifers get a little chubby at this stage, but it's kind of time to watch that as they go into calving. She looks a little bit tighter up in her front end. She's also a little tighter in her structure than the heifers that win the class. Follows her a really big, nice, long-sided heifer that unfortunately doesn't have the strength and power out behind and down low into her lower quarter as she steps down onto her rear leg of those above. A good, solid female. Again, a good class of heifers. Dad really, really likes the top pair in this class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, your final class in your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. First place will go to back number 378, CFCSF Mona Lisa, 934 Primo ET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place went to back number 379, exhibited by Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas. Third will go to back number 381, Elisaya Barbie, Porham, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 382, Ashlyn Larman of Orlando, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to back number 376, Jared Jones, Amber, Oklahoma. Now coming in your Shorthorn Plus ring will be all of your champion and reserve champion divisions. Over here in Ring 1, we have started your Junior Maine-Angus Female Show. Class 37 is in the ring. These are Maine-Angus Junior heifer calves, calved after March 1st or later, 2020. Well, over here in your Shorthorn ring, we're going to introduce to you all of your champion and reserve champion divisions in your Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Coming out of your first division, champion was exhibited by Caden Kinder-Worthington, El Reno, Oklahoma. Reserve champion exhibited by Devin Frazier, Meeker, Oklahoma. Out of your next division in your Shorthorn Plus show, your champion is exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and reserve champion exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Coming in your next division, your champion was exhibited by Piper Goodson, Earlsboro, Oklahoma, and reserve champion will go to Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Coming out of the next division in your Junior Shorthorn Plus show, champion exhibited by Ryan Lane, Jay, Oklahoma, and reserve Caden Kinder-Worthington, El Reno, Oklahoma. Coming out of your Junior Yearling division, your champion was exhibited by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska, and reserve exhibited by Blake Peterson, Remington, Indiana. And coming out of your Senior Yearling division, Champion exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio, and Reserve Champion exhibited by Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in putting your hands together for all of our junior Shorthorn Plus exhibitors.
This trio of females is an indication of quality that we're going to see in the Maine-Anjou show. I'm going to have my work cut out for me. You analyze these cattle, and there's two of them that are quite mature, and then one of them that's really juvenile. The female that I start with is one of those more mature females, and you see that in her rib shape, and I like the rib that we see on this female. But what really allows her to win the class for me is a combination of traits that she has. Yes, she has just a touch of roundness to her lower shoulder, but when you analyze her comparative to the next two, she's the base-wide female that still maintains some femininity and certainly some softness to her structure. I think she was the female that just compiled all the most good. Young man's female, let's lead her around. Go ahead, let's bring her around. There you go. He's doing a nice job of trying to get this female shown out here. She's a little hard for him. She's the really juvenile, fresh female. I love the neck and the front end, the feminine design of that female. If you talk about futuristic kind of cattle, she's one that has the most future to her in terms of where she is condition-wise. Now, with that said, she doesn't transition from her shoulder back into her forerib quite as nice at this point, but I think that's just because she's pretty green. Where I'd change her more than anything is I just don't read her with as much lower base width at this point compared to the females on either end of her. But she's sounder in her knee, she's sounder in just the slope to her shoulder than the big stout female that comes around next. And if you want to talk about the power that this third place female has, I'm not going to argue with you, but I want to change her front end structure. When she comes at you, she pigeons in just a little bit. Her shoulder blade lays further forward and her knee is quite a bit straighter. So we just want to change that structure and the structural integrity of her front end for her to proceed higher. That's three outstanding females. I unfortunately had to make some tough decisions on just some small details.
Well, here we are with the champion lineup of Shorthorn Plus females. And, you know, Dad's been around for a while, as you can tell, almost 60 years, I guess, since he showed his first steers. And he was one of those kids that came out the ring the first year and was second to last in a class of 21. And within 2 years, he showed every breed champion at the county and the state fair. And the three breeds in those days were Angus, Hereford, and Shorthorn. And he always loved his Shorthorn steers. They always did really well for him, and they hung really well on the rail. And he has a great degree of appreciation for this breed of cattle and for the fact that they've now come across with the Shorthorn Plus cattle to kind of expand their reach beyond the purebred cattle to interact with other breeds. He's got a tremendous lineup of females out here, and I think if you've been following Dad, I hope if you've been following Dad's placings today, you can see that he's a ground-up kind of guy. He likes structure, he likes pattern, but he's got to be able to get in front of a heifer and behind a heifer and find something there. In other words, a stick heifer won't work. One that has the lines in the profile won't get across with Dad, and trust me, I've tried in the weaning calf pen, and it doesn't work. As you look at this lineup of heifers, I hope you can find some heifers here that work for you. They're in various frame ranges, and there's probably a 2-frame score range in this lineup, and I realize that. And that's because frame isn't a type, it's just frame. And the real key there, to us anyway, in our herd is to make them efficient no matter what size they are, and frankly they are or they aren't. And then to please our customers, and our customers from North Dakota are going to be very different from our customers from Missouri, and so on. So that really is a decision you're going to have to make. I can tell you that Dad, in talking to about this lineup with me, I think he loves 5 of the heifers out here, but he is madly in love with 2 of them. And he kind of looked at me and said, "What do you think?" And you know as well as I do, I'm not going to answer that question on a day like this. I'm just giving reasons. I'm not his consultant judge. I said, "Well, Dad, which one would you buy?" And he got a grin on his face, and I think we're about to find out who the grin was for. So I'll turn it back to Dad, and he'll pick the heifer that he would buy if he were going to buy one of them today. Thank you very much for this opportunity to judge. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations here in your junior Shorthorn Plus ring. Your champion is going to go to Ms. Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with NIKL Blue Charm 064HET. Reserve champion in Kennedy's division is exhibited by Markins Keep, Lafayette, Indiana. And your reserve champion in our junior Shorthorn Plus show is going to go to back number 378, CFCSF Mona Lisa 934 Primo ET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Please, those of you standing ringside, put your hands together and thank Mr. Jimmy Lithlicum of Welch, Oklahoma for being your judge today in our junior Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus show. We are going to take a break over here in your Shorthorn show and go take some photos at the backdrop. We will then return back with your open Shorthorn Plus female show. Currently over here in ring 1, we have your junior Maine-Anjou female show. And your first class, first place went to back number 203, WSCC Lady May 17HET, exhibited by Jason Gallion of Hiwassee, Arkansas. Second place went to back number 204, VRC Melody 103H, exhibited by Cutter Dorsey of Shallow-Water, Texas. And third place in that class went to back number 205, Miss KNA 071HET, exhibited by McKenna Striegel of Albia, Iowa. Now currently in ring 1, you have class 38, Maine-Anjou junior heifer calves born between March 1st and later. Just a reminder that over here in Ring 2, we will be starting your open Shorthorn Plus female show here in just a few moments. We would like to remind everyone, whether you are in the show ring, whether you're in the stands here in the show arena, back in the barns, in the sale arena, anywhere here on the property, you must be wearing a mask at all times. We are trying to do our part as a show staff to police that and make sure that everyone has their masks on, and we would greatly appreciate your participation in doing so. So once again, a reminder, masks are required while here on grounds, and we appreciate you keeping everyone safe and healthy at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Let's put our hands together, for this is an incredible set of females. Let's show our appreciation. As an association and as breeders, you should be really proud of this set of cattle. Female that I start with, and I think the two at the top end are probably most similar, and I think there's some subtle differences in these two females, but I think the design of the shoulder of our class winner, particularly over the top of her shoulder, just how she holds together in terms of her scapula design, I think she excels over the second place female. I would like to say that I like the length, the extension, the overall scale of length of the female that's in second, but with all the power that she opens up and she's wider at the top of her shoulder, and I understand that's just nature. When you have that kind of hip, you're going to have a little bit of boldness there, but that's where what I'd change is just tuck the top of her shoulder in some, but it's because I think those two females are ultra good there at the top end. They're stout, they're powerful, they're soft, and they're feminine. And then we get into some cattle that we can begin to break apart. And the young lady's female is a little harder to read. She's doing the best she can, and the female just wanting to drop her top some. But where I really would change this female is she's so long-sighted that she tends to get narrow in her forerib, and I want to pull that female apart in her forerib. I think she just needs to, she's not as mature perhaps as the two females right in front of her. Give her a touch more forerib and a touch more softness, and I think she becomes more appealing to me because she's super sound. She's really nice on the move. In fact, I like her probably better on the move than when she's stopped. Next female is one I want to extend, and when you back away and you look at this female relative to the others that are on either side of her, yeah, she's soft and she's big-bodied and convex in her rib shape and has just kind of an easy-doing look to her, but with that, she's more compact. She's shorter fronted, shorter hipped relative to the cattle that stand in front of her, so we want to extend her. Young lady's female has that added extension, but with that, she's a hair straighter shouldered, straighter in her knee. That female plants, and you look at her at a three-quarter angle, she's really hard and wants to twist at the lower part from her knee down to her hoof. I want to just lay her shoulder blade back for her to compete further up into this class. And consequently, when you see that shoulder blade further forward, she gets a little shorter necked as well. I love that female just from an eye appeal standpoint. When she's stopped, you like that about her. Then we get into a couple of females that get a little plainer, not quite as sharp in their front end, maybe not as much base width as what the female goes around here. Next young man's female is one that wants to get a little sharper in her stride off of both ends. She's straighter in her knee. She comes up in her spine some. Want to see that female move with just a bit more athleticism. You know, the next female is one that I really like in terms of just foot and bone and power. She's a bit more mature, and I read her cannon length, and I read where she is in condition. I wonder how big this female is going to get. If she goes on and grows, if we lean her up and freshen her up some and can get some protein in that female, perhaps she'll be big enough, but my concern is she's a bit conservative for me. And then we conclude with two females that just don't get around in terms of foot placement, structural integrity, well enough for me to proceed higher in the class.
Congratulations, Class 38 Maine Angus Junior Heifer Calves, March 1st in 2020 and later. First place goes to entry 214, Min Katie 002H, exhibited by Lucas Leifers of Edgerton, Missouri. Second place is entry 213, Min Macy 015H, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third place goes to 212, KMEM High Class Stella 624H, exhibited by Ellie Moonen of Yale, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to entry 360, McKay Lydia, exhibited by Hayes Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 216, Dunk Bobby 068H, brought to us by Cassidy Barber of Kearney, Missouri. Sixth place is entry 215, KMEM Hello Darling 122, exhibited by Kelsey Wall of Grove, Oklahoma. Seventh is entry 210, MWBC Heaven's Angel 812H, brought to us by Cooper Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Eighth place is 208, WSCC Kennedy's Queen 19H, exhibited by Kennedy Bearden of Buffalo, Texas. Ninth place is entry 106, PSC Priscilla 422H, exhibited by Riley Washburn of Athens, Texas. 10th place is entry 211, MCKR High Maintenance 5H, exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. Now bringing in Class 39, Maine Angus Junior Heifer Calves, calf January and February of 2020.
Well, good afternoon, and over here in Ring 2, we are just about ready to get started with your Open Shorthorn Plus Female Show. Your judge this afternoon will be Mr. Charlie Boyd. First class in the ring will look for Class 1 Late Spring Heifer Calves.
two excellent females in our January class, and I like both of these females quite well from a soundness perspective. And then you study the cattle in terms of balance, and they're quite similar. And I guess the only thing that really comes to mind is I think there's just a bit more of our class winner. She's deeper sided, she's deeper in her forerib, deeper in her flank, and I think she's just a bit heavier bone, a bit wider pinned, just a hair stouter in every dimension. Taking nothing away from the young lady's female, because that comes next, is I think she's long-sided, she's angular, she's nice as she hits the ground. She just ran into one that I think is just a hair stouter from a lot of different dimensions. So excellent class. That's a nice pair of females.
Congratulations. In Class 39 Maine Angus Junior Heifer Calves, first place goes to entry 221 BMW ERR Katie 102H, brought to us by Hadley Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place is entry 218 Goff Miss Molly, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. We're now ready to exhibit for our champion Junior Heifer Calf Division 1.
Folks, before I pick our champion in this particular class, I saw somebody ringside that I want to say something to, and I think all of you will do the same. Gerald Callahan. Folks, let's give this gentleman a round of applause. He's been instrumental in us getting to be here this week. Gerald, I wanted to say thank you. Well done, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. With that said, there's two females in here I think that pair up really well and just keep those traits that I look for together. Pair of females that are in that second class, a first and second, they're going to win your division and be reserved. So let's pull them out. You know, from a foot design and bone standpoint, and still keep some cow rib shape and look together. Those two females fit together really well for me. Congratulations to those two young gentlemen.
Congratulations, your junior champion heifer calf comes out of Class 38, entry 214, Min Katie 002H, exhibited by Lucas Leifers of Edgerton, Missouri. Your reserve division champion was entry 213, Min Macy 015H, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. We're now ready to go into Class 40, Maine Angus winter heifer calves, calved in November of 2019.
Good afternoon, folks, and on the Shorthorn side of your arena. And before we get started, it's certainly a pleasure to do this, and I overheard Jeremy, and I'd like to echo her comments in regard to Gerald Callahan and this staff at OYE and the Cattlemen's Congresses. I've been here for a week and been an exhibitor, and it's been a truly phenomenal event, and we're all very appreciative and notice that very, very much. In this very first class of Shorthorn Plus females, I think we got a lot of quality to begin this show. The black heifer that leads off this class is the most complete female in the class. One, I really like her in terms of her rib shape and her body. When you get her out on motion, she's so good in the angle of her shoulder. She moves very free and easy off of both ends. If I were to change her, I'd like to lengthen her out just in her neck just a bit, but that's a really good female. And when you go to the paperwork, she's got the best spread from birth to yearling to go along with that. I really appreciate the performance and the power and the white heifer in second. Tremendous amount of body and hip and dimension when you get behind this female. I'd like to change her in her angle up through her shoulder, just make her a bit more comfortable as she gets out on the go in that regard. But that's truly a unique breeding piece to be in this class. The dark red heifer in third is one, again, with a lot of performance, a tremendous amount of muscle and dimension when you get behind her and get down on her, in her top. I'd like to change her just a bit in her, from her hook stirrup pins, give her a bit more squareness out in that hip relative to the two females that lead off this class. Really nice heifer coming out in four, a bit greener in her condition, but one with certainly a lot of future. She's really good in terms of her rib shape. She reaches really nice off of that rear leg, just not quite as far along in terms of development in the top three heifers in this class. The next two heifers coming out, again, a bit greener, maybe a bit smaller in stature, but females that are correctly constructed and very, very high quality. A very good class to begin your Shorthorn Plus show this afternoon.
Well, congratulations, and a good way to start out your Shorthorn Plus show. First place will go to back number 360, M-Bar FLS Satin Gwen 030H, exhibited by Faith Smith of Walton, Kansas. Second place will go to back number 362, exhibited by RC Show Cattle, Eden, Ohio. Third place went to back number 363, Caden Kinder Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 364, Jackson Ray of Holdenville, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to back number 496, Hale Farms, Charlotte, Michigan.
These two females are actually each class winners in this division. And as we analyze the two females, obviously there's quite a bit of performance difference. The young man's female is one in which she gets out and goes, and you read this female from a structure standpoint, she's incredibly athletic and sound and gets out and moves. To her disadvantage, she gives up some in terms of just total pounds, in terms of depth of rib and capacity. But I like the freshness, I like the sound and the build of this female. She's more correct in her shape. So there's a lot of things that go in her favor, even though she gives up quite a bit in terms of pounds. Young lady's female is just massive in terms of just sheer brute power, I guess I'd call it. She's big boned, she's stout-ended, she's square-pinned, she's big-middled. So all of those things are to her advantage. There's some few small things. She's not perfect in her toe shape, and I guess that concerns me a little bit. But I think she's so overwhelming in terms of mass and performance that she equalizes the pair a little bit. This is a hard decision for me because I usually tend to just also one that keeps in mind that muscle and power is important. This time I'm going to sacrifice a little bit of toe shape and go with the young lady's female to win the division, follow up with the young man's female.
Congratulations. Class winner and division champion comes out of Class 41, entry 225. CPC Rousey, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. When it's class also and coming out of Class 40 in reserve division is entry 224, CLA Molly 9055G, exhibited by Braden Roberts of Roth, Oklahoma. Those were our senior heifer calf division and reserve division champions. We're now ready to go into Class 42 Maine Angus early summer yearling heifers, calved May and June of 2019. This will also be division and reserve division champion of Division 3.
You can just follow behind.
In your second class of Shorthorn Plus, May heifer calves, really a nice pair to lead off of this class. Heifer calf that wins the class, I really like her in terms of her length of spine, her length of hip. Female, it's really long fronted and attractive. Got a beautiful shape and angle to her shoulder. She doesn't have quite that center body and spring of rib as the heifer in second, but I think she's a bit greener in her condition. I think a female has got a tremendous amount of future. I truly appreciate the volume and the total mass and rib shape of this heifer calf in second. A female with a lot of top shape, and I really like that. She's really heavy structured and big footed. I'd like to lengthen her out in her neck just a bit, and when you get her out on the move, she wants to tuck her pins just a bit relative to that black heifer that wins this class. Really nice, moderate framed heifer in third, one that I certainly appreciate in terms of her body and her rib shape. One that's just a bit more compact in her skeletal design relative to those two in first and second. We conclude with a heifer that's a bit larger framed, maybe doesn't have quite that center rib and body as that three heifers above her, but again, a very high quality class of May Shorthorn Plus heifer calves.
This is a fun pair to evaluate, and there's some big differences in the cattle besides size, and I think structure is the thing that really separates them. Young man's female that wins the class is so fresh in her front end and still has a cow look to her. Just the design and how she sets her knee down, her natural placement of her front feet is more correct to me in terms of flex and give, and she still has enough power. Now the big scaled female is one you obviously say, well, she's wider from pin to pin, she's bigger statured, bigger structured, but with that, as you watch her, she sets down just naturally. She opens up on her front end, and that's due to the fact that her shoulder blade and her knee set further forward. We want to change the structural design of that big powerhouse female. Congratulations to those two young men.
Congratulations. Winning Class 42 Maine Angus Early Summer Yearling Heifers is entry 228, TJSC Lucky Lady 134G, exhibited by Jason Schrag, Marion, South Dakota. That's also our Division 3 champion. Reserve Division 3 champion is second place in that class, entry 227, Weiss Claire's Legacy 18G, exhibited by Max Eaton, Mount Carroll, Illinois. We're now bringing in Class 43 Maine Angus Spring Yearling Heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2019.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2 out of class 2. First place will go to back number 366, SS Dynasty's Best Dance 050H, exhibited by Braley Krasinger of Hugoton, Kansas. Second place will go to back number 365, Miss Twisted Blue, exhibited by Grace Fry of Rochdale, Indiana. Third place will go to back number 367, exhibited by Tyler DeGroot of Edgerton, Minnesota. In fourth place in that class will go to back number 368, AJ Show Cattle, Granite, Oklahoma. At this time in ring 2 will be class 3 of your late spring heifer calf division.
I wasn't looking at the cattle for a couple of extra seconds there to decide how to place them. I was trying to decide how to describe them. And I think the best thing I could say is these are the three females that I dreaded the class in my mind. I told my mom and I told one of my best friends that this was the class that I thought would scare me in terms of when you got to that class and they were all this good and you had to make a decision of what to do. Well, here's that class. And I think the best thing I could do is load them up, take them home, calve them, and come back and tell you which ones worked as cows. That'd be the smartest thing I could do. But I tell you what, that's three females, and I'm going to venture to say they've all done their fair share of winning. They've all done their fair share of contributions to a program. And the one that I use, she's just the one that hit me the hardest. I think she's more pulled apart in her forerib. And you read her in terms of power and soundness and still have enough angularity. She's the one that hits me the hardest, and I think she's just a touch stouter than the really flat-shouldered, pretty necked female that stands here in second. And I guess that's the difference I see just ever so slightly behind the shoulder of our female in second. Maybe not quite as much shape to her top, not as much power right there, but that's, again, a flat-necked, extremely maternal-built, beautiful female. Taking nothing away from the female in third, because she's a lot like that one right in front of her. She's just a smaller version. If you compare her to the two right in front of her, she's not quite as long. She doesn't have quite as much scale, but she has the same soundness, same rib build, and again, a highly, this class, I'd say, just say in terms of quality, has probably been the deepest class that I've sorted all day.
On your shorthorn side, in this third class, really a very complete black female to lead off this class. Really long spine, beautiful design out from her hooks to her pins, carries that muscle down deep into her stifle into a really nice bone shape and size, very flat jointed, very angular and long necked. I think a logical place to lead off this class. I really appreciate the power and the performance and the total muscle dimension of the red heifer in second. Really, really big bodied. You get right on top of her. She's got a tremendous amount of spring and shape to the upper part of that. It goes back into a really wide pin set. I'd like to set her tail head down in her just a bit and see her move off just a bit with a bit more freedom and ease off of that rear leg relative to the black heifer that wins. Nice moderate framed roan heifer in third. Female that does give up some stature and frame and some extension of those other two, but I really like her in terms of her completeness, her body type, one with a tremendous amount of spring of rib and volume. We conclude with a heifer that's a bit greener in her condition, maybe is a bit frailer bone and stands on a smaller foot, yet was saying that a female is extremely long spined, very long fronted. Again, another very nice class of Shorthorn Plus May heifer calves.
Catching up back over here on our main Angus heifer show, class 43, and our Division 4 champion is entry 229, ALAP Miss Gypsy, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in reserve division is entry 230, KBSC Paisley 922G, exhibited by Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 231, BTLR GG3G, who was exhibited by Laura Carpenter of Wamego, Kansas. We're now showing for our champion junior Maine Angus female. Coming out of Division 1 was entry 214, Min Katie 002, exhibited by Lucas Leafers of Edgerton, Missouri. Coming out of Division 2 was entry 225, CPC Rousey, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Champion in Division 3 is entry 228, TJSC Lucky Lady 134G, shown by Jason Schrag of Marion, South Dakota. And in that last division, once again, our class winner in Division 4 was entry 229, ALAP Miss Gypsy, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa.
Folks, let's put our hands together for our lineup here in our Maine Angus division. Lots of quality here in the cattle. I think the young people have cattle that are going to go on and be able to contribute to the industry. So again, we can do better than that. Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for this lineup of cattle. This is probably one of those lineups that I think you truly can go about 3 or 4 different ways and just decide which ones you would take home, decide which ones hit you the hardest. Female that wins the oldest division, young man, congratulations, you'll be champion female.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Maine Angus heifer, comes out of Division 4, entry 229. ALAP Miss Gypsy, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. That brings in our reserve division, number 230, KBSC Paisley, 922G, to show for reserve, exhibited by Avery Belcher of Blacksburg, Iowa.
Decision gets a little closer for me. Still, though, I'm going to go with my gut feeling on the one that I'd lead and take home. Young man that wins his 3rd division, congratulations, you'll be reserve.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion in the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress Maine Angus Junior Female Show comes out of Division 3, your entry 228, TJSC Lucky Lady 134G, exhibited by Jackson Schrag of Marion, South Dakota. That completes our Maine Angus show for the junior division. We'll be next headed into the Open Maine Angus Female Show.
On the Shorthorn Plus side of the arena, we got 3 tremendous heifer calves to choose from for this very first division, 2 Mays and a June, and I think there's 2 heifers to me that certainly fit together very nicely. They're females that are extremely long spine. They're really good in terms of their structure. They're elegant and feminine up through their front end, yet they're big-bodied and females that have a tremendous future. And that takes away nothing from the others in the lineup. A lot of depth and quality throughout all 3 of these classes. The young girl in the middle of the Class 2 winner is going to be your division champion, and Class 3 class winner will be reserved. 2 excellent females. Congratulations to each of you.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Your champion out of your late spring heifer calf division is going to go to back number 366, Braylee Krasinger of Hoganton, Kansas, with SS Destiny's Best Dancer 050H. And reserve champion will go to back number 372, Saul Lucy's Money 0403HET, exhibited by Devin Fraser, Meeker, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we'll look for Class 6, your first class here in your early spring heifer calf division.
excited to work through the Mangus, and we evaluate these 4 heifers in the initial class, and there really isn't much age difference amongst them. And I think it's pretty logical to use the one I began with. She is so striking and elegant in the way she puts her pieces together. She's very, very attractive in that regard. Is she the stoutest one I've seen? No, but I don't think that's an issue because there's plenty to that cow. But the way she puts those pieces together makes her pretty unique. The heifer in second has that advantage. There's more here in terms of muscle shape. As we talk females, though, maybe not where I'm going to place the priority. She just isn't as unique in that way she's made through her throat and that head carriage, but that's still a really good one that's got a performance advantage over the heifer that comes in third. Young Man in third has an extremely high quality heifer that's just at a disadvantage in terms of greenness out here. I think her best days are yet to come. Today I'd just like to widen her out in her skeleton a shot. She's getting a little more narrow and closed up through her chest floor. Again, these are baby heifers that have a lot of future ahead of them. She's very attractive in the way she puts those pieces together. Young Man, you get in a buzzsaw class with another really nice heifer in terms of stoutness and power, and if those are the things you find as priorities in females, I could certainly see tying into this one. Part of it, kind of a knothead on the halter for you, so she wants to throw herself off of both ends of her skeleton, but as she becomes more comfortable out here, I think it could be a different game. But congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
On our Shorthorn Plus side, I really like this pair of heifers in 1 and 2. It's a very close pair. There's some differences in these 2 young females, but a tremendous amount of future in both. The red heifer we elected to use, I guess, to me is one that's just a bit fresher in terms of her condition at this stage of her development. I really appreciate her length of spine, her length of hip. She's really long and elegant up through her front end. Female, it's very genuine in terms of her rib shape. When you get right up on top of her, she doesn't have the dimension down her top, and particularly out in her pin set as the heifer in second. But I like the way she holds herself together, particularly on the move relative to the roan heifer in second. This female in second, I truly appreciate her center body and her rib shape. A female, it's got a lot of top and dimension out through her hip. You catch her at times, wants just to get up in her top and gets a little bit tighter in that spine relative to the class winner, but I certainly appreciate the depth of body and the spring of rib and the volume that this young female has. The female in third, the highest performing female in the class in terms of body and rib shape and performance. I really like that about her. I think a female that'll make an excellent cow for this exhibitor. Just like to change her in terms of her balance. She wants to get a bit more opened up there at the top of her shoulder, a bit more cut up in her rear flank relative to the other 2, but I certainly appreciate the performance that she shows us. The next 2 heifers that we conclude with are females that give up some structural integrity, not quite the pizzazz and eye appeal, those top 3, but females with ample muscle and volume, and certainly females that'll make nice cows for these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 6 in your early spring heifer calf division. First place is going to go to back number 378, AF Perfect Princess 2013, exhibited by Meredith Behrens of Colbert, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 380, exhibited by Brooklyn Bailey, Hydro, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 382, exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to back number 483, exhibited by Shane Carlisle, Amarillo, Texas. And fifth place will go to back number 385, Luke White, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 7 here in your early spring heifer calf division in your Shorthorn Plus show.
Back over in our main Angus Open Female Show, Class 44, winning the class was entry 257, WEBC Hillary 01H, exhibited by Madison K. Lotchke of Kingsdown, Kansas. Second place was entry 256, Miss K&A 071H, exhibited by McKenna Striegel of Albia, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 255, VRC Melody 103H, shown by Cutter Dorsey of Shallow Water, Texas. And fourth place was entry 254, WSCC Lady May 17H, brought to us by Jason Gillian of Hiawassee, Arkansas. We're now exhibiting Class 45, Maine Angus Spring Heifer calves, calved March and later.
On your Shorthorn side, wow, what a tremendous class. And there are 4 tremendous females in this class, and the females in second, third, and fourth unfortunately just ran into a class with one that is really pretty neat. This much power and substance and bone and foot, really, really elegant up through her front end, very cow-like in the way she's made and designed. And with all that power, she's so comfortable in her structure and the way she gets around the ring. A tremendous female to lead off this class. We have some differences in 2, 3, and 4, and I think all 3 of those females on a given day, you can do different things, whatever you like. To me, the white heifer in second is the most complete of those 3, particularly the way she holds herself down her top and out through her hip. Female, it's beautiful in terms of the shape of that forerib and the depth of body and the spring of rib that she gives you. Very elegant and attractive up through her front end. I would like to lengthen her out just a bit relative to those 2 heifers behind her, but that's a really high quality, very well balanced, complete female to be in second. The 2 heifers in third and fourth, to me, the differences would be just the balance and the symmetry of the heifer in third. A female that's really attractive, yet I like her in terms of her depth of body and her huge belly and a spring of rib. I'd like to change her inner forerib just a bit relative to those 2 heifers in first and second. But I think she is good in terms of her condition, one with a tremendous amount of future. I appreciate the power and the performance. The heifer in fourth, really a huge top female. One, when you get behind her, has a tremendous amount of natural, true base width and dimension. I just like to change her through her neck and her, and when you get moved up into the top of that shoulder, she just wants to open up just a bit and not balance up from end to end quite as nicely as that heifer that was in third. Really a high quality heifer in fourth. I certainly appreciate her body and her rib shape. Female with a certainly more than adequate amount of performance. Female that I would like to change just from the hock to the ground and just free her up and give her a bit more slope and cushion, and let's see her go just with a bit more freedom and ease. We conclude with a nice heifer. The red heifer is really feminine, very attractive. Just not quite that power and substance of those heifers that stood directly ahead of her. A very high quality, very competitive set of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 here in your Shorthorn ring. First place will go to back number 387, Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place will go to back number 389, Connor Moore. Third place will go to back number 390, Kevin Hesser. Fourth place will go to back number 391, Kaya Hendrickson. Fifth place will go to back number 388, Micah Brumley. And sixth place will go to back number 386, Colby Brown. Now in your Shorthorn ring is Class 8 in your early spring heifer calf division.
Boy, over here on the Mangus side, a tremendously high quality class from top to bottom, and I feel like I say the same thing over and over again, but don't be discouraged if you end up down here. Simply my opinion, and heifers that have very bright show futures ahead of them yet to come. Today I'm going to keep these 2 heifers up here together that are just tremendously sow-bellied, sappy, easy doing kind of females, but boy, they put it together in a super attractive package. I guess the one that just does it best for me though is the young man's here, and she's going to win this particular class. She paints the picture of balance in terms of her lower body cavity, where her chest sets in, the way she comes into her forerib and then into her flank, extremely flexible. I think she'll be a fun one to see how she matures and grows. Young man's got a heifer that comes in a close second. I wish she'd set that tail head into her spine just a shot better at times, but another one that's just so deep-bodied and cowy in that look, angular and flat in the way she lays into her shoulder. At times, I wish she'd just be a little more authoritative as she gets out and moves in terms of her structure, but that's one that's still certainly really good in that regard. Tremendously high-quality top pair. The heifer that comes in third for me is interesting, and I think she's got as much real shape as anything out here, and I appreciate that about her. A big, long, extended, attractive female as you get from her shoulder back. Where I take up a little bit of issue with her and would just personally like to modify her is up through her front end. Just clean her up a shot there, but when she jacks off and gives you a look like that, you still have to like her. For me, she's just a little bit coarser in the way she blends those pieces together. Heifer here on the standstill, I like a lot of things about. Very, very attractive in her general makeup. For me, she's just a little bit shorter hipped, and part of of it, she's wanting to fight him on the halter, so she doesn't want to get out and just take a nice, easy stride out of that hip structure, but still a really good individual. This heifer is intriguing. She's got some neat pieces in terms of her stoutness of feature. That is a big pinned individual that's got a lot of muscle shape to her. I wish her groundwork matched what she had up high in terms of that muscle shape, though. For me, she's a little deceiving in the way she comes to her bone work and to her rear foot, but tremendously powerful. Like a lot of things about her, I think her better days are yet to come. A heifer here, lots and lots of muscle shape. As she gets out and goes, though, she's just a little bit rounder in her general makeup out of her hip. She's a little rounder about her shoulder as well, but still lots of power and product there, and one that's female enough in her look, just works to her disadvantage today. Young man coming out here next has got a younger heifer, again, extremely green in her composition. It just gets kind of out-horsed out here by a few of the rest of them. Hard to get a good read on her structure as she wants to fight the young man. This, too, is another heifer, tremendously long-bodied. She patterns up and gives you a nice enough look from the side. Just make her more of her, just a little plainer in her look. This is probably the stoutest one we've seen. Big-footed, stout-featured. Love that about her. Just a tick coarser in that makeup to go with it, but still a really nice individual. Heifer that rounds out the class is one that's just at a little bit of a performance disadvantage, but boy, she fits into a nice little package. My biggest issue with her is she just gets pretty shallow-heeled for me, so I'd like to change her there, but a nice cow prospect for him.
Congratulations. Results for Class 45 Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calves, calved after March 1st, 2020. First place goes to entry 263, Min Macy 015H, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place is entry 264, Min Katie 002H, exhibited by Lucas Leifers, Edgerton, Missouri. Third place is entry 268, Dunk Bobby 068H, exhibited by Cassidy Barker of Kearney, Missouri. Fourth place was number 410, McKay Lydia, exhibited by Hayes Divine, Chickasha, Oklahoma. Fifth place, 267, DAJS Lucy 3000, brought to us by Katie Satry of Montague, Texas. Sixth is entry 269, DJ Haven H7, shown by DeJong Ranch, Kennebec, South Dakota. Seventh place was entry 260, MWBC Heaven's Angel 812H, shown by Cooper Cottrell, Lawton, Oklahoma. Eighth place was 265, KMEM Hello Darling 122H, exhibited by Kelsey Wall, Grove, Oklahoma. Ninth was entry 201, WSCC Kennedy's Queen 19H, shown by Kennedy Bearden of Buffalo, Texas. 10th place is entry 261, MCKR High Maintenance 5H, shown by Wyatt Smith, Wolf City, Texas. That completes that. We're now showing in for division of the Junior Heifer Calf Division 1.
As you'd expect, as we get out to a show of this caliber, all of these young heifers were tremendously good and very, very high quality all the way down in those classes. I get out here to pick a division, and it remains close in my mind because these heifers are so different in their type and kind, yet I find myself just coming back to one thinking that is a cow in terms of rib and body, just doability. Young man here is going to have the champion. Congratulations. I think the decision for reserve, even though I try to make those heifers look similar in their composition, becomes a little bit closer because you come back to the class winner out of one, and she's so striking and attractive, and that silhouette is what I really appreciated in that class, and I think she probably has that advantage out here yet. Although she's still green, she's young, she's fresh in her show career. I wish her shoulder tied to her forerib just a shot better in terms of that blending of pieces, but I'm getting critical of a very, very high quality one. I'm going to use one that's just tremendously sappy. She's deep, she's soggy. Young man's heifer right here will be the reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your champion junior heifer calf in the Open Maine Angus Show comes out of Class 45, exhibited by Min Macy 015H, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve division champion comes out of the same class, entry 264, Min Katie 002H, shown by Lucas Leifers of Edgerton, Missouri. We'll now go into the Maine Angus Class Junior Heifer Calves, calved January through February 29th of 2020.
This class of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves, it's extremely competitive, folks, and the two in first and second, I like both of these heifers a tremendous amount. I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of good in both of them. They're a little bit different, but yet very, very similar. The biggest difference to me when you view these two heifers from the side, the heifer that leads off this class is just a rib longer bodied. I love that length of spine and length of hip. She's beautiful the way she's made up that rear leg. Got a lot of angle and slope to her shoulder. With that, she does have a bit more shoulder than the heifer in second. She does get a bit rounder at the top of that shoulder, does have a bit more crest at the top of that neck. Is it too much? No. She carries that neck really high out of that top of that shoulder. You get her out on the go. She's so comfortable off of both ends. Heifer I like a lot. I really like this heifer in second. Boy, she's beautiful the way she's shaped up through her head and her jaw, the way that neck lays into that shoulder. I love her forerib and her depth of body. A female, when you get behind her, for one that's that beautiful from the side, she's still got a lot to her. She does get a bit more restricted and compact relative to your class winner, but that's a female with a tremendous amount of quality and future. I really like this heifer coming out in third. She's a bit larger framed, yet with that, that's a good big heifer. She's extremely big bodied. She's really nice the way she's shaped down her top and through her hip. Female is certainly very good in terms of her structure. Doesn't have quite that shape and dimension when you get right on top of her of the two heifers in first and second, but that's a very high quality heifer coming out in three. I like the red heifer in fourth, a female that gives up some mass and some power relative to some of the other heifers in the class. Female is very genuinely constructed in terms of her structure. Really nice and cowy in terms of her appearance. Female, when she got a little bit relaxed, she gets breaks behind her shoulder just a little bit and a bit more restricted in her forerib, but that's a high quality individual with a tremendous amount of future. Another bigger framed heifer coming out next, really elegant and attractive, very nicely presented. One that doesn't have the top shape. When you get right on top of her, then as you watch her move away from you, she wants this to get a bit more narrow based relative to those heifers that stood above her. We conclude with the heifer that's a bit different. I certainly appreciate her power and her performance, a tremendous amount of muscle and shape and bone and foot. Just gets a bit plainer up through her front end and a bit straighter and more restricted in her shoulder. But this is a tremendous, very highly competitive class of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves.
Certainly not a lot for numbers over here on the Mangas side, but beyond that, I think quality is excellent. I'm pretty comfortable with the class winner, though, for me. And what makes her unique in this particular class is not only does she have the most to mention, but she's still so attractive from a balance standpoint. She's a hoss in terms of her bone work and her rib and her body. Just a nice place to begin the young lady's heifer right here. Initially, when the cattle came in, there was one that just really struck me in terms of her attractiveness, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder really high, extremely fresh, presented heifer out here. But the more I evaluate her, for me, she just wants to turn out a little bit up front. I wish she was truer in the fore portion of her skeleton, and the young lady called it out. She doesn't want to just get out and go right as she leads them out, but young lady right here is going to be my second, still a really high quality female. And in third, you just kind of run into a buzzsaw here with a heifer that's very, very practical in her own regard. Trying to get her to slow down, I think, magnifies where I'd like to modify her, though. She kind of wants to drop her pins and track up underneath of herself, but that's still a tremendously high quality individual.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 8 early spring heifer calves. The results: first place went to 396 CSF Lady Crystal 2112 ET, exhibited by Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan, Iowa. Second place went to back number 494 Cole Mingus of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by back number 395 Grace Rinker of Strasburg, Illinois. Fourth place went to back number 393, Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. And fifth place went to back number 394, Helen Spears, Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 9, your final class here in your early spring heifer calf division.
Over here on the Maine-Anjou side, Arena 1, Winning Class 46 Maine Angus Females Junior Heifer Calves was entry 275 BMW ERR Katie 102H, exhibited by Hadley Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place went to 272 Goff Miss Molly ET, shown by Emma Yoakum, Hillsboro, Ohio. And third place was entry 274 JCC Erica 112H, shown by Copeland Farms, Walnut Hill, Illinois. Those are also your division and reserve division champions. Once again, your division champion was entry 275 BMW ERR Katie 102H, and your reserve division was 272 Goff Miss Molly ET. We're now showing the Division 47 Maine Angus Junior Heifer Calves, calf January through February 2020. This will also be your senior heifer calf division and reserve division champion.
I think performance and boldness of shape separate the two heifers that I have out here. It starts at the ground just in terms of bone work and stoutness of feature, and a heifer that still handles herself very well as she gets around the ring. Now, is she the flattest shouldered one we've seen? No, but I don't think it's an issue. It just goes with her kind. Young lady here is going to win this class. In a close second, a heifer that probably has the advantage in terms of being neater necked, and she's just more feminine and refined in general, but that too works to her disadvantage. I just wish there was more cow there, just stouting her up a shot, but beyond that, she still puts herself together really well from a flexibility and structural standpoint.
Congratulations in Class 47, and also our Division 3 champion is entry 278 CPC Rousey, shown by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Second and reserve division champion is entry 277 CLA Molly 9055G, shown by Braden Roberts of Roth, Oklahoma.
This class of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves, we're a beautifully constructed heifer to lead off this class. I really like the way she's designed. Inner skeleton, female, it's very relaxed and loose down her top, but yet holds her top very good. When you start at the tip of her nose to her tail head, she's feminine fronted, but yet cow-like. Beautiful in terms of her rib shape. Really bold sprung, big belly, big bodied, really blends in nice in her forerib. Then when you get behind her from her hooks back, she's certainly more than adequate in terms of muscle shape. Really good in terms of her bone work and her structure. A very, very nice cow prospect to lead off this class. The black heifer in second more closely follows the class-winning female in terms of the way she's designed and made, particularly when you view her from the side. She's really long and level down her top. She's a female that's really good from her hooks to her pins. I like her rib shape and her body. Where she doesn't excel or exceed in terms of the first place heifer, when you get right on top of her, she's a bit more narrowed down her top and through her stifle and through her pin set, but a very, very high quality, nicely balanced female to come out in second. A more moderate framed heifer in third, one I certainly appreciate in terms of her body shape, her dimension, her width, a female that does not have quite that length up through her front end, the length of spine, and performance relative to those top two. Next heifer coming out, a female that's very feminine, very attractive, female that I just like to give her a bit more slope in that shoulder. Like to see her take just a freer, longer stride, but that's still a very, very good heifer calf to come out in fourth. We conclude with the heifer that's a bit different, female that gets a bit rounder in terms of her muscle shape, a bit more uncoordinated in terms of her structure, but again, a very high quality set of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring, Class 9 early spring heifer calves. First place will go to back 400, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 404, exhibited by Hannah Wetzel of Faribault, Minnesota. Third place will go to back number 402, exhibited by Abilene Sullivan, Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 399, exhibited by Aspen Souls of Sperry, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to back number 401, TSW Cattle, Marlow, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion out of your early spring heifer calf division.
If this class doesn't get you excited about showing big heifers, then you don't like showing big heifers, because I think there are two tremendously high quality females out here. And then after that, they are a little different in terms of their type and kind. And so ultimately, it's my decision today out here which one suits me best, but I think they're both really, really good. Young man, not to take anything away from your heifer, she's very, very nice. She just kind of runs into a buzzsaw out here. She's one, though, that is extremely long-bodied. She's very attractive in her own regard. I'd like to just freshen her up in her overall presentation out here as we compare her to these other two heifers, but still a really high-quality individual that's going to make a nice cow for him. He's going to go ahead and be third. Between the other two heifers, I think there is one that is just tremendously bold in her body cavity, and that's the best way to describe her. The way she comes out from behind her forerib, she reads that way all the way back, and she's so tremendously uniform in that lower body cavity, and fresh for a big mature one is the word that hits me here. And I would say she's very, very good in terms of muscularity too. And then we get the other heifer that is big boned, jack-necked, and just paints a silhouette of attractive from the side. Like I said, it's tremendously close out here, and it kind of depends on what your kind is, and I'm a girl that sticks pretty true to what my kind is. I'm going to use the one that, to me, her neck just comes a touch taller, higher out of the point of her shoulder, but they're both very, very good. Young lady here will be 1. Young man, you'll be 2. Congratulations.
Over on your Shorthorn side, for this division, this has been extremely competitive throughout these classes, 3, 4, and 5 heifers deep. And I really like these class winners. I tell you that they're females that are functional. They got rib shape and volume. There's some differences in muscle and bone. There's some differences in how some are constructed in terms of their shoulder and how that ties into their forerib. I think, to me, there's one out here that puts it together for me. She may not be the most of anything, but to me, she's the most complete one. She's the freshest, she's youthful, she's functional, she's cow-like, but she still looks like a big-time show heifer. Young lady out of the last class will be your division champion, and the heifer out of class 2 will be your reserve. Congratulations to each of you.
Congratulations, winning Class 48 in the Maine-Angus Early Summer Yearling Heifers. Also winning Division 4 champion is entry 281, TJSC Lucky Lady 134G, exhibited by Jackson Schrag from Marion, South Dakota. Second place and your reserve division champion was 279, JABR Gwyn 98G, shown by Dalton Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. And third place in that class was entry 280, Weiss Claire's Legacy 18G, exhibited by Max Eaton, Mount Carroll, Illinois. We're now going into our spring yearling heifer class and division. Those animals calved March 1st through April 30th of 2019. Following this, this will be our division and reserve division, and we'll go right into our grand champion open Maine Angus female.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, your champion early spring heifer calf exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with NIKL Blue Charm 064 HET. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 387, coming out of class 7, Steck Miley C210 HET, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Now in your Shorthorn ring will be class 12 in your junior heifer division.
Boy, another awesome class of heifers out here, and not a lot in terms of numbers, but I think the quality continues to be really, really good. And the one I'm going to use to win out here is kind of the combination for me of the other two in terms of having muscle shape and then still very, very ladylike in the way she puts it together. Even though she's not completely perfect there, young man right here is going to be the class winner for me. Like I said, tremendously good in that shape, arc, and curvature to her rib cage, really good in her lower body and the way that balances from the side, and it goes with her stout look in terms of her bone work and foot. Now, the other two heifers, I think, there's some give and take amongst them, and you can pick your poison which you like better. I'm going to use one that just reads with a little more true shape to her, and that's the young lady back here. She's a heifer for me that's got more dimension down her top. She's bigger in terms of her shape at her from hooks to pins, and boy, when she gets stopped on the side like this, she's extremely, extremely attractive. Now, is she perfect in her forerib? And for a big bred one, that's where I could modify her out here. I still think there's more real cow there than the one that comes in third. Young lady, this heifer initially when they came in, I love the way she's made about her head and neck, and she's so angular, but it just comes with a little less substance than the other two, but just merely my opinion on one that's still very, very high quality.
Congratulations. In class 49, also winning our junior yearling champion female is entry 282 ALAP Miss Gypsy, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in reserve champion junior yearling female is entry 284 BTLR GG3G, shown by Laura Carpenter of Wemego, Kansas. And third place in that class is 283 KBSC Paisley 922G, shown by Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. We're now ready to bring in all of our division champions to show for champion Maine Angus Open Female.
This class of mid and late February Shorthorn Plus heifer calves, really a beautiful female that leads off this class. I really like her in terms of her rib shape. A female that's really good in terms of her bone work, very feminine fronted, but yet very cow-like. Deep snout, big bellied, feminine fronted, and then when she takes a step, she's so comfortable off of that rear leg, reaches out with a lot of freedom, flex, and authority. That's a good female to win this class. Got two nice heifers in 2 and 3. The heifer in second more closely follows that body type of your class winner. I like her the way she's designed from her hooks to her pins. She's really good in the way she's constructed off her rear leg. Female holds her top very nicely when she gets out on the go. Where I would change her relative to your class winner, she wants to get a bit deeper in through her neck, has a bit more jaw and jowl than the class winner, but yet it's not too much. A female, it's very high quality, a very good female with a lot of future. I like the power and the substance of the heifer in third. When you get right on top of her, she's got a tremendous amount of shape down her top and out through her hip. She carries that down into her stifle. I'd like to lengthen her up out through her neck. I'd like to pull that neck up out just a bit higher the way it comes out of her shoulder, and yet give her a bit more slope to that shoulder. But that's a good female in third. Female in fourth, a bit more moderate framed, a little more compact in the way she's designed. But yet with that, a female that's nicely balanced, a female that has a more than adequate amount of rib shape, make a very nice cow for this young lady. The two heifers coming out next, a bit more different. The blue heifer is more moderate. She's a female that has a more dimension from hooks to pins. Would like to flatten her out in terms of her bone work and her hock, just relative to those heifers in the upper end of the class. Heifer we conclude with is a female that has a tremendous amount of eye appeal and femininity. Just a female that gets a bit more refined and frailer boned relative to those stouter heifers in this class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 12. First place will go to back number 406, Saw Lady Chip 0129HET, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 409, exhibited by Tyler DeGroot of Edgerton, Minnesota. Third place will go to back number 412, exhibited by McKenna Brower of Applington, Iowa. Fourth place will go to back number 410, exhibited by Abigail Green, State Center, Iowa. Fifth place goes to back number 408, exhibited by Andrew Triplett of Blanchard, Oklahoma. And sixth place will go to back number 407, Brianna Wood of Grove, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be Class 13, your final class here in your junior heifer calf division.
I have been thoroughly impressed with the quality over here on the Maine-Angus side, and we've got class winners out here that all represent a lot of good and are going to go back to a respective cow herd and do that job well there also, and ultimately that's the most important. But beyond that, I'm humbled today to be the one that gets to give you my opinion on what I think your champion in reserve should be, and again, it's merely just that, my opinion. There's some calves that are really nice. We start with Division 1, and I said she is a cow, sow-bellied, easy-doing kind of female that gives you that picture of balance. Now, is she the most rocket neck one we've seen? No, but it kind of just all goes with her, right? That is a powerful, neat individual. Is she just dynamic in her look? And that's where I question her as she further matures. This heifer right here in front of me is one that, in terms of totals, length of body, she's got some stoutness to her, big, stout-bellied, gets out and moves very, very well. You evaluate the foreportion of her skeleton, and this may be her advantage later in life. She gets just a little bit closed up for me, but that's tremendously high-quality heifer that's going to have her day in terms of being very, very good. The heifer directly in front of me, stout, powerful. That is a big-footed beast. Lots of dimension to her, plenty of muscle shape. She might be one of the most muscular ones we've seen. And to go with her kind, though, has touch shoulder to go with it. But I think that's certainly acceptable when you're as stout as she is, but maybe not just ideal as we compare her to some of the others. Then you look at the heifer directly in front of me, and I'm a sucker for one that has unique pieces, and I think she has unique pieces in terms of being so striking and attractive in her look. The way that neck extends off the top side of her shoulder, to have the power and bone work she does, and then still carry herself like she does as a big, mature heifer, I think is very, very impressive. She's hard not to notice out here. And then the heifer out of the last division, she's another one that just represents a lot of quality, one that I would consider fairly really complete. Now, is she dynamic in terms of that look about her head and the way she's made about her neck? No, but again, it all just kind of goes together in terms of being one that's just so solid in her makeup. I'm assuming you can tell from there the one that I'm leaning toward, young lady right here in front of me, is going to be the champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Maine Angus female in the open show is entry 281, TJSC Lucky Lady 134G, exhibited by Jason Schrag of Marion, South Dakota. That brings in your reserve division, entry 279, JABR Gwen 98G.
Just as unique as that female is in terms of the pieces she has, there's another one that enters and doesn't take the quality down a notch, and she's unique in the fact of her freshness and boldness. You want to evaluate cattle that are muscular, she's it. She comes out with a really good shape behind her forerib, extremely uniform that lower body depth. It was a tough decision for me in that particular class. Young man right here is going to have the reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve grand champion of the Maine Angus Open Female Show comes out of the same class and division, entry 279, JABR Gwen 98G, shown by Dalton Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. We will now be proceeding into the junior maintainer female, Joe.
On the Shorthorn Plus side of your arena, really a beautiful female that leads off this class, one that just puts a lot of good things together. I really like her when she's standing still. She's up-headed and attractive, really bold-ribbed, beautifully constructed from her hooks to her pins, leads right down into a beautifully made hock and rear leg. Nice female lead off this class. Heifer in second's very similar to her, particularly when she's standing still. I appreciate her freshness, her length of top, length of hip, really wide pinned. Female is certainly more than adequate in terms of her boldness and rib shape. Where this heifer is not as good as your class winner, she does get a bit straighter up through her front end and a bit more restricted in the way she gets around the ring relative to your class winner, but a very, very high quality female that comes out in second. Nice cow prospect in third. I certainly appreciate her rib shape. She's really deep bodied and bold sprung, a female that's really sound and off of that rear leg. I'd like to change her at the top of her shoulder, just see her tie in just better in her forerib, but that's a good cow prospect going out in third. The two heifers in fourth and fifth, a bit different. The roan heifer in fourth, more moderate, just has more mass and body and volume than the red heifer that concludes this class.
Well, congratulations here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 13. First place will go to back number 414, McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Second place will go to back number 420, Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. Third place will go to back number 418, Abigail Green, State Center, Iowa. Fourth place goes to back number 419, Caden Kinder-Worthington, El Reno, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to back number 417, Evan Endress of Okarche, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll be selecting your champion and reserve champion out of your junior heifer calf division.
Over here in Ring 1, we'd like to welcome back Jeremy Viator as we go into our Junior Maintainer Female Show. Jeremy comes to us from College Station, Texas, but she works in Tomball, Texas. She is the National Marketing Manager for Westway Feed. She got her education at Texas A&M University. She owns cattle of multiple breeds across the country and prides herself in breeding and marketing cattle that work in both the show ring and in the pasture. Jeremy and her mother operate a small cow-calf operation together near College Station. She grew up in South Louisiana. She was a member of the livestock judging team at Texas A&M and has judged at the at Louisville, the National Western, Houston Livestock Show, Fort Worth, and many other shows, both domestic and internationally. Let's put our hands together and welcome Jeremy to our show today.
On your Shorthorn Plus side for this division, we have 4 extremely high quality females out here. Your 2 class winners and your 2 second place females. Your 2 class winners, boy, I like them both. Heifer comes out of this first class. I love her rib shape female. It's really good in terms of her bone work, the way she's designed and constructed, elegant and feminine, yet cowy. Maybe the differences in these 2 heifers, when I stand off and view them from the side, she wants to run downhill just a nickel relative to the heifer behind her. But boy, that rib shape, her structure is really, really good. This heifer comes out of this second class, as we just commented, her length of spine. This female is so nicely balanced, good down her top. She's truly exceptional from her hooks to her pins. Really, really good in terms of her bone work. The way she's so comfortable when she gets out on the move. Still tremendous amount of body shape and rib. The heifer that was second in that class I really liked as well. One that was not quite as good in terms of her structure. Wanted to get just a bit shorter strided, but very, very similar. Today I'm going to elect to use the heifer out of Class 2 as your division champion and Class 1 as your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. Your champion junior heifer calf is going to be exhibited by back number 414, McKenna Hoppe, Fremont, Michigan, with Sol ST, Dream Come True, 014HET, and reserve champion will go to back number 406. That'll be Sol Lady Chip, 0129HET, exhibited by Reed Otterback of Elwood, Indiana. Now in Ring 2, we'll bring in Class 16 winter heifer calves.
Over in the first class of maintainer females, there's a decided advantage in terms of reach to the female as she gets out and goes. You watch this female as she tracks, and the reason she has more reach is when you read the slopes and angles of her shoulder, the set to her hock, she's more correct there. And you couple that with the fact she's big top, she's big hip, she's long-sided, lots of good to that female. Young man's female, when she's stopped, it's easy to gravitate towards her, but you watch this female, she's quite a bit more rigid in how she moves out of her hind leg. I don't see the flex and give out of her hind leg or off of her front end. When she stopped, though, she's attractive from the side. She's square pinned. Young lady's female is one that I think is just really green in her kind. Just time is going to be to her advantage because, again, she's square hip. She's stout when you read her at her stifle. Gives up some in terms of bone. Gets a little more crestiness over her neck. So for her to move higher in the class, just want to change a few points. Good class to start our maintainer show with.
Congratulations. Results for Class 50 maintainers, spring heifer calves calved after March 1st, 2020. First place goes to 348 WSCC Racy 31H, exhibited by Jenny Branson of Maud, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 240 CHZ Lux Max, exhibited by Will Kriz of Perry, Oklahoma. And third place was entry 237, Eden's Miss Candy, shown by Eden Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in Class 51 maintainer heifers. Those heifers calved after March 1st. These are all of the May calves.
This class of Shorthorn Plus heifers, the black heifer that leads off this class, does so very handily in terms of power and performance. She is the biggest EPD'd heifer in the class, and she is the highest quality heifer in the class. A nice combination to start with. Really like her in terms of her body and her rib shape. Female is really good down her top and through her hip. I think one that's just very, very complete and leads off in a very logical manner. We get into second and third, two very high quality heifers that are a bit different. A more moderate framed heifer in second. A female I like in terms of the way she's constructed from her hooks to her pins. I like the way she goes off of that rear leg. She has a lot of flex and freedom, yet the female does stand on just a touch more heel than the one in third. The heifer in third, granted, is a bit longer spined. A female, although being longer spined, appears not to have as much body and depth and spring of rib as the heifer in second, but I really appreciate that length and correctness she gives you from the side. The heifer we conclude with just gives up some pizzazz and quality, particularly up the front 1/3 of her body, but a very good class of Shorthorn Plus heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 16. First place will go to back number 421, Lane Blankenship, Orlando, Oklahoma, with LDB Mercy's Serena 923 ET. Second place went to back number 423, DOZR Roses Redemption, exhibited by Hannah Dozier of Grove, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 422, exhibited by Jade McPeak of Chakota, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to back number 426, exhibited by Cannon Stoner, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Now over here in ring 2, we'll look for Class 17, your final class before we select our champion, reserve champion in your senior heifer calf division.
In this class of fall Shorthorn Plus heifers, really nice pair in first and second. Two females are a bit different. I like a lot about both. The black heifer that wins the class, though, wins it to me the way she comes out from her shoulder, that neck ties up really high. Female's really beautiful in terms of her rib shape and her body. She's fresher in terms of her condition. A female that I really like that in terms of that of the way she's presented. I do like and prefer the heifer in second, the way she goes off her rear leg. The black heifer in first, I will grant to you, she's a bit uncoordinated off of that rear leg, the way she's designed out of her hock, but yet with that, her balance, her symmetry, her rib shape, and a cow-like appearance. I really like the heifer in second. I just like to freshen her up and lean her up just a bit. But with that, she still gives up some performance to the heifer that wins the class, wants to get just a bit more brisket, and with that doesn't have quite that depth of body and spring as the class winner, but a very high quality red heifer in second. Heifers in third and fourth. The heifer in third's a female. It's just a bit more attractive. Another one that's just a bit fresher in terms of her condition, really nicely constructed in terms of the way she's made out from her hooks to her pins and ties down really nice into her stifle. The heifer we conclude with, I like the heifer in terms of her performance. She's got a lot of shape to her, just gets a bit plainer up through her front end and carries a bit more condition than the heifer in third.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. First place will go to back number 428, Saul Price of Dreams, 9822 GET, exhibited by Piper Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 430, exhibited by Clayton Pope, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place went to back number 432, exhibited by Cannon Stoner, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to back number 431, exhibited by Corey Word of Frowen, Missouri. Now we will be selecting your champion, reserve champion, in your senior heifer calf division over here in ring 2.
In your fall division on the Shorthorn Plus side, really like these heifers. I think your two class winners are a bit different, but certainly high quality. Heifer that comes out of that first class is certainly very, very big bodied female. I like that center rib she's got. She blends in really nicely into her fore rib. Maybe gets a bit shorter in her neck. Like to lay that tail head down into her spine just a bit more complete than the heifer in second, but boy, there's a lot of good in her. She's just huge-bodied, very cow-like in her appearance. The heifer comes out of that last class, again, just so attractive and up through her front end. I really like her rib shape. She's really fresh in terms of her condition. Beautiful the way she's made from her hooks to her pins. And the red heifer that was second in that class, as we mentioned, she does have a bit more condition, but that female is so sound when you get her out on the go. Really very cow-like in her appearance. Today I'm going to elect to go with the two heifers out of the Class 2 for your division champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 17 Senior Heifer Calves. Your champion is going to go to back number 428, exhibited by Piper Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma, and reserve champion will go to Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Illinois. Now in ring 2, we'll look for Class 20 Summer Yearling Females.
I did something that I seldom do. I just wanted to take a second look at this class because just to kind of double check what I was seeing here. And the female that's going to win the class, young lady's Baldy. She hit me as soon as she came in, and I thought, here's a cow prospect. She's really nice in the curve and the roundness to her rib, and still when you watch her, she hits her track. She's feminine enough and just really complete for me. Female that stands in second perhaps is a little longer sighted, but I think when you read her and you read all the glue underneath her belly, I think she probably cuts up a little bit in her flank, and I don't see as much read from her chest floor back to her flank. She's one that's not quite as consistent in terms of that softness and ease of movement, but I do think she's very sound. She's very fresh and very attractive. Female that stands there in third, she's the most juvenile of the top 3 females and really fresh up through her front 1/3. She gets a little shorter sighted. We could stretch her out a little bit compared to that one right in front of her, but I think time is going to be this female's best attribute because all the right pieces are there and she's so sound. You read her in terms of just front end stride and rear leg stride, really, really nice. And that's her advantage over this Baldy female is the design, how she sets her foot at the ground. The Baldy here tends to be a bit more rigid and upright in her pastern at times. Doesn't just set her foot down comfortably and get out with a long, easy stride. Still, she's wide-chested. She has some curve to her rib. Going to make a nice cow prospect for the young lady. Next one is one that's a bit perplexing for me because and I guess the thing that I see in her is she's more mature. She's further along in her condition, and I think about her as, you know, how much grow does she have to her because she's fairly short cannon as well. So I appreciate that she's big-bodied, she's soft-made, has enough foot and bone and stoutness to her. I just wonder about where we're going to go with this female from all the growth indicators here. She's either going to be fairly quick pattern and kind of put out, or we need to manage her so she can go on and grow. For me today, I'd like to change her. She's a little deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, tidier up there just a little bit. Appreciate though, she's big-bodied, soft, easy flesh and look to her, just a bit mature for me today. Next female, you like her better when she's stopped than when she's on the go. You watch her go away from you. She's some deviation at her hock. She tends to come in at her hock, just not quite as secure, I guess, because I like her when she's stopped, real attractive from the side, parallel in her lines. Just want to fix that girl up on her hind wheels. Female with the white belly here right in front of me. When you back off of that female, there's not as much true rib shape from the top of her chest or top of her shoulder to her chest floor back to her flank. She tends to triangulate upward just a little bit. Want to give that female a bit more body relative to what we see in scale and muscle, but still nice pattern. And then we conclude with 2 females. Let's go ahead and lead those out. Females that we want to change in terms of young man's female. I went up and touched her top. She comes up in her top, and I just wanted to see. I like that female a lot. I'm not sure she feels very well today. She kind of gets low-headed, and like I said, she's not comfortable in her spine. Young lady's female gives up some in terms of true rib shape, quite a bit shorter strided as well.
Over on your Shorthorn Plus side, nice pair of late summer heifers. Black heifer excels at this pair, though, in terms of this performance and rib shape. Really stout down her top and through her hip. I like the way she's constructed in terms of her bone work and her foot size. Just a nice cow prospect to lead off the class. I really like the freshness of the heifer in second. A female that has a lot of character and femininity up through her front end. Doesn't have that rib shape and body and volume of your winning class winner.
Congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 20. First place will go to back number 434, Primo's Cherry 1915, exhibited by Logan Miller of Stroud, Oklahoma. In second place, we'll go to back number 433, Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Now in ring 2, we'll look for class 21 late spring yearling females. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion in your intermediate female division.
Back over here in ring 1, results for class 51 maintainer spring heifer calves are May babies. First place goes to entry 246, Treb Miss Havensbury's 661H, exhibited by Kylie Ward, Pawnee, Oklahoma. Second place was back number 351, JCRC Lucy Lou 17H, shown by Brooklyn Wells of Blandonville, Illinois. Third place was entry 100, SS Destiny's Best Dance 050H, shown by Brayley Krasinger of Hugoton, Kansas. Fourth goes to 350, Miss KBSC 64H, shown by Brooklyn Hart, Cartman, Arkansas. Fifth place is 245, McKay Karen 0949, exhibited by Camden McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Sixth is entry 242, JBOY Tammy 041H, shown by Abby Emerson, Blanchard, Oklahoma. In seventh place, we have entry 352, BRNY Hoop-de-Doo 49H, shown by Ryder Roberts of Cache, Oklahoma. Eighth goes to 247, RBLT Miss Primo, shown by Cole Mingles, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. And ninth is entry 353, JSUL Who Da Made 422, exhibited by Madison Griffin, Kiowa, Oklahoma. We're now coming in with class 52, spring heifer calves. We have our April 2020 babies in the arena.
tremendous class of early summer yearling heifers on the Shorthorn Plus side of the arena. 3 exceptional heifers at the top of this class. Black heifer that leads off this class to me is the combination heifer visually, and then when you go to the paperwork, she excels there in the class. So female that both on genotype and phenotype puts it together, beautiful fronted, elegant about her head, really her neck comes out very high at the top of that shoulder. I love that slope and angle to her shoulder. Big bodied, big ribbed. Is she the heaviest muscled heifer in the class? No. Does she have enough? Certainly. Like the shape to her bone, her foot size, just a very complete individual to lead off with. Differences in the heifers in second and third. Boy, the red heifer in second, I love that rib and volume she's got. I like that dimension out through her hip. Where I'd like to change her, she's just like me. She needs to go on a slim, fast diet, lean her up, freshen her up. She wants to get outside of herself when you get her on the go, and I think part of that's due to some extra condition, but that's a high-quality, big-bodied cow prospect in second. I really like a lot of things about the heifer in third. She's extremely long spine. She is very fresh in terms of her condition, very good in terms from her hooks to her pins. Female that wants to just give up some body and some spring of rib and total volume of those 2 heifers in first and second. Really a big, powerful heifer coming out next. A lot of performance, a female with a lot of top shape, one that gets a bit straighter up through her shoulder and a bit more restricted in her movement when you ask her to go around the arena. Next 2 heifers that we conclude with, again, a little bit bigger in terms of frame, a little bit coarser in terms of their bone work and their structure, not quite that flatness of bone and smoothness of the joint, but really a very high quality class of early summer yearling Shorthorn Plus females.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring, Class 21. First place will go to back number 440, exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio, with Boy Brandy 987. Second place will go to back number 438, exhibited by Caden Kinder Worthington of El Reno, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 437, Ryan Lane, Jay, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Henlia Hassenbach of Elgin, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to back number 441, Dason Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. And sixth place will go to back number 436, Stepping Stone Ranch, Edson, Kansas. Now in the ring, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion intermediate female.
Your intermediate division, 2 heifers to me that I think pair up nicely, come out of your second class, again, as we discussed. Heifer wins that class, that wins this division, so complete, so elegant, so cow-like and fresh. The red heifer at second, that will be your reserve. Granted, she does carry a bit more condition, but that's a high-quality, big-volume cow prospect. 2 excellent individuals to represent this intermediate division. Congratulations to each of you.
I think this is one of those classes that if you had 5 people sort them, the top 5 or 6 heifers would be about 10 different ways of arranging the cattle. I think they're that good, and you just have to describe the differences. So I'll tell you that the female that I'm going to lead the class with, the solid black female, I think she's just really complete, and those tend to be the kind of cattle that keep you in the business, and that's what I see in this female. She's ultrasound, and you read her, she's big old foot and nice design to her foot, and when she gets out and goes, the placement of her foot is right. She's correct in her rib shape, and I see just I like where she is in terms of maturity, perhaps a bit better compared to the next female and better than some of the others that stand below her. So she's just the one that hit me as being really complete, and that's why she wins the class. The bald-faced female that comes around next, she's longer sighted. She's one that's square hip, big and bold in her foot and her bone work. You know what, I guess the thing for me is you back away from her, and from the top of her neck to the base of her chest floor, she's a little deeper there, a bit more mature, is what I see on that female, and perhaps she's just been pushed along. She's sound, she has enough reach and give. I just don't see quite that chisel look as the one that wins the class, or the one that stands right here next to her. One next to her that comes next is a bit of a challenge for me. Is the longer she's out here, the more I like her. I'd like to give her just a touch more reach at times off of her hind wheels, and then there's times where she gets out and goes and she's just right. I think she's fresh, I think she's feminine, and she's one of those enough cattle. She's stout enough, and she's maternal in her build, and there's not a big hole in her, so I think she's logical, and the female right in front of her just simply was more powerful. She's stronger in her top than the female that comes behind her in terms of how she hooks together from the top of her scapula into right behind her shoulder, and that's when this heifer gets stopped here. The young lady come out in front of me. When that heifer comes out, sometimes she wants to roll in her top some. She drops her top and then picks her loin up, not as comfortable there in her spine, but she's been a contender a time or two to move up, but I like that female again. Rib shape, bone, foot, all those things are correct. High quality, good kind of a female. The big, stout, big-bodied female is, I guess you have to pick your poison and decide what you're going to do. For me, I wonder, from a mature scale and size, where's she going to be? I love this female in terms of just being sappy-bellied and big-boned and all those things. You back away from her, and one of the things I'd change on her is she tends to get wide on her front end. When you watch her and just let her set naturally, she's just not as correct out of her knee as I think she needs to be. Love lots of things about her, but I think she's going to push the scale in terms of performance, or in terms of mature size for me. And then we come around, we get into some cattle. Again, this is a female. It's a little lower shouldered, a little plainer through the front 1/3. Still square pin, stout, big bodied, soft made, as is the next female. This one gets a little shorter sided. We want to stretch her out. She gets a hair more compact. She's shorter her shortness of stride starts up in her loin, goes all the way into her hip, and as she comes around, doesn't move out with that long fluid stride as we'd like to see. We get into some cattle, we make decisions based on balance, based on structure, and just had to make some hard pulls there as we conclude the class. That was a challenging class to sort, perhaps one of the most challenging ones I've seen yet today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. We have the results from your intermediate champion and reserve champion division selections. Champion went to back number 440, Boy Brandy 987, exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. And reserve champion in that division went to back number 438, Sangria Realty Red 519, exhibited by Caden Kinderworthington, El Reno, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we have Class 24. This will be your junior female division as well.
This class of yearling females, I really like the heifer that leads off this class. Really nicely balanced, big-bodied female. It's very complete in terms of her skeletal design. Feminine fronted, yet big-bodied and cowy. Very flexible when you get her on the move. Big-footed, just an excellent female. Heifer in second, I really appreciate her performance. A big-bodied, huge top female. I would like to lean her up just a bit. I like to neaten her up through her shoulder, particularly at the top of her shoulder. But that's a female that's got a lot of body and a lot of capacity and a lot of performance. The two heifers in third and fourth give up some of that performance and capacity and volume as your class winner and your heifer in second. But again, they're two very high-quality females. The heifer in third is very fresh in terms of her condition, very complete in terms of the way she's constructed. Just gets a bit more compact and a bit shorter-bodied relative to those two heifers in first and second. I do appreciate the length of body and spine in the heifer in fourth relative to the heifer in third. Female, I just like to clean her up there in her brisket in the lower part of her point of her shoulder. relative to the heifer in third, but that's a really good cow prospect. 4 excellent individuals in that junior yearling class and division.
Back over here in Arena 1, Class 52 Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves, all your April babies. First place goes to entry 266, FLC Daddy's Girl 10H, shown by Brooke Hayden of Lowell, Indiana. Second place is entry 256, ASCC Holly 030H. That's exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 354, Rap Hope 103H, shown by Chloe Wagner, Onarga, Illinois. Fourth is entry 358, JPV Miss Vivi 29H, shown by Veda Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado. Fifth place was entry 271, Steck Forever Lady MM643H, shown by Addison Brueggemann from Lake Park, Iowa. Sixth goes to entry 265, DNC Miss Holly H73, shown by Emma Grace Moore of Overbrook, Oklahoma. Seventh was 253, BNC Hard Money, exhibited by Baylor Lott, Medill, Oklahoma. Eighth place goes to 255, DNC Miss Hillary H74, shown by Brecken Scruggs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Ninth was 254, ECC Teeter 061H, exhibited by Adelia Ebersole of Kellerton, Iowa. And 10th was entry 252, JABR Hannah 137H, shown by Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas. We're now going into Class 53, another big class. These are your March calves of 2020.
Well, over here on your Shorthorn side, Class 24 and your division champion will be back number 447, Saul Peppered Crystal 9287 GET, exhibited by Kane Agater of Seward, Nebraska. Second place in reserve in that division goes to back number 448, AF Playful Kate 1907 ET, exhibited by Blake Peterson, Remington, Indiana. Third place in that class went to back number 443, Eli Matthews of Muldrow, Oklahoma, and fourth place went to back number 449, Colby Brown of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. At this time in your Shorthorn ring, we have your final class of your Shorthorn Plus females.
Really 3 very nice females in this class, 2 heifers in first and second with identical EPD profiles. I'm assuming they're full sisters, and there are some similarities, but there's obviously some differences too. But this heifer that leads off the class suits me just in terms of her frame size. The female is so good in terms of her structure. She's comfortable in her spine. The longest hip female I've seen yet today comes down into a beautifully constructed rear leg. I love that chest, floor, and body she's got in her. That's an excellent cow prospect to lead off this class. The heifer coming out in second, I appreciate the performance that she has. She's got a lot of width and dimension. She's really fresh in terms of her condition. She'd be on the upper end of frame relative to the class winner for me, but I sure like that female, and I think she's got a lot of unique parts and can raise a lot of really good ones. The heifer comes in third, just ran into two powerful females, but that's a good female in terms of her balance and her symmetry. She's attractive. She's more than adequate in terms of her rib shape. She just gets a bit shorter bodied, a bit more compact relative to those 2 black heifers. 3 excellent females to represent this class and 2 excellent females to represent your division.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring, your champion senior yearling female exhibited by back number 451, Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio, Reserve champion will go to back number 452, Harley Sargent of Denison, Texas. And your third place in that class will go to back number 450, Jared Jones of Amber, Oklahoma. At this time, over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring, we're going to invite in all of your champion and reserve champion divisions to select a Grand and Reserve Shorthorn Plus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, entering ring 2 at this time are all of your division champion and reserves here in your Shorthorn Plus female show. Your champion out of your first division went to Braylee Krasinger of Hugoton, Kansas with SS Destiny Best Dance 050H. Reserve champion in that division exhibited by Devin Fraser, Meeker, Oklahoma with Saul Lucy's Money 0403HET. Your champion out of your early spring heifer calf division exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma with NIKL Blue Charm 064HET. Reserve champion in that division went to back number 387, Steck Miley C 210HET, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Coming out of your next division, your champion was exhibited by back number 414, McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan with Saul ST Dreams Come True 014HET, and reserve champion in that division exhibited by Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana with Saul Lady Chip 0129HET. Coming out of your senior heifer calf division, your champion was exhibited by Piper Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma with Saul Price of Dreams 9822GET, and reserve champion in that division exhibited by Clayton Pope of Jerseyville, Indiana with Patsy AI138G. Coming out of your intermediate female division, champion exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio with Boy Brandy 987. Reserve champion in that division went to Caden Kinder-Worthington, El Reno, Oklahoma with Sangria Reality Red 519. Coming out of your junior female division, your champion went to Kane Agutter of Seward, Nebraska with Salt Peppered Crystal 928 GET, and reserve champion was exhibited by Blake Peterson, Remington, Indiana with AF Playful Kate 1907 ET. And coming out of your senior division here in your Shorthorn Plus show, your champion was exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio with CSF Mona Lisa 934 Primo ET. And reserve champion in that division exhibited by Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas with Saul Lucy's Tradition 9133 GET. For those of you joining us ringside, please put your hands together and congratulate all of our Shorthorn Plus female exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City. At this time, if you could put your hands together and thank our judge today over here in ring 2, Mr. Charlie Boyd.
Over on your Shorthorn side of the arena, folks, before we discuss the cattle and a few comments, let's give these exhibitors a huge round of applause for a tremendous female show this afternoon. I certainly am honored to be a part of this national show, and I appreciate being asked by the American Shorthorn Association, the Cattlemen's Congress, and as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, again, this show has been a tremendous success. It's been an amazing feat for a group of people to pull off an event like this in 3 months, and it's certainly not going unnoticed, and it's very much appreciated from exhibitors of all breeds from all around the country. Again, thank you, Cattlemen's Congress, for allowing all of us to be a part of a great event. Let's give them a big hand, folks. Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, this has been fun. It's always fun to judge a show with a lot of quality, and this one's got it. It's close in a couple spots, but boy, it's easy too, because there's a couple females out here that put it all together for me. That takes nothing away from the others in the lineup, because it's been amazingly deep. Quality, cattle with function, they're cow-like, they're feminine, they're sound. Yes, there's some differences in terms of muscle condition, foot size, foot shape, and those are the things that set a couple apart. Again, highly presented, very professional in terms of exhibitors. Thank you to the ring help and each one of you that have been a part of this. I know you've had a long day and you got a sale tonight, so with no further ado, I'll show you the two I like the best. But again, congratulations to each of you. Thank you.
Extremely complex class, I guess, to how I describe it on this side. I found the cattle to me that are the most fault-free, and that's the two females that are up here at the top of the class. Young ladies, female, I'm going to tell you, she pushes the limits for me on maturity and in condition, but when you look at her for just how bold she is in terms of her rib shape, and she's from pin to pin, and how wide she is, and still nice at the point of her shoulder. Her neck comes out high. There's just too much of her to not use that female. I think the quality is there, and yeah, I don't think she needs to go any further in a lot of places, but she's one that I think you have to accept in terms of just sheer mass and power and dimension, and recognize the quality in that female. And then we come with one that's on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of being super fresh and juvenile in her look. And the more you study on this female, she's just good cattle. And so you have to recognize that. And no, she's not as big-middled. No, she's not as powerful as the females that stand on either side of her, but she's just good. So even though I give up some power to the females on either side of her, I think you just have to find her and recognize the quality and utilize her because of her substance and just because of her soundness and freshness. She's much better in her shoulder. If you view her just directly on, or if you view her at a 3/4 angle, she tucks her shoulder in more appropriately than the female that stands here in third. And the female in third, for a long time, I thought, well, she was going to be a logical pair there at the top and just have the two powerhouses. But as you study this female and you begin to read her at the lower part of her shoulder, you read her in that she's a little rounder in her hip, you can see that she doesn't balance up as well. There's some challenges in how she assembles the parts and pieces. Appreciate the power, and that young man does a great job getting one shown that's a handful. Another one of those fresh, up-headed, attractive females comes next. She gets it quite a bit straighter out of her hock. As you watch her go, she drives her hock, misses her stride just a little bit, and that's where I'd change her, is just give her more reach out of her hind end to exceed or move higher in the class. Then we get into cattle that have some look, have some dimension to her. This young lady's female gets a little plainer, comes all the way up underneath her stealth, but still she's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's soft, she's maternal. I like all of those things about her. We get into cattle that begin to have some balance issues. They're not as wide pinned, not as wide based, just going to begin to poke more holes in the cattle, and I pulled them on the walk or pulled them on the move and made some decisions. That was probably, again, I said the last class was the most challenging. Well, that one was probably the most challenging, notched it up one level. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. We'll keep rolling.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Your champion female exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio with CFCSF Mona Lisa 934 Primo ET. And your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus female is going to be exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma with NIKL Blue Charm 064 HET. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn Plus female exhibitors. I believe at this time we are going to take our backdrop photos and then we will return back here with your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show.
Over here in Ring 1, results for Class 53 Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves, those calved in March. First place goes to entry 287 WSCC Steck Lucy DT046H, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second was 289 BMW PWG Dream Girl 313H, exhibited by Landry Warnock of Urbana, Indiana. Third place goes to 276 Steck KDPR 037H, shown by Tyler Miller, Armington, Illinois. Fourth place was 342 Dunk Franny 061H, exhibited by Cassidy Barker, Kearney, Missouri. Fifth place was entry 288 Lad Hot Date 031H, shown by Claire Harton, Medill, Oklahoma. Sixth place was 272 HARG Roxanne 038H, shown by J.C. Hargens of Vaca, Iowa. Seventh was entry 262 ET NRC Whitney's Ruby, shown by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. Eighth was 273 BRKD Primo Panda, shown by Adeline Burkard of Ivanhoe, Texas. Ninth place went to 286 KMEM Miss Helena 322H, shown by Cody Wall of Grove, Oklahoma. 10th was entry 364 VNDY 88 Daddy's Girl 029H, shown by Logan Lynch, Waxahachie, Texas. 11th was entry 277 BLT Bojo Rumor 03H, shown by Jacob Belter of Ranger, Texas. And 12th was entry 104 KLS Miss Inception 12H, shown by Colin Smith of Palestine, Texas. We're now in Class 54, Junior Heifer Calves. These are the ones that were calved in February of 2020.
While we get ready over here in ring 2 to start your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show, we would like to remind you that the Summit Shorthorn Sales Social will begin after the Shorthorn Plus show concludes. The social is in Barn 3 Sale Arena. The sale will start shortly after the social begins. Once again, that's in Barn 3, and the sale will start as soon as our Shorthorn Plus show concludes.
I wish I could take the first 3 heifers and combine them into one, and I'd be a whole lot more comfortable with this class, because there's some challenges as we look through and evaluate the cattle. And young lady, I'll ask you just to stop once you get out here. The 2 big, stout, powerful, high-performing females lead the class, and I think you have to appreciate both of those females for doing just that. Impeccable in presentation, and then you look at those cattle in terms of their neck comes out high, they're big and bold in their rib, and they do all of those things. I think the one thing that separates them is that the black female moves out off of both ends and reaches and gives just a bit more, and she's still a hair upright in her rear pastern. She's not perfect, but I think that she does move with more reach and give than the belted female. The belted female is one, if you watch her when she goes, I think it starts up in her hip, and that she's a bit more restricted, and she just doesn't get out and have that long old free stride. Sometimes she just kind of pegs her leg. But I love that female when she stopped, and it's a challenge for me to, as I just read the structure on her, she's just a hair tight moving. Female in third comes around, and she's the one that gets out and goes, and you watch her and you read her in terms of inflection to her knee and set to her hock. She does all of those things really, really well, but yet when you compare her to those 2 right in front of her, there's not as much of her. She's not as pulled apart. She's not as open through her midsection. Part of that is she's just not as pushed. I think at this point, maybe just a bit more juvenile. I love her quality. Young man's female that comes next is one that you love in terms of freshness and that juvenile look, and just think about her next summer. She's going to get better with time. She sets her pins a little low, and when you get to just nitpicking, that's where I had to make a decision. She gets out here and she just sets her pins a hair low compared to a couple of those ones in front of her. Young lady's female that comes around here, when she stops, she's just beautiful from the side. She gets going. She wants to get a little shorter strided, doesn't flex her hock as well, doesn't have as much give through that hock and just reach, but still, when she stopped, very, very matronly, very feminine and angular up through her front 1/3. Big-bodied, stout, soft one comes here next, a little deeper through the top of her neck to the base of her shoulder. Young man's black and white female, we like her angularity, we like the extension that she has, not as bodied down relative to the frame that she has. And then we begin to get into cattle that don't move as nicely, not as well and correct in terms of their structural integrity. Want to give them a bit more flex or change their structural design.
Congratulations. Results for Class 54 Maintainer Junior Heifer Calves on the February babies. First place goes to entry 295, Steck WSCC Lucy DT 043H, exhibited by Mercedes Ferry from Sullivan, Indiana. Second place is entry 297, Jasel Hudat MVP 0118H, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third place is entry 296, KMEM Haley 72H, shown by Brooklyn Bailey, Hydro, Oklahoma. Fourth was 291, Lad Hip Hop 027H, shown by Austin Breeding of Miami, Texas. Fifth place went to 292, BMW STCC Libby 227H, exhibited by Mallory Johnson, Churubusco, Indiana. Sixth place was 298, Steck KDPR 335H, shown by John Vanderveen of Hartley, Iowa. Seventh went to 300, AFG Panda, shown by Carl Carlin, Stryker, Ohio. Eighth place is entry 294, Jasel PCC DA's Crystal 0100H, shown by Wyatt Elder of Canton, Oklahoma. Ninth place went to entry 301, Bell Butter Elvira H150H, shown by Carter Carnegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. 10th was entry 299, DLCC Margarita 038, shown by Jenna K. Donaldson of Enid, Oklahoma. And 11th went to entry 302, Miss Rue, shown by Josie Evans of Yale, Oklahoma. We're now going into Class 55 Maintainer heifers. These are the January 2020 born heifers. Following this, we'll go right in and bring all of our class winners back to show for Champion Junior Heifer Calf and Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, over here in your Shorthorn ring, we are about ready to get started with your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. First class in the ring will be Class 1 Late Spring Bull Calves. We'll be looking for 2 entries in this class.
Here in your first class, your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show, two really nice calves to begin with. The more moderate frame bull that leads off with, I really like his top shape. I think he's very genuine in terms of his muscle and power. A bull calf that's extremely sound in terms of his structure, very clean about his sheath and his underpinning, a nice place to start. The bull in second, granted, is a bit bigger framed. He is one that does have a nice shape to his top as well. I would like to give him a bit more flex there off of that rear leg, soften him up in that pastern just a bit when you get him out on the travel relative to the calf that wins this class.
Well, congratulations here in your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. Your first place and champion late spring bull calf is going to go to back number 458, exhibited by Sheridan Souls of Sperry, Oklahoma. And second place and reserve champion in that division will go to back number 460, exhibited by Colton Halsey of Red Oak, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we'll look to start with your early spring bull calf division. Class 4 will be early spring bull calves.
This is the first pair I think I've swapped all day, but took a second look, and Young Man's female simply sounder off of her hind wheels. We give up some in terms of scale and size to get that added correctness, but she's really fresh, and yeah, you can stretch her out, and she's not the biggest in the class, but I think from a structural integrity standpoint, she wins. Young lady's female is stout and powerful and big bone, big hip. She's one that pushes the limits, I guess, for me in a lot of places. When I change her is how she gets out and goes. She's not consistent on the flex off of her hind leg. But still, the power that she has allows her to proceed over this next heifer. This is one that we want to lay her shoulder blade back and give her a more correct set to her front leg, relax her some in her spine. She has some shape to her. She has some muscle expression to the lower stifle. Just want to change that front end structure, body her down a little bit. More conservatively sized one comes next, and she's one you can say she's easier flesh and more moderate and all those kind of things. She goes away from you. She rotates her hock some, quite a bit of more restriction for me. Want to see her move off easier. And then we conclude with one that a female that has enough depth and just body to her. She's a little lower necked, gives up some femininity, some design that we want to see in those cattle on the upper end.
Congratulations. Results for Class 55 Maintainer Junior Heifer Calves, calved January of 2020. First place goes to entry 308 WLK Katie Spade 63H, shown by Justin Calhoun of Farmington, Arkansas. Second place comes over to 112 Jasel Penny 0120H, shown by Braden Callis, Minko, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 307 Miss K&A Grace 034H, shown by Lauren Bayer of Albia, Iowa. Fourth place is entry 303 CALH Shot of Whiskey, shown by Jason Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. And fifth place was entry 306 Cricks Miss Money 16H, shown by Cayenne Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in all of our class winners to show Division I Junior Heifer Calf and Reserve Junior Heifer Calf champion.
Obviously, this division has had some challenges to sort through, and you know, I ask the cattle and I ask the young people to walk a lot, and you may wonder why, and it's real simple. Eventually, these females are going to produce steers, they're going to produce bulls, and those cattle have to be sound. Their female progeny have to be sound as well, and if our cattle can't get out and go, they can't survive, and so that's the challenge, and that's why I've spent some extra time trying to find those cattle that can really get out and go. The females that are in class 3, 4, and 5, I guess for me, are the ones that have the body, the rib, the look, the dimension, and I guess, and I usually don't single out cattle like that, but I think those are the cattle that are at the just kind of take it to a different level on extra bells and whistles. And let's put our hands together. I'll show you the pair of females that I like. Ask you guys ringside again. Let's give them a round of applause. It's get late in the evening. These cattle are still hanging, and the kids are still hanging as well.
Over on your Shorthorn Plus bull side, this second class, nice pair of bulls in 1 and 2. The red bull that leads off the class to me just excels in terms of his foot size and bone and power. I think he has more genuine muscle when you get behind him. I really like that length of body, length of spine that he gives you. He does open up just a bit at the top of his shoulder relative to the bull in second. The bull in second is tidier up through his neck. It does blend in just a bit better there at the top of that shoulder. I really like the pattern and eye appeal that he gives you from the side. I think as you watch him go away from you, he gets a bit more base narrow relative to the red bull, and it gets just a touch smaller footed and more refined in his bone work. We switch the two bulls in third and fourth. The black bull just has so much more dimension to him. He's got more top shape. You get behind him, he has a lot of dimension and expression of muscle through his stifle. I would like to see him soften up give him a bit more spring of rib and softness in that mid 1/3, but that's a good calf in third. A very high quality bull and coming out in fourth. This bull calf is very striking, has a lot of eye appeal, just doesn't have quite the performance as those three bulls that stand higher in this class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Your champion early spring bull calf will go to back number 466, JSF Kane Remedy 940H, exhibited by Kane Agater of Seward, Nebraska. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 465, 5J Woodrow 55H, exhibited by 5J Farms in Olney Springs, Colorado. Third place in that class went to back number 463, Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. And fourth place went to back number 467, Roanne Harper of Prattsville, Arkansas. Now in your Shorthorn ring will be your Class 7 junior bull calves.
Congratulations back over here in Ring 1 out of our first division. A lot of heifers in those classes. Our division champion comes out of Class 53, entry 287, WSCC Steck Lucy DT 046H, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Our reserve division came out of Class 54, entry 295, Steck WSCC Lucy DT, shown by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. We're now going into our second division, maintainer junior females.
Nice pair of Shorthorn Plus bulls in this class. I like the bull that wins this class. Really nice in terms of his balance and his symmetry, but yet with that, has a lot of power and dimension. Really big bodied, very clean sheath. Really nice in terms of his testicle size and shape at this stage of his life. Good bull in second. Tons of muscle, got a lot of top. You get behind him, he's got a lot of stifle. Doesn't quite tie together as nicely down his top and out through his pin set as the class winner, but a really nice pair of bulls to represent this division.
two females in this class. Both have some challenges at the ground, and so I'll just describe to you what I see. In the black female, you know, she's the longer, more extended female, has a bit more growth to her. Where I'd like to change her is just the slopes and angles of her structure. She's straighter off of both ends, doesn't have enough flex, but still I think her advantage in terms of toe shape and toe design, foot design, is more advantageous than the female that we see in second. The female in second, let's go ahead and lead her out. Obviously, a easy flesh and soft, big-bodied kind of a female. I want to change that female in terms of the design to her feet. It concerns me there from a longevity standpoint. When she stopped, you appreciate that she has some look. She's big-bodied, soft, all of those things. Just want to get a little different foot design to her.
Congratulations, results for Class 56 Maintainers Senior Heifer Calves. Those calved November and December of 2019. First place goes to entry 310 CHB Stella, exhibited by Haley Dolch of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Second place was entry 369 Sweet Baby Panda, shown by Madison Hall, Moscow, Kansas. We're now coming in with Class 57 Maintainer Senior Heifer Calves, calved September and October of 2019.
On your Shorthorn Plus, the bull side, nice pair of bulls. Bulls are actually very similar. The red bull, the red roan bull that wins the class, though, excels there's just more bull. He's got more performance. He's a bull. It's a bit longer spine. I really like that substance of bone he has. He's really big-footed. And when you get him out and you ask him to go, he's very comfortable in that spine and travels very free and easy off of both ends. The bluish roan bull in second is a bit more compact and just doesn't have quite that length of spine. Like to change and correct him in that tail head, the way it sets into his body, but I like the completeness he gives you. He's a bull. It's really, really nice in terms of his shoulder and the way that forerib blends into that. I think an excellent pair of bulls to represent this class.
Young lady's female, super attractive from the side. You get her out and go. She hits her tracks appropriately. One that just has a nice build, nice design to her. Young man's female is big and expressive in her top and lower stifle. She's one that tends to triangulate upward in her flank. So we want to body her down, change her in her hip structure just a little bit because she comes around underneath herself, but still expressive, big muscle opportunity there with that female.
Real nice single entry bull in this class. Huge testicle bull, a bull that has a lot of performance. I like that about him. He's a bull that when you get behind him is certainly more than adequate in terms of his muscle shape. Maybe you'd like just to see him balance out a bit neater in that underpinning from his forerib back to his flank. But this is an excellent single entry individual that can stand some more competition. Congratulations to you.
In our ring one, winning Class 57 Maintainer Senior Heifer Calves. First place was entry 314 J. Soul Tamale Bow, 9836G, shown by J.C. Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Second place was entry 316 MATG Winnie's Diamond 001G, shown by Garrett Crouch of Antlers, Oklahoma. We're now showing those two class winners for Division II champion.
Here on the maintainer's side, young lady's female that wins the second class, I think has a decided advantage, just compilation of traits, and she's going to be our division champion here. Follow up with the female that wins the first class as our reserve. While there's some differences in types of rib shape, I think that's just the two females for me that are most appropriate in this division.
Congratulations, your division champion out of Class 57 was entry 314 J-Sol Tamale Bow, 9836G, shown by J.C. Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Your reserve division came out of Class 56, entry 310 CHB Stella, exhibited by Haley Dolch of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Those are your senior heifer calf division and reserve division. We're now going into your early summer yearling heifers, calved May 1st through June 30th, 2019. Winners of this class will also be your champion and reserve division champion, Division III summer yearling females.
Well, currently over here in ring two, our judge, Mr. Boyd, is selecting his junior and reserve junior champion bull in your Shorthorn Plus show.
really good pair of bulls to represent this junior yearling division. The black bull really wins the division pretty handily. Really a long-bodied bull, a bull that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. I like his balance. A bull that's extremely well constructed from his hooks to his pins. I like the way he sits down on that rear leg. Very clean about his sheath and his underpinning. Excellent individual to represent the division. Certainly a lot of muscle in the white bull. I appreciate that about him. He's got a lot of performance. He's a bull that's certainly got more than adequate amount of rib shape. I like to just drop him down in that flank just a bit, give him a bit more slope to that shoulder as he goes around the ring. Nice pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your champion junior bull will go to back number 476, SS Southern Comfort 908, exhibited by Shrug Shorthorn Farms and Harlan Cattle Company. Reserve champion is going to go to back number 475, H49 Prince, exhibited by Grant Rowley of Chase, Kansas. Now in the ring will be your final class of Shorthorn Plus bulls.
This Shorthorn Plus Bull division, two excellent representatives. Bull that wins the division, lead off with, is just the bull that excels in terms of his length of body, length of spine, and with that much length, he holds his top really, really good. He's really lays in nice through his shoulder, really good in terms of his forerib. And when you get behind him, this bull's deceiving. He's got a lot of muscle shape down low in that stifle, just a good place to start. I really like a lot of things about the bull in second. He's really deep-bodied. He's got a lot of volume and capacity. Wants just to tuck his pins just a bit when you get him out on the move. Doesn't relax from that hock to the ground with a move with as much freedom and ease as the bull that wins the division, but a nice pair to land with.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your champion senior bull is going to go to back number 478, LDB Premium Reward Apache 911, exhibited by Brittany Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 477, exhibited by Dason Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. Okay, go ahead with some sort of something. Over here in your Shorthorn ring, we are now going to introduce to you all of your champion and reserve champion divisions to select a grand and reserve Shorthorn Plus bull. Coming out of your late spring bull calf division, your champion was exhibited by Sheridan Souls, Sperry, Oklahoma, with SLE Legacy's Summer King 7H. Reserve champion exhibited by Colton Halsey of Red Oak, Oklahoma, with HCC 1701 Yellowstone Peacemaker. Coming out of your early spring bull calf division, your champion was exhibited by back number 466, Kane Agater of Seward, Nebraska, with JSF Kane Remedy 940H. And reserve champion was exhibited by 5J Farms LLC in Onley Springs, Colorado, with 5J Woodrow 55H. Coming out of your junior bull calf division, your champion was exhibited by Caitlin Croyer of Holly, Michigan, with SMCK Jameson. Reserve champion out of your junior bull calf division was exhibited by Cargo Stock Farm of Catherine, North Dakota, with Cargo's Dealmaker 9H. Coming out of your winter bull calf division, your champion was exhibited by Lehman Stock Farm in Hopeton, Illinois, with LSF MD Stimulus Package. And reserve champion in that division exhibited by Kara Lee Baker of Jones, Oklahoma, with Baker's Sparkle Butt. Coming out of your intermediate bull division, your champion was exhibited by Stepping Stone Ranch, Edson, Kansas, with SSRB Mr. Black Stuff. And coming out of your intermediate your junior bull division, your champion was exhibited by Schrag Shorthorn Farms and Harlan Cattle Company with SS Southern Comfort 908. Reserve champion was exhibited by Grant Rowley, Chase, Kansas with H49 Prince. And out of your final division here in your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show, your champion was exhibited by Brittany Blankenship, Orlando, Oklahoma, with LDB Premium Reward Apache 911. Reserve champion exhibited by Dason Cash, Fay, Oklahoma. If you're joining us ringside, please put your hands together for all of our Shorthorn Plus Bull exhibitors.
Our class winner over on the maintainer's side, I think she combines the next three females in terms of rib shape and still having some flatness to shoulder to have that much mass, muscle, and design. So she was the one that I think is just kind of logical to win the class. Let's go ahead and lead her out. She, comparative to the female right behind her, when you read her behind her shoulder in terms of expanse to her middle of her rib, and then you get right behind her, there's just more power to that female that wins the class. The one that comes in second, she gets up in her spine. She's just not quite as comfortable when she's on the move. And I don't think there's as much when you read her from her chest floor back into her flank, not as much midsection to that female. Still, she's more powerful than the red female. She's bigger footed, she's bigger bone. I think there's more true muscle read. And I love this red female. I'm going to tell you, I tried every way in my mind to use her to win the class because I love the flatness of shoulder and the design and the build. She gets a little short-strided for me, but she gives up too much in terms of power relative to bone and foot in those cattle in front of her, and can combine that with the fact that she's just not comfortable as she gets out and goes. Big, stout, soft, easy moving female comes around next, but her balance is off for me. You read her and she comes and runs downhill. She's deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her shoulder. But boy, if you want one that is big, middled, soft, and soggy, you can tie to her. I just want to see her more feminine, balanced up a little bit better. And then we conclude with a female that gets more rigid out of both ends, gets a bit tubular for me in her rib shape, still has some shape and muscularity to her, just doesn't get out and go nice enough to excel in the class.
Congratulations and results for Class 58 Maintainer Early Summer Yearling Heifers. First place is entry 322, BSC Jerry 538G, exhibited by Jacob Hannon of Buhler, Kansas. Second place went to entry 319, RFR Morgan 924G, shown by Braden Roberts, Roth, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 324, KJSC CTW Cherry Bomb 910G, shown by TJ Mills of Granola, Kansas. Fourth was entry 321, Min Cinderella 901G, shown by Aubrey Heinrich of Abernathy, Texas. And fifth place was entry 323, HYM Rainbow Gal, shown by Keegan Holt of Cordell, Oklahoma.
Over on the Shorthorn Plus side, really a lot of quality this afternoon in the bull show. I think the upper end of these bulls are certainly excellent, and I think they give you a lot of options of breeding tools for you as breeders, and you know their pedigrees and what may work in your program and what doesn't. There's a couple bulls out here that really suit me the best. I'm going to give you, there's actually three bulls in this lineup it comes down to, and I'll tell you about what I see in those three. The red bull that comes out of the second division, I love the length of spine, length of hip that he's got. I like his testicle size and shape for this, for his age and this stage in his life. He's really good in terms of his balance. He's got a lot of genuine muscle when you get behind him. He's really big-footed. I think the bull, he takes the longest, freest stride of any bull in the lineup. The bull directly behind him, the bluish roan bull, I love his pattern. I think a bull is definitely more than adequate in terms of muscle shape. Really good in terms of his rib, maybe not quite as good in terms of his foot size and shape as the red bull in front of him, but that's a really, really good individual. And then the bull that comes out of the junior yearling division, I like his body mass, I like his rib shape, I like his testicle size and shape. Again, he's a bull that's really good footed. I would like to give this bull just a bit more slope and angle to that shoulder and see him reach out just a bit more freedom and ease, but that's a good bull. A lot of good bulls in the lineup. Today I'm going to use the red bull for champion and the bull right behind him for your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. Your champion Shorthorn Plus bull is exhibited by Kane Agater of Seward, Nebraska. And your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus bull is going to come to you out of your junior bull calf division. That's back number 469, Caitlin Kruyer of Holly, Michigan. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, and a special thank you to Mr. Charlie Boyd for judging our Shorthorn Plus show this afternoon.
I said it earlier in the maintainer show, and I say it again in this class. This class should make you proud to be a Maine breeder, because these are just functional, good cattle. And I went with the one that just hit me the hardest when she came in, and this female is so fresh and sound. She gets out and you read the inflection at her knee and curvature to her hind leg and big old belly on her, and just lots of things that you have to like. She's fresher fronted than the female that stands there in second. She's a little leaner in her front, and I guess what I like on the female in second is to be that powerful and that stout and still nice at the point of her shoulder. So there's some, this is the pretty attractive maternal cow, and this is the powerhouse, and it just to kind of decide which one you like. And I like the one that's just a hair more conservative in her frame size, but those are two females that I like really, really well. Female in third, I love when she's stopped. I think that's a female that's fresh, and she's showing her she's in calf and just does so many things right, but she's uncomfortable, and when she gets out and goes, she's just not striding out. She's short striding on both ends, and concrete has kind of gotten to her here this week. And I love her type and her kind, and just not getting out and going like she needs to, because boy, she's my kind, and somebody's done a whale of a job keeping that one fresh and getting her right. This one that comes next gets a little staler fronted up through her front 1/3. Beautiful in her presentation. She's square from pin to pin, square at the ground, nice in terms of design to her hind leg, just not as fresh as those three right in front of her. I love the athleticism of this female that comes next. She's more conservative in her frame size. Young man, he lapped everybody when he went around, but she almost has too much set to her hind leg, and I guess it's just not quite as attractive, but she's going to lay down and be a heck of a cow, lay down, be a bull maker for that young man. Bigger, stouter female comes around next. One gets a hair rigid for me out of her hind leg. Like to see her move with a little more flex there. And then we get into some cattle that give us some challenges just from being too masculine up through their front 1/3, or giving us some structural challenges, not as fresh, not as far along, things like that, where I made some decisions. Good class at the top end. I sure would like to own top probably 3, 4, 5 of those females, and that's the biggest compliment that I can give the breeders.
Well, congratulations. For Class 59 Spring Yearling Heifers, these are your April and March born 2019. First place goes to entry 330 JABR Electra 96G, shown by Mackenzie Layton of Pocasset, Oklahoma. Second place goes to 338 MPJ Grayson Style 909G, shown by Jenna Tullock of Pearl, Iowa. Third place was 328 CCMM Hadley 304G, shown by Tristan Davis of Grenville, New Mexico. Fourth is entry 333 Canes Lacey, shown by Jackie Schleichter of Abilene, Kansas. Fifth place was 325 Betty Lou, shown by Justin Mente of Adrian, Minnesota. Sixth goes to entry 339 BWEL Black Diamond 603G, exhibited by Dallas Ritchie of LaPorte, Indiana. Seventh went to 337 BTLK Destiny, shown by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to entry 326 CMCC Gold Rush 929G, exhibited by Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Ninth place was entry 371 DRCC Miss Gabby, shown by Zane Biswell of Bristow, Oklahoma. And 10th place was entry 340 Will Virginia 31G, exhibited by Easton Willoughby of Ada, Oklahoma. We're now going into our final class, Class 60 of the Maintainer Junior Yearling Heifers. These heifers were calved February of 2019. These
Nice trio of females as we get into these oldest females. This one that wins the class is so sleek and maternal in her design up to her front 1/3 that you really have to just call her matronly. I love the pattern of this female. She's sound, she's good moving, and she just hits the bells for me. I like this female quite well. Bigger scaled one comes around next. She has just a touch more chest floor. Appreciate the stoutness and power. Not quite as attractive maybe about her head. Gets a little higher in her spine, and that's just where that old calf is sitting in her and pushing. I like this female quite well because of her power and dimension. Just want to tuck her up a bit in her chest floor. And then we conclude with the boldest and most powerful, just a big brute of a female. With that said, she's not nice enough for me in terms of how the placement of her hind feet. If she's a bit more comfortable there, she's a bit more competitive in this class. Appreciate the power to that female.
Congratulations. Results on Class 60 Maintainer Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 309, BMW STCC Maya 227G, exhibited by Julia Fry of Johnstown, Colorado. Second place is entry 341, HDLY Mala 944G, shown by Tyler Miller, Arlington, Illinois. And third place was entry 344, GCC SoFine 402G, shown by Parker Lockhart of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those class winners in from class 59 and 60 to show for your champion junior yearling female. Following that, we'll go right into your grand champion junior maintainer and reserve grand maintainer female for the show.
These two females are quite similar to me in terms of type and kind. I love just the pattern and femininity, maternal build that they have. Comes down to sheer, I think, just sheer opinion here. Young lady that wins the first class, congratulations, you're going to win the division. Young lady that wins the second class, congratulations, you're going to be reserve. Really, really nice, all four of these females. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Congratulations. Your Division 4 champion, junior yearling heifer, comes out of class 59, entry 330, JABR Electra 96G, shown by Mackenzie Layton of Pocasset, Oklahoma. And your reserve division comes out of class 60, 309 is the entry number, BMW STCC Maya 227G, exhibited by Julia Fry, Johnstown, Colorado. We'll now be bringing all of our division and reserve division winners to show for your grand champion maintainer female. All right, coming into the arena now are all of our division champions. Coming out of Division 1, our division champion was entry 287 WSCC Steck Lucy DT 046H, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Our reserve division in there was entry 295 Steck WSCC Lucy DT, shown by Mercedes Free of Sullivan, Indiana. Division 2 champion was entry 314, Jasol Tamale Bro 9836G, shown by J.C. Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And your reserve division champion was entry 310, CHB Stella, shown by Haley Dolch of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Representing Division 3, your division champion was entry 322, BSC Jerry 538G, exhibited by Jacob Hannon of Buhler, Kansas. Your reserve division in that group was entry 319 RFR Morgan 924G, shown by Braden Roberts of Roth, Oklahoma. Division 4 champion was exhibited by entry 330 JABR Electra 96G, shown by Mackenzie Layton of Pocasset, Oklahoma. Your reserve division was entry 309 BMW STCC Maya, exhibited by Julia Fry of Johnstown, Colorado. This completes your grand champion drive. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a job well done by our judge, Jeremy Viator.
You said that almost like you know how to speak Cajun. I won't go back through the cattle, but I will conclude with something that I conclude all the shows that I judge these days, and it's real simple. We in the beef industry, and I'm going to say this to you young people in particular, but I think it applies to all ringside. We have an opportunity to tell the story about the beef industry. We have an opportunity to talk about that we are the stewards of the land, that beef is a safe and nutritious product. We have an opportunity to talk about all of those things and to tell the story to those that are maybe not in agriculture. And my challenge to each and every one of you, if you're at school, if you're in college, if you're on an airplane and you're flying with somebody, next to somebody, wherever it is that you are, take the time and take the initiative to talk about agriculture to those folks around you and outside of agriculture. Because I tell you this, if we don't tell our story, the other side's going to tell our story. And if you don't believe that you won't like that what they tell, I promise you, you won't like the side of the story that they tell. So that's my challenge to each and every one of you, to the juniors that are here. You're doing more than showing cattle. You're part of the beef industry. I hope you guys have carried that message out and about. I hope the young people here will carry that message as well. Thank you for the opportunity. Blake, I don't know, he's out here in the back somewhere. Thanks for the work that you've done to help put this show on. For all the organizers, the opportunity has been awesome. I appreciate it. I'm going to go out and pick you a champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion maintainer heifer for the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress comes out of Division I WSCC Stack Lucy DT 046H, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. That moves our reserve division, entry 295 Stack WSCC Lucy DT 043H, shown by Mercedes Ferree to show for reserve. And she followed it up with entry 295, Steck WSCC Lucy DT 043H. She is your reserve grand champion, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a fine maintainer junior female show and for our judge for doing such a good job. All right, we are ready to go into our open maintainer female show. Our judge for this evening in the open heifer show is Krisha Geffert, who resides in Laval, Wisconsin, where her and her husband Shay own and operate Geffert Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist for ADM and Animal Nutrition. And Krisha was a member of the national champion livestock judging team at Butler Community College and the reserve national champion team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and agribusiness. Krisha was named high individual at several national contests and never finished out of the top 10 in reasons in both her junior and senior college judging career. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Krisha to go through the open maintainer females. Let's show her a round of applause. Coming in, we have Class 1 maintainer females. This is Class 61, spring calves. These are the ones born May and later, so May through July of 2020.
So we start off on your maintainer show here. I think a really nice class, and I find myself pretty comfortable with the young lady's baldy heifer to win, one that I would just consider very practical in her makeup. She's really quick to grab your attention as she comes in the ring, one with ample stoutness, and maybe that's even her advantage out here, but yet it still comes in such a flat, attractive package, a nice place to begin. It becomes a little more challenging for me after that between the next three. I'm going to go ahead and land on one that I think is pretty green in terms of her composition. Her best days are yet to come, but this one's super attractive in her general makeup. Like I said, I think with more time, this one's going to get better and better because she's silhouetted so pretty and attractively. Maybe we could set her into her knee just a shot better, but still a really high-quality individual. Young lady's baldy heifer is one that is really, really long up through her front end. She actually, from the top side of her shoulder, really extends out that front end, but you get to the bottom side of it and the way she's made through her chest floor, I like to modify her there just a shot. She's not the stoutest featured, but certainly not a negative. I think that one's going to be really good on down the road. This heifer is interesting to me. We get her stopped on the standstill, and there it is. There's your picture, right? She's super attractive. She gets out and goes. She just wants to be a little bit tentative and kind of awkward off of that hind leg, and part of it's just being fresh into the show ring, but I wish she'd get out and just step with a shot more authority, but still a very, very nice individual. Young lady, you're at a disadvantage in terms of maturity here. A heifer that's just behind the curveball there. Not quite as dynamic in terms of her show ring eye appeal, but hits the big basics and is flexible in her makeup. She's doing a nice job getting her show. Relative stoutness advantage in terms of bone and foot in this heifer compared to the one above her. Just like to free her up a little bit off of both ends of her skeleton, but a nice cow prospect for him.
Congratulations. Our results for Class 61 Open Maintainer Females. First place goes to entry 298, Treb Miss Havens-Ruiz 661H, shown by Kylie Ward of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 400, SS Destiny's Best Dance 050H, shown by Braylee Krasinger of Hugoton, Kansas. Third place goes to 406 JCRC Lucy Lou 17H, exhibited by Brooklyn Welch, Blandonsville, Illinois. Fourth place was entry 290 J-Boy Tammy 041H, shown by Abby Emerson, Blanchard, Oklahoma. Fifth was 288 Eden's Miss Candy, exhibited by Eden Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class was entry 301 KC Miss Money 36053H, shown by Kirkpatrick Cattle, Poolville, Texas. If you're following along your programs, those placings were 5, 4, 2, 3, scratch, scratch, 1, scratch, 6. We're now bringing in Class 62 Maine heifer calves. These are the April of 2020 heifer calves.
I think this class is challenging out here, and I end up with 3 of them that couldn't be more different in their composition, type, kind, where they're at from a maturity standpoint. And so you relate them back all to relative the same in age, and I think you have to project some future into these, and that's how I'm going to approach this. And I think if we project them into the future, there's one that's very, very good looking in terms of her silhouette from the side. She just extends that neck so high out of the top side of her shoulder, extremely level down her top. There's a lot of dimension to this heifer. I'll be the first to admit she's pretty green in her composition, but that's a good thing because I think she's just going to get better with age. The heifer right here in the middle is going to win this particular class for me. I think it gets challenging between the next 2 because, again, they are just absolute polar opposites. As I get down and evaluate them, I think there's one that's just made for the long haul in terms of her front end a shot better, even though she's not perfect there, and that's why the heifer that wins the class does so, and that's the young lady's Baldy. She's going to be second for me. Boy, she gives you a neat picture from the side. Extremely attractive, high-quality female there as well. Initially, when they came in, this is a big, high-performing, monster-bodied heifer, and I love that about her. You get directly in front of her, and I question her just a shot in terms of how that front end's going to hold together. If it does, she's one that could certainly read on and have an extremely bright future. Like I said, huge, high-performing individual. Just like to modify her shot as we get up through her front end. I'd say this heifer is similar to her in terms of just sheer power and dimension. A nice heifer that still puts herself together really well from the side. She comes together in just a little bit smaller package for me, and she's maybe just a tick round in that shoulder, but again, I'm ripping on extremely high quality cattle that could go on to be the best ones in the end. Heifer here, she's got muscle shape up high. I like that about her. She's good in terms of the center portion of her rib. It kind of comes up on both ends after that, and then I'd like to stouten her in her bone work in relation to the muscle shape that she does have up high. This heifer is stout-featured. She's tremendously big-footed. When you get out and evaluate her from a structural standpoint, she kind of wants to throw that hind leg to the outside of her skeleton just a shot. Part of that's just a product of her level of comfort out here. So I wish she'd just behave a shot better for the young lady. Just a big, rugged, stout heifer here. Just a little too much set to her hock for me. Gets tick shallower in her heel. Really moderate heifer here that's tremendously big-bodied. But that's where I'd like to modify her too, is just make her a shot bigger in her kind. Heifer here, just like to soften her a shot off of both ends, but she's tremendously heavy muscled. Same reads true for your heifer, young man. Lots and lots of muscle shape and dimension. Just like to see her more pliable in her skeleton off of both ends. Young lady rounds out the class with one that's long and extended. Just like to soften her up and then make her travel with just more ease and comfort.
All right, your results for Class 42 Maine Spring Heifer calved anywhere from April of 2020. Our first place is entry 100 Dunk Barbie, entered by Wharton Cattle Company of Lindsay, Arkansas. Second place goes to entry 308 ASCC Holly 030H, shown by McClay Gensini from Hennepin, Illinois. Third place is 321 Steck Forever Lady MM643H, exhibited by Addison Brueggemann of Lake Park, Iowa. Fourth goes to 317 FLC Daddy's Girl 10H, shown by Brooke Hayden of Lowell, Indiana. Fifth place comes back to 303 GRC Hail Mary, shown by Goss and Riley Cattle Company, Leedy, Oklahoma. Sixth place was 407 Rap Hope 103H, shown by Chloe Wagner, Onarga, Illinois. Seventh is entry 307 DNC Miss Hillary H74, exhibited by Brecken Scruggs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Eighth place was entry 316 DNC Miss Holly H73, exhibited by Emma Grace Moore, Overbrook, Oklahoma. Ninth place is entry 315 KC Miss Silver Whiskey 46H, exhibited by Landry Kate Kirkpatrick, Poolville, Texas. And 10th place was entry 304 Luke's Cookie 1, exhibited by Luke White, Guthrie, Oklahoma. 11th place, rounding out our class, is entry 302 KC Miss Pink Whiskey 425H, shown by Kirkpatrick Cattle, Poolville, Texas. Following along in our programs, that's 6, 11, 5, 10, scratch, scratch, 7, scratch, 2, 9, 8, 4, scratch, 1, and 3. We're now showing Class 63, Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves. This is all the March babies, March of 2020. Following this, we'll go right into our Junior Heifer Calf Division and Reserve Division champion with all of our class winners.
Boy, I would say a tremendously high quality pair of heifers up here on the top side of the class, and they offer each other a lot of compliments in the way that they're just put together. And I think both of them are very, very stout, yet in a extremely ladylike package. There's one of them for me today, though. I'm going to give the nod because to me she's tied in tighter at the top side of her shoulder, and she also remains more nearly level in terms of where her hip set is and her shoulder. Again, guys, I'm humbled to be here to give you my opinion, and it's certainly just that. And there's heifers on down the road here that are just awesome and going to make great cows, and some of you will go on to win big things. And so as I evaluate these two heifers early in their show career, I'm going to use the one for me that just puts her pieces together a tick better, but I don't even know if you can say that as a blanket statement because they're both just so good. I'm going to use this heifer as one. Young lady, you'll be a very, very close second. Extremely high quality heifer here as well. Really big, high performing. She's starting to come apart just a tick at the top side of her shoulder. Again, not even almost worth mentioning because it's so critical, but I have to make that decision between the two of them and justify it. Very, very nice pair there. Here too is a heifer that's really, really good in her own right. I think she's got a lot of future ahead of her, but that's where I'd like to modify her too. She's just not quite as honest in terms of her forerib composition of those two heifers right above her. And she gets out and goes, I wish she'd handle herself with just a touch more comfort out of her spine, but beyond that, that's a really high quality individual. A really big, high performing heifer here, and initially when she comes in, she hits me really hard. She too is kind of wanting to open up at the top side of that shoulder, and as she gets out and goes off of those rear twos, sometimes I wish she'd just step with a shot more authority there, but boy, that's a really nice individual. You want to talk about power? That's this heifer, and she does have it. And we get her on the standstill for the power that she does have. I certainly appreciate her, but for me, as she gets out and goes, she doesn't want to extend that neck real high out of the top side, and then she kind of pulls down in her loin just a shot. All things with maturity that certainly could change, and if you like her power, I certainly don't argue. Young man, you get in a tough class with a really nice heifer. I would call this one really, really high quality. She's so feminine, very, very attractive. There just is as much cow there in terms of bone work and stoutness, but that's a good female. Same reads true for this young lady. She tried to pull herself one shot faster than I was going to. A heifer that's really good from a balance and attractiveness standpoint, just very green in her composition. I think her best days are yet to come for sure. Heifer here, big-bodied, love the way she's made at the center portion of her rib, don't have any issues with her muscle shape to go with it, just wish she was a shot more attractive and striking in the way she's assembled up through her front end. And young man, you too have a high-quality, flexible skeleton, nice heifer, tremendously high-quality class. She's just pretty green in her composition yet today.
Congratulations in Class 63 Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves in your March 2020 division. First place comes to 341 GCC Bourbon Bay 501H, exhibited by Griswold Cattle Company, LLC, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 346 WSCC Steck Lucy DT 046H, shown by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Third place is entry 216, Dunk Franny 061H, shown by Cassidy Barker, Kearney, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 329, Steck Katie PR 037H, exhibited by Tyler Miller, Armington, Illinois. Fifth place is 344, Drit Hattie, shown by Jackson Walker of Greeley, Colorado. Sixth is 347, Lad Hot Date 031H, shown by Claire Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to 323 HARG Rocks and 038H, shown by JC Hargens of Vaco, Iowa. Eighth place was 333 BMW PWG Dream Girl 313H, shown by Landry Warnock, Urbana, Indiana. Ninth place was 343 KMM Miss Helena 322H, shown by Cody Wall of Grove, Oklahoma. We're now showing for our junior heifer calf and reserve junior heifer calf champion.
As you would expect, the calf division here has been just awesome, and a lot of heifers that got left standing that, like I said before, will go on to win big things. I think all three of these individuals represent a lot of good. Heifer out of Class 1, I talked about her body and just sheer power in terms of that regard, but yet staying flat and really angular. You get out here in this drive, though, we could maybe strengthen her in her top just a shot, maybe make her a little more unique in terms of her look, but that one is so high quality and really, really good. Heifer out of Class 2, that was one that was a little bit interesting for me, and there was a lot of different ways you could go there. She's still very striking and attractive from the profile. I guess where I begin to question her in relation to the others that are a little bit further along in terms of that rib and body, does she have it yet? And I think her best days are yet to come. And then we have the heifer out of the last class, and I think she tells her story as she gets stopped from the side, and then she gets out and goes with so much power. It's just logical to me to keep these two heifers together, champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division I champion comes out of Class 63, entry 341, GCC Bourbon Bay, 501H, exhibited by Griswold Cattle Company of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Your reserve division followed her in same class, number 346, WSCC Steck Lucy DT 046H, exhibited by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. We're now going into our Class 64 maintainer heifers. These are calved January 1st through February 29th. These are the February heifers.
Again, in this class, I moved through some of you fairly quickly as I was pulling them, and I'm a woman. You can ask my husband. I'm fairly opinionated, so I know what I want, but it doesn't mean that I don't think all these cattle over here are still really, really good. And as I come down to making a decision between these two out here, boy, they couldn't be any more different. And I think for me, there's one that's just picks them up and puts them down. She's so striking and attractive, and yet you'd think that she'd be the one that wants to narrow up to her base and gets a little frailer in her bone work when you look at her from the side, but she's not. She's got good base width. I love the way she's made in terms of her foot. Young man's calf here is going to win for me. Congratulations to him. In an extremely close second. And guys, if you like this one, I wouldn't argue. She's tremendously big-bodied. She's so cowy in the way she's made here. Really, really high-performing. For me, I just got a little critical on her as she goes away to her base, and then she's just a tick smaller-footed, but that is, again, a tremendously high-quality heifer that's going to go on and do a lot of winning. From there, the young man's calf that comes out next is just powerful, and that's the best word you can use to describe her, but that's also what works to her disadvantage a little bit out here. As you get directly in front of her, she's got a little more shoulder, but yeah, she's got some bone work and some stoutness to go with it. Don't mind if you like this heifer because she's so athletic off of her hind leg and she's got enough muscle shape to go with it. For me, she gets a little tighter in her foreribs, so because of that, at this stage, she comes a little more in pieces, but that's one in the end that could be really, really good. One that's long-bodied and attractive out here, just a little plainer in terms of her overall look, just like to stouten her in her bone work, but she's got some muscle shape and the relative performance advantage over the heifer that comes next. A deep-bodied, practical kind of female here. For me, she's kind of at a disadvantage from a performance standpoint, got a little extra set to that hind leg, but still a nice individual. Stoutness and power in your heifer, young lady, she's just chocked full of muscle shape and dimension. Just like to lengthen it out and make it a little more attractive. And here, one that's just in her working clothes from a condition standpoint, just like to soften her in her structure and her body.
Apologize for the delay. Class 64 maintainer junior heifer calf results coming in. First place was 349 Lad Hip Hop, exhibited by Austin Breeding of Miami, Texas. Second place went to entry 351 Steck WSCC Lucy 043H, shown by Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana. Third place was 357 Steck Katie PR 335H, exhibited by John Vanderveen of Hartley, Iowa. Fourth place went to entry 208 BMW STCC Libby 227H, shown by Mallory Johnson, Churubusco, Indiana. Fifth place was entry 299 DLCC Margarita 03H, shown by Jenna K. Donaldson, Enid, Oklahoma. Sixth was 355 Miss Rue, shown by Josie Evans, Yale, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to 354 KC Miss Maternal Jewel, exhibited by Landy Kate Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. Landry Kate Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. And eighth place was entry 356 RLRL Miss SOM001H, shown by Western Star Ranch, La Crosse, Kansas. We're now on class 65 junior maintainer heifers. These are the calves that were born January of 2020. Following this, we'll bring our class winners back to show for champion junior heifer calf Division II champion.
These two heifers couldn't be more different in the way that they're constructed. And so I think you get down and evaluate structure and hind leg and the way they're made into their forerib, and that's where the decision is made for me. I'm going to use one that's maybe a little bit conservative in terms of her frame size, but I think she's the structural upgrade out of her hind leg, and the way she blends from her shoulder into her foreribs just bolder. Even though there just isn't quite as much cow there from a power standpoint, she's certainly not tiny by any means, but young man here is going to be one for me. In a really close second with one that I don't mind if you like because she's got the added length and extension from the side. That certainly remains true out here. For me, she's just a little harsher in her forerib, but where I question her as I get directly behind her is that hind leg just perfect, and that's where I'd like to modify her a shot, but still a really high quality individual, and he gets her stuck from the side. You can't help but take a look at that one. The next heifer that comes out is just a practical cow prospect. In this show ring, though, she just doesn't have those extras to compete up high with those other heifers, just a little bit plainer in her overall look. Young man, you're doing a nice job out here with your old heifer who's just about to fall asleep. I imagine you are too. Big bone, stout featured. I'd like to make her just a little more attractive in the way she's made up through that front end, but a nice individual for him as well.
Congratulations, your results for Class 65 Junior Heifer Calves, calf January of 2020. First place goes to entry 364 WLK Katie Spade 63H, exhibited by Justin Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. Second place was entry 112 Jasel Penny 0120H, exhibited by Braden Callis. On the halter was Brandon Callis. Third place was entry 360 CALH, Shot of Whiskey, shown by Jason Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. And fourth place was entry 200, Cricks Miss Money 16H, shown by Cayenne Herman of Tyrone, Oklahoma. We're now ready to bring in all those class winners to show for champion junior heifer calf and reserve junior heifer calf.
Again, not the numbers in this division, but I still think an awful lot of quality is represented out here. And I get the two heifers back in contention, and they're very different in their overall construction, and I think that's going to just get accentuated as they go further on into maturity. I like the one that, for me, just has that added extra in terms of extension. She's tremendously long-fronted, very, very striking when the young man gets this thing set up. Your heifer will be the champion. Congratulations. From there, the decision for me actually becomes a little bit closer between the next two heifers. And I said that the first place out of the next class was maybe a little conservative in terms of her mature cow size, but it all kind of fits into a picture there to go with it. And then you look at the heifer that pulls up here that was second, and she's really, really neat in her own regard. That is a big, high-performing, big-bodied, cool-necked, neat-headed heifer. I just said in that class where the decision got made for me was she comes to her rear foot. That's awful critical of a real, real nice one that's still going to be reserved. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations. Winning our junior heifer calf division is entry 349, Lad Hip Hop 027H, exhibited by Austin Breeding of Miami, Texas. Second in reserve division was entry 351, Steck WSCC Lucy DT 043H, shown by Mercedes Ferry from Sullivan, Indiana. We're now ready to go into our next division of maintainers, which is Class 66, Winter Heifer Calves, calved November through December of 2019.
I think the divide in quality comes in the middle of this class, and I end up with two nice heifers up here on the top side. The decision for me comes from a flexibility standpoint, and one that's just looser constructed in her spine and the way that she handles herself. She's just looser made in general, the way she blends her pieces from the side together. This heifer right here will be the class winner. I think a nice individual that's very, very attractive, really, really cowy in her look. She maybe has a tick extra set to her hock, but beyond that, extremely nice. A heifer here that maybe has more real muscle shape, and I do appreciate that about her, and her power and dimension doesn't go unnoticed. As she gets out and moves, she wants to just get a little bit more rigid in her spine, and she's just a little bit harsher there, but still a very high quality individual that does have that advantage in terms of muscle shape and certainly the balance advantage over the next two to come out. Next heifer to come out, she's got plenty of muscle shape. She's good in her forerib. I'd just like to modify the rear portion of her skeleton, make her square out of her hip, but still one that I think is more flexible as she gets out and goes than the heifer that remains. This heifer is long-bodied. She's very attractive in terms of her levelness of lines. She's just a little rigid off of both ends from a structural standpoint. Like to see her handle herself with just a tick more ease out here from a movement standpoint.
Congratulations for Class 66 as well as Heifer Calf Division 3. Our first place and division champion goes to 367 CPC Stylin' Princess, shown by LJ Wells of Norfolk, Nebraska. Second place and your reserve division champion is entry 369 Jasul Tamale Bow 9836G, shown by JC Perrier of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Third place in that class is entry 370 MATG Winnie's Diamond 001G, exhibited by Garrett Crouch of Antlers, Oklahoma. And fourth place was entry 365 CHB Stella, exhibited by Haley Dolch of Anadarko, Oklahoma. We'll now be going into Class 67. This is also a division. This is early summer yearling heifers calved May through June of 2019.
In walking those heifers again, I definitely am not debating the one I'm going to utilize to win because I still think she does so pretty handily out here amongst a group of heifers that are all nice in their own regard. Young man's heifer here directly in front of me is just a powerhouse. She's got tons of power, dimension, rib, body, flexibility as she gets out and goes. Is she the most beautiful headed one we've ever seen? No, but is that a single trait? Yes. I think it all goes together very well. From there is where the decision comes for me, and there's one that I like an awful lot as she stands still. She isn't the stoutest one I've ever seen. She's not the biggest boned, but boy, she really gives you, well, she's really given me a nice picture of balance right there, but she's big bodied. She's really blends herself extremely well. She's very fresh, and I love her freshness of composition. As she gets out and goes, she does that tail thing where her tail gets kind of rigid and she misses her track a little bit. So I'd like to free her up there, but I still think that one's flexible enough in her skeleton. Just wish that she'd get out and go just a shot better. A heifer here that's interesting to me, and she's one that takes some time to evaluate. She's maybe a little bit more moderate in terms of that frame size, but after that, still really good in her own regard out here. Very, very high quality heifer. She gets out and goes. She too can just want to fight him on the halter and just be a little bit more rigid, but lots of power, lots of dimension. Don't mind if you like those two switch. That's still a very high quality heifer. Young man here's got one that is big and extended. She's a high performing kind of female that's got some muscle shape. She blends nicely into her shoulder. The heifer is tired, and I imagine the young man is too. So as we get off to the side of her, she kind of wants to be rigid in the center of her spine as she gets out and goes. I wish she'd just handle herself a shot better there and show herself off, because I still think this is a very nice cow prospect for him. This heifer here is one that I think her best days are beyond her. She's just got some more condition up through her chest floor and back through her bones. I'd just like to clean her up there. For me, she's just past 12 o'clock, but still very flexible, very angular in her bone work, and has some power to her. Like I said, just like to clean her up from a condition standpoint. Heifer that rounds out the class, plenty of muscle shape, just needs reassembled differently from a skeletal standpoint out here amongst her contemporaries.
Well, congratulations. Results for Class 67 and our early summer yearling division champion. First place and division champion goes to 377 BSC Gary 538G, exhibited by Jacob Hannon of Buhler, Kansas. Second place and reserve division champion is 378 KJSC CTW Cherry Bomb 910G, exhibited by TJ Mills of Granola, Kansas. Third place in that class was 372 CJDS Melania, exhibited by Corey Davis, Bowie, Texas. Fourth place went to 373 RFR Morgan 924G, shown by Braden Roberts, Roth, Oklahoma. Fifth place was 374 Min Cinderella 901G, shown by Aubrey Henrich of Abernathy, Texas. And sixth place was 206 Him Rainbow Gal, shown by Chisholm Holt, Cordell, Oklahoma. Once again, that was your division and reserve division 4 champion. We're now into Class 68 maintainer spring yearling heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2019.